Most people think that building a workflow platform is about the visual editor. Drag, drop, and connect some nodes. But that's the easy part. The hard part? Making those workflows actually execute. In this tutorial, we're building Nodebase, a workflow automation platform like N8N or Zapier. In part 1, we built the editor, the canvas, authentication, and payments. In part 2, we're building everything else: the execution engine, the triggers, the integrations, credential encryption, execution history, and deployment. This is where we finish and ship the entire platform. You'll learn how to pass variables between nodes, build a templating system for data transformation, and implement real-time updates so you can see workflows executing live. We're building trigger nodes, Google Forms, Stripe webhooks, the full AI integration layer with OpenAI, Anthropic, and Gemini, Discord and Slack nodes, encrypted credential management, execution history with full error tracking, additional Auth providers like Google and GitHub, and finally, deployment. By the end of this tutorial, Nodebase will be a production-ready product. And now, without further ado, let's finish this project. Before we dive in, using the link on the screen, you can get 3 months of Sentry Team completely for free. We'll be using their AI monitoring to track all our LLM calls throughout this build. If that sounds useful for your project, feel free to grab the deal. And now, let's build. In this chapter, we're going to focus on executing our nodes. In the previous few chapters, we've focused on building the UI for each node and for the editor itself, but we never actually executed or used any data from those nodes. So that's what we are going to be focusing on today. Let's go ahead and first improve the props for our HTTP request node so it's easier to work with its data. So inside of features, executions, components, HTTP request, open both dialog and the node.tsx. And let's go ahead and see the problem. So the problem is that we are passing these default form values in 3 separate props instead of just 1. So let's go ahead and fix this. The first thing I want to do is modify HTTP request node data and make it so that I remove this last part. So we actually never even used this. I just added it here for flexibility. Once we remove this, our HTTP request node data matches exactly what our form provides: an input for the endpoint, a select dropdown for the method, and an optional body. Now that we've fixed that, let's also fix something in handle submit here. No point in handling these like that. We can just spread values. It's much simpler. Now, let's go ahead and rename this form type that we are exporting from here. So we have to go inside of the dialog here, and we have to find the form type. And now I want to rename this to HTTP request form values, like this. Once we do that, let's go back inside of Node and let's import it here. And now just make sure that you use it here in the values. Now let's go ahead and let's modify our props for the dialog component. So go ahead and remove these 3 and instead add default values, optional, partial of HTTP request form values. Let's go ahead and make sure we use them here as well. Let's go ahead and modify the default values here to be this. Let's just see, default values is, let me just see the problem here. Let's go ahead and give this an empty object as the default. This way we don't have to do the question mark thing. Basically, we're just doing some fallback here for a better user experience. And we have to do exactly the same for the form reset. So let's do it here as well. Perfect. And for the dependency array, we can now just use the default values. Once we've done that, we can go back inside of Node, and we can now simplify this a lot. So we can now just pass default values node data. As simple as that. That's the first task finished. Let's go ahead and mark it as finished. There we go. So the second thing we have to do is we actually have to display the execute button. So if you take a look at any of your workflows, there is currently no way of executing them, right? For example, I have this super simple manual trigger, and then I have an HTTP request, get, post, whatever, it does not matter. But how do I even execute this, right? Even if I save it, nothing really happens. So the first thing we actually have to do is we have to show the execute button, but we should only show that if we have a manual trigger. Luckily for us, we can do that quite easily. So let's go ahead inside of source. Let's go inside of features, editor components. And in here, I want to add a new component called execute workflow button.tsx. I'm going to go ahead and import button from components UI button. I'm going to import Flask icon from Lucid React. And then I will very simply export const execute workflow button like this. I'm going to create the props here to be a very simple workflow ID with capital ID. Let's go ahead and extract it here. And then I'm very simply just going to render set button with a text execute workflow and with the icon we imported from above. Let's give the icon itself a class name of size 4. Let's give the button size of large. Let's give it an on-click of an empty arrow function and disabled to be explicitly false so we remember to change it later to something dynamic. Now that we have this, we can go ahead inside of editor.tsx. And in order to render this dynamically, we first have to create a constant has manual trigger. And let's do use memo here so it doesn't re-render too often. So make sure to import this from React. Let's go ahead and fill the dependency array with nodes because that's what we are going to be using here. So let's do return nodes.sum node node.type matches, and let's use our enum from our Prisma schema, node type, which we can import from @generated Prisma .manual trigger. So just make sure you've imported the node type. Let me just show you from generated Prisma. And now that you have the has manual trigger, you can go ahead and duplicate this panel and use the has manual trigger boolean to render in a position of bottom center our new execute workflow button and pass in the workflow ID prop. You should have the workflow ID here, so this should work. Let's fix this by using center. There we go. And now you will see that every time that I have a manual trigger, I also have the execute workflow button. If I delete it, it gets deleted as well. Since I didn't click the save button, even if I refresh, it's still here and the execute workflow button is here. Perfect. So that's another thing that we can check off. Let's go ahead and just do that. And now we actually have to create the execute ingest function because right now clicking on the execute workflow does not do anything. Let's start with first defining the background job. So we're going to go ahead and revisit our source features, source ingest functions.ts. And let's go ahead and remove all of this here because we're no longer going to need it. So all of this, generate AI, Sentry, all of it. And we can remove every single thing within the actual step, even the return. Now let's go ahead and rename this from execute to execute workflow. Let's go ahead and change the ID here to be execute-workflow. And for the event, let's follow the structure workflows/execute.workflow. Like this. For now, this doesn't have to do anything. We can just do await step.sleep. Let's call this test and 5 seconds. Perfect. Now that we have the execute workflow, we have to also revisit our app folder API ingest route.ts. Let's import execute workflow here, copy it, and simply paste it here. Perfect. That should resolve the error that just appeared. Now let's go ahead and revisit our tRPC procedures, more specifically the procedures for the workflows. So instead of the workflows server routers.ts, let's go ahead all the way to the top here and create execute. It's going to be a protected procedure. It's going to have a simple input, which will simply receive an ID, which is a type of string, and it's going to be a mutation. The mutation itself will have an asynchronous function, so let's go ahead and prepare it like that. And let's also prepare the input and the context. And now what we can actually do here is super simple. We don't have to use the input or the context. We can just go ahead and first fetch the workflow by using await prisma.workflow.find unique or throw. And I know I just said we won't use the input. My apologies. I just got an idea that we actually do have to fetch the workflow. So let's do it while we are here. ID will be input.id and user ID will be context out user ID. Perfect. And let's return the workflow. And now in between those two, we're actually going to await ingest. So make sure you import ingest from ingest client. .send ID. And let's go ahead and quickly remind ourselves the ID is actually the event. So let's copy that and paste it here. And I think we have to define the data. Maybe I'm forgetting something. Just a second. Let me remind myself of how I'm executing. So it is ingest.send, and this should be name. There we go. Yes, that makes more sense, like the event name. And then we don't even need the data. So just a super simple execute procedure which just calls a background job. We actually did this already when we explained background jobs. Now let's go ahead inside of features, workflows, hooks, use workflows. And let's copy use update workflow. Let's paste it. Let's rename this to hook to execute a workflow. Use execute workflow. You don't need the query client, so you can remove it. You don't need any invalidation. This will be executed, and this will be failed to execute. And this will use workflows.execute. Make sure to modify this. So onSuccess has the data and data name because in our routers for the workflows, we return the fetched workflow. So if you don't return the fetched workflow, you will see that this will fail because it won't have any data. So make sure you return the workflow from our new execute procedure here. Perfect. We now have use execute workflow. Now let's go ahead inside of our execute workflow button, which we started developing here. Let's define the hook, const execute workflow, use execute workflow. You can import it from features workflow hooks. Let's do const handle execute or handle submit, however you want to call this. And let's just do execute workflow dot mutate and pass in the ID workflow ID. Let's go ahead and modify the onClick to call handle execute and modify the disabled to be execute workflow is pending. There we go. Before you start this, make sure that you have both Inngest and Next.js running. So I am doing this by using npm run dev all because I've set up mprocs. But in your case, you can either use, I think we also defined some package.json scripts here. Let me just quickly see. Yes, perhaps you can use ingest dev, or if you didn't set that up, you can always just use ingest CLI with npx like this. All of them will work. Perfect. So just make sure you have all of them running here. I will now refresh my Next.js. I will refresh my Inngest development server. And let's go ahead and check it out. So I have no runs running. And when I click execute workflow, I get a success message and I have something running, and it's just a sleep test for 5 seconds. Perfect. Which means that we now officially have something happening when we click on the execute button. Perfect. But right now, what we should be focusing on is this function. So it needs to somehow fetch the workflow that's been executed. It needs to fetch all of its nodes. It needs to sort them topologically. And then it needs to run a specific type of request depending on the type of the node. So those are our next goals. Let's start by first checking if we have enough information to even fetch something. So inside of execute workflow, go ahead and do const workflow ID event.data.workflow ID. And if we have workflow ID missing, throw new, let me fix this, throw new non-retriable error. Make sure to import this from Inngest. So when you throw this error, Inngest will not retry. This is because there is nothing to retry if workflow ID is missing. So just workflow ID is missing. As simple as that. We can't proceed further. We have no idea what to execute in this case. Let's not waste any resources here. So if you go ahead and try now, this should fail. If I click execute workflow here, there we go. Immediately it fails, and you can see there is just a single attempt and no retry. Workflow is missing. So if you didn't use non-retriable error, if you just threw a normal error, you will see that it's a different behavior. So let me go ahead and click this. You can see it's running, it's failing, and it will now continue to attempt to do this for the next 3 times for no reason at all, right? We know if it's missing once, it's going to be missing for the next 3 attempts as well. Perfect. Now that we have that, what we are supposed to do is we can finally get rid of this, and we can instead do const nodes, and let's go ahead and do await step.run prepare workflow. And let's open an asynchronous function here. First things first, let's fetch a workflow with await Prisma workflow. Of course, let's import Prisma from lib database. Prisma.workflow find unique, where ID is workflow ID. And let's also add includes nodes true, connections true. And if there is no workflow, let's throw new non-retriable error, workflow not found. So that's why I didn't use find unique or throw, because this will just restart the query. Now, you could decide for yourself if find unique, I mean, yes, technically this could fail if maybe the database is unreachable. So maybe we shouldn't exactly throw unreachable. Yeah, maybe we can do find unique or throw here. And then it will just, if the database is missing, if the database connection is bad, it will just retry. Maybe that's actually a good thing. Yeah, let's keep it like that. And now let's just do return workflow.nodes. As simple as that. Like we just want the nodes. And let's go ahead and return nodes. Perfect. So a super simple execution here. Now let's just modify our execute here to actually pass that. So data workflow ID will be input.id. Make sure you don't misspell workflow ID. It's used like this. Let's go ahead and try it now. So I'm going to, let me just try and refresh here. And now I will just click execute workflow. And let's see what's going on. So prepare workflow finalization. Let's try and open this. Can I close the sidebar? I can. Perfect. And here we go. We should have 2 nodes. First one is the HTTP request, and the second one is the manual trigger. Perfect. Amazing. That seems to be working just fine. What we should do now is we should somehow sort these nodes. Why do I say we have to sort these nodes? Well, look at it. Okay, this is super simple, right? We can just sort by date of creation in a linear example. But what if we branch out? What if we do this and this, right? So that's why we need to use topological sort. So it can handle this type of branching. For now, please keep it simple like this so you can have similar results as me, right? Let's go ahead and work on the topological sort now. So in order to do that, we need to have one helper package installed called toposort. There's a bunch of these packages which help for this, but I found this one to be the simplest to use. And once you have that installed, let's go ahead and go inside of the Inngest folder and create the utils.ts. Let's import toposort from toposort. Looks like we also need the types for it. So let's go ahead and just install the types. npm install save to development types toposort. And let's wait a second. Perfect. Let's export const topological sort. Let's go ahead and accept first parameter nodes to be a type of node from generated Prisma. And the second one, connections. Connection from generated Prisma and an array. And it will return node like this, array of nodes. So first things first, if no connections, return node as is, meaning they are all independent. So let's just return, my apologies, let's check if connections.length is equal to 0, return nodes. So what is this example here? Well, if this didn't exist, can I remove a connection? I can. So this, right? These two are not connected. So if we try executing them, well, obviously you can decide for yourself what should happen. Should anything even happen in this case? Maybe not. Maybe you should just throw an error, right? But we're just handling that case for now, right? If no connections, let's just return back the nodes. There's nothing we can do, right? We have no idea what is the actual connection between these nodes. Otherwise, let's go ahead and create the edges array for toposort. Const edges is going to return a matrix. So string, like this, connections, dot map, and then get the individual connection and return an array like this. And in here, in the first one, use from node ID, and the second one, to node ID. Now let's go ahead and let's add nodes with no connections as self edges to ensure they're included. So const connected node IDs will be new set with a type of string. And let's do a simple for loop here for connection of connections. Connected node IDs dot add connection from node ID, and then another one to node ID. Now let's go ahead and do a simple for loop over our nodes. For node of nodes, if not connected node IDs has a node ID, let's go ahead and push it to our edges array. Edges push and open an array inside, pass in node.id and node.id inside. So these are connections as self edges. And now let's go ahead and finally perform the topological sort. Let sorted node IDs return a string. Let's go ahead and click try. Sorted node IDs are going to be toposort, passing the edges. Let's go ahead and remove duplicates from self edges. So that's this part here. We're going to do that by simply returning a set. sorted node IDs, new set sorted node IDs. Otherwise, let's go ahead and catch an error, if error, instance of error, and if error.message.includes cyclic. Make sure you don't misspell this like me, cyclic. So if this happens, it means that this type of node array that we received and their connections are cyclic, meaning we cannot create a linear sort from them. So because of that, we need to throw new error here. Workflow contains a cycle, as in something is wrong. This is not linear. We can't actually do this. Otherwise, just throw that error back. And now finally, let's go ahead and map sorted IDs back to node objects. So const node map, new map, nodes.map, use a shorthand constant n, and return an array n.id and n itself. And finally, return sorted node IDs .map, get the ID, and return nodemap.get ID. Use an exclamation mark here for a non-null assertion fix, and then do .filter boolean, like this. If you have biome turned on, this will most likely give you a warning. This is fine. We are not going to have too many of these cases, but in this one, it just helps simplify the code. So now our nodes and their edges should be sorted, right? The only exceptions are if we do a cycle, which shouldn't be able to happen because we should never be able to do this and then this, right? You can see how our UX does not allow us to do this. That's because on the triggers, we removed the edge here. So that cannot happen. But still, even if somehow someone breaks that, we are going to take care of it here by throwing an error. So I think this is okay now. Let's go ahead and try it now. Inside of routers, I think that, I'm not sure if this is a good example. Maybe I'm not understanding this correctly, but you can see that the first node that was returned here was actually HTTP request and then manual trigger, when it's actually the opposite, right? It should first be manual trigger and then it should be HTTP request. But then again, perhaps it just depends on how we read this array. I'm not even sure. Let's just try it so we can actually see. Inside of functions now, well, let's rename this entire constant to sorted nodes, like that. And let's return sorted nodes here. And now, instead of returning workflow.nodes, we can do return topological sort, which you can import from /utils, pass in nodes as the first argument, and pass in connections as the second argument. There we go. So now we have that. Let's go ahead and run this so we can see if there are any differences now. Just make sure you have a connection and click execute workflow. And let's go ahead and see. Perfect, no errors. And I can already see the first node is manual trigger and the second node is HTTP request. Amazing, amazing job. Obviously, we don't have enough nodes right now to, try and create some complex scenarios, but you can try like something like this. It will be very hard to debug if it's actually okay or not, because even if I try and do this, it's just going to look the same. It's going to be manual trigger, and after that, everything will be HTTP request. So we don't really know what was the order here, really. So let me go ahead and look here. Yeah, so as I expected, manual trigger, and then just a bunch of HTTP requests. But at least we can count the number of HTTP requests. So 1, 2, 3. I think I counted 3. 1, 2, 3. meaning all of them are now considered in a linear sense. So we can now go ahead and map over those sorted nodes, and we can execute each of them. Perfect. So even though we kind of branched out, we made sure to have all three in our new array. Perfect. So at least that works. And now that we have topologically sorted our nodes, what we have to do is we have to execute each node depending on their type. So we're going to wrap this chapter up by kind of preparing that registry of executors that each node will have for itself. Basically, the way to execute in its background job. So before we return sorted nodes, let's go ahead and initialize the context with any initial data from the trigger. Now, this doesn't make too much sense, right? Because I'm about to do let context to be event.data.initial data, or an empty array, an empty object, because we never actually passed this now, right? You can see where we call it. We executed right here, await ingest.send. So what should we really pass in the initial data here? Well, in this specific example, where we have a manual execution, absolutely nothing. That's why this is optional. But to give you a better idea of when this will be populated with something, imagine a webhook trigger or a Google form submission. Those are the types where we're going to also execute this job like this, but since it will be within a webhook, we're going to have some payload there, and then we will be able to do initial values and just pass in or initial data, however I named it, right? We're just going to do payload dot data, right? Something, and then we will be able to run our executors with that initial data. I'm kind of trying to explain how this will be used in the future. If it's confusing you, don't worry. It will make more sense once we actually implement Google form submission or something like that. So now let's execute each node here. For const node of sorted nodes, let's go ahead and first get the executor. So for each node, we need to get its executor. Get executor, a function which does not exist yet, and pass in node.type as node type here from generated Prisma. And now we have to develop the executor registry. So I'm going to develop that inside of features, executions. Let me create a new folder called lib. And in here, executor registry.ts. Executor-registry.ts looks fine. And let's go ahead and export const executor registry like this. It's going to be an object, and let's give it a specific type here, record. The first argument will be node type, and for now let's just make the second one unknown. Import this from generated Prisma, and now you will have to use node type and then put, for example, manual trigger, and then this will be the executor. Then node type dot initial, and that will have its own. And then node type dot HTTP request, and that will have its own. So that is the point, right? We're now going to go through each of our nodes, and depending on their type, so we just did export const executor registry. Let's now do export const get executor type, node type, unknown, const executor is equal to executor registry type. If there is no executor found in that object above, throw new error. And let's be specific, so open backticks, no executor found for node type. And let's just pass in the type. And return the executor. There we go. And now we can use the get executor here. from features executions lib executor registry. Not too sure if that's like the best place to put it, but kind of makes sense, right? Executions, executor registry, I guess. I don't know. And now that we have here the executor, let's go ahead and let's do context, await, executor, open an object here, and pass in data to be node.data as record, and string unknown, pass in node ID to be node.id, context, and step. But now we have a problem. So this executor is a type of unknown, because obviously that's what I've typed here. So let's go ahead and give it a proper type instead. So let's stay inside of features executions here, and let's go ahead and add types.ts here. Let's go ahead and import get step tools from Inngest and Inngest itself. And we can limit this to be types. Let's export type workflow context to be a simple empty object, so string unknown. Then let's export type step tools to be get step tools ingest.any. Let's export interface node executor params to use a generic tData, which is a type of record string unknown, because it can truly be anything that we are going to pass in these nodes, right? Their data will be able to be anything. Okay, 5th try on the unknown, and I still don't know how to spell it. Unknown. There we go. So give it a type of data, tData, which is just anything, right? For example, in HTTP request node, this will be an object with endpoint, body, and method. Then in Stripe, it's going to be, well, Stripe is a trigger, so it's a bad example. But in OpenAI node, it's going to be system prompt and user prompt and model. In Anthropic, it's going to be similar, right? In, I don't know, any other node that you create, it will be its own type. So basically, the data, which is this dynamic thing, represents whatever we have in this dialog here, which can be anything depending on the node. That's why it makes no sense to do any strict definitions of it. Then let's do node ID, so we know exactly which node we are working with here. Context, workflow context, which again can be anything, because the context will simply expand as each node progresses, because we will be able to use the context of the previous node into the next node. So again, we can't really define that. We have no idea what nodes will return. What will this HTTP request return? We don't know. Maybe it will be a JSON, maybe it will be a string, maybe it will point to an API, maybe it will be an error. We don't know. That's why it's defined as this. And let's do step tools. Later, we're also going to have publish here, but I'm going to comment this out and just do add real-time later, because we don't have that now. And finally, export type node executor tData equals record string unknown. Okay, unknown. Params node executor params tData, and return promise workflow context. All right, very complicated, but that's all the types we need. Perfect. We can now head back inside of the executor registry here, and we can modify this unknown to be node executor from .. types, which obviously means that all of these are now going to fail. But let's also change this unknown to be node executor. And now we have to develop proper executors here. So for now, I'm going to just focus on the manual trigger here. Let's go ahead and find where it is. So it is inside of features, triggers, manual trigger right here. And this one will be super simple. So inside of manual trigger, create a new file, executor.ts. And let's go ahead and import type node executor from features executions types, and export const manual trigger executor. Give it a type of node executor. And inside of it, we just need a empty object. So this can, for example, be, let's go ahead and call it type manual trigger data record string unknown, like this, and then just pass in that here. Open an asynchronous function here, like this. There we go. Now the params which we're going to have are data, node ID, context, and step. So exactly the ones which we just defined here. Data, node ID, context, and step. For the manual trigger, the data will not actually exist, so you can already remove it. I just wanted to show you type safety works here. Let me add to do publish loading state for manual trigger, because we don't have the real time yet. But to do that will be the first thing we're going to do here. Otherwise, let's just do const result await step.run manual trigger and a very simple asynchronous function which simply returns the context. So basically, this will be passed through, as in there is nothing to do in here. Just go to the next node. And let's do to do publish, success state for manual trigger. So after we succeed, just go ahead and proceed. There we go, and return this. And now we have our first executor, manual trigger executor. Let's go ahead and use it here. There we go. Now, obviously, I think we have some problems here. We didn't add initial or HTTP request. So can I maybe just do like partial? I want to find a way of not having to add every single one of them here, like node type dot initial, and then I have to, think of something node type dot HTTP request, right? You can just add all of these right now to get rid of type errors. And now for each node that we have, we're going to have to develop their executor. And this way, we kind of have like a big switch case inside of our, where is our ingest folder functions. So basically, each of those topologically sorted nodes are now going to get their executor, and then we're just going to execute it. And for each of them, we're going to extend the context even more, right? So if the first HTTP request node returns some JSON, the second HTTP request node will be able to access that context. And that's what users will be able to define using these variables. So the users will be able to use HTTP request dot users or dot to-dos, right? That's how that's going to work. Perfect. So now we have this. Not sure if we are like ready to try this. Well, here's what I want you to do. I want you to copy this executor here. Copy it, go inside of executions, components, HTTP request, and paste the executor here. Change this from manual trigger data to HTTP request data. This will be HTTP request executor, and change these instances to be for HTTP request and step.run HTTP request. And let me just quickly compare this with my source code. So we are kind of, right? Let's call it, okay. Yes, I think this is okay. We can now go inside of executor registry and just change this to be HTTP request executor. And okay, yeah, we're kind of mixing features. Yeah, I kind of don't like that we have the executor registry in the executions folder, and then we have a specific executor in the manual trigger in the features triggers. It's kind of spaghetti going everywhere. But let's leave it like this for now. Just make sure you can import them. And yes, the initial will actually never happen. But we have to add something here just to satisfy the type errors here. And now, if we actually try, I think this should work just fine. The only thing we ought to modify is what we return here. So what we should actually return is the following. We should return the workflow ID. We should return the result as context, because the context will be fully modified by the end of this for loop, even though right now nothing will really happen, because we just return back the context and go to the next node. That's the only thing we do right now. So let's go ahead and try it now. The only thing we should see now is, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4. We should see 4 steps now happen when we execute. So right now we had 1 step. This one doesn't count. This is finalization. Now we should see 4 steps, 1 for each node. So make sure to click save here. And then let's go ahead and try and execute. So let me just see it. Okay, fully saved. Execute workflow. And let's see, prepare manual trigger HTTP request, HTTP request, HTTP request. Perfect. Amazing. That is exactly what we wanted. And if you remove one and save, now it should have 3 steps. So let's try this again. Manual trigger, HTTP request, HTTP request. So yes, not counting the preparation one, just these ones. Perfect. You can now see that our workflow background jobs has exactly the amount of steps in the exact order as their graphical interface here. And now to end the chapter, let's actually make an HTTP request node fail or succeed. So keep it simple for now. Just do a very simple connection between a manual trigger and an HTTP request node. And for the first example, don't configure it at all, as in this should say not configured. Don't pass any endpoint URL, don't do anything at all. And let's focus on the HTTP request executor. So the first thing I want to do is I want to define proper HTTP request data. So I'm going to go ahead and define endpoint to be an optional string. I'm going to define the method to be an optional string, body, and that's it. So basically the exact thing that's inside of, let me go ahead and try and find node.tsx HTTP request node. There we go. This basically. So yeah, perhaps the method should be this. Perfect. So we are kind of passing now to the backend what are the possible options for this HTTP request. And now that we have that, we can actually bring back data from here. Because once we have the data, we can actually do something with it. For example, before we do the result, let's go ahead and check if there is no data. As you can see, we now have completion here. If data endpoint is missing to do, let's do publish error state for HTTP request. But what we can do is throw new non-retriable error here, HTTP request node, no endpoint configured. So just throw that error. And I think that already, if you try this now, this should fail. So just make sure to save this super simple example. Make sure this is not configured. And once it is saved, let's go ahead and execute it. And now we should see this fail. Okay, it's running. And there we go. So what happened? Let's see. HTTP request node, no endpoint configured. So exactly what we expected. The only thing that's missing is visual feedback, which we are going to be working on later. Now, how could we do a request? Well, we could do a request by using await step.fetch and using data endpoint here. That is one way of doing it. And then we could get const result like this. Let me go ahead and do this and just return result. You can actually remove this. There we go. That's one way of doing it. So if I go ahead and try and change this to https codewithantonio.com, Google or something, maybe this is a bad example. Maybe this will fail now because this will return text instead of JSON. But let's just see if we will at least see step.fetch. Here it is. Step.fetch is now happening. So you can, of course, use Inngest's built-in step.fetch. And you can see the output here, body, right? So you can use that. But I kind of found it easier to use a bit more, I'm not sure what should I use to describe it, not exactly advanced, because here's the thing, step.fetch is a wrapper around normal fetch, which we all know and love, but we also know there are certain limitations with it, right? It's quite hard, hard. It takes a lot of code to do a super simple post request with it. So for that reason, I recommend that you actually do npm install ky, which is like a lightweight alternative to Axios. So let's import ky from ky. Obviously, so if you prefer Axios, you can do this with Axios. If you prefer, I don't know, step.fetch, you can just use step.fetch, right? So this is what we're going to do now. I'm going to go ahead and do a result. And instead of step.fetch, this will be step.run HTTP request. And this is why I also prefer using my own kind of fetch execution so that I can have a step.run independently like this. And inside of this, I'm going to go ahead and do const method to be data.method, or I will fall back to get method. Maybe I can even stop doing this all the time. It's getting a little bit annoying, and I can just throw an error if method is not defined, because it is getting a little bit annoying right now. And then what I'm going to do, let me just define const endpoint to be data.endpoint like this, because at this point I think I can, yeah, I'm just gonna do this. This will also throw you a warning if you're using biome or any linters, but just leave it like this for now. So we're doing non-null assertion here because we know that at this point data.endpoint will exist. And now I will define options to be method like this. Options will be a type of ky options. Ky options, where can I import that? Okay, so ky import type options as ky options. Perfect. And now that we have this, let's see if we should also attach the body property. So if open an array post put patch includes method, if we have data.body, options.body is going to be our data.body. The reason I'm doing this instead of an if clause is because we are going to first, it's a bit hard to explain, but the way we will be able to write this is also using variables. So if instead of post method here, you do this, HTTP response data ID, you have to parse that here. We are not going to be doing that now simply because it's unnecessarily complicated. But let's just leave it like this for now. Yeah, let's just do this. Okay, simple as that. And then let's do const response here. Await ky, endpoint, and options. And let's go ahead and do const response data to be await response.json.catch response.text. And finally, let's go ahead and let's return, spread the context, and do HTTP response here, status, response.status, status text, response status text, data, response data, and Well, I think this might be enough for now. And this will actually fail if you try to fetch something that's not returning JSON. So instead, what you can do is you can check content, const content type here is equal to response.headers.get content type. And then in here, check if content type question mark includes application /JSON, then do await response.json. Otherwise, do await response.text. Perfect. So now we can use the response data as the actual data here. All right, and I think that should work just fine. So let's try it out now. So I'm gonna go ahead and just make sure this is a GET request pointing to my website here. I will click save. And then I'm going to execute the workflow. And basically, I'm not expecting much to change, except in the finalization step, in the result, I am expecting this, right? The body, the headers, I'm expecting to see that in the finalization step here. So let me click execute workflow. And let's see, did I develop this correctly or not? Perhaps I made some mistake in the KY implementation. There we go. Finalization now has the result from the previous HTTP request node, which has the data for this is useless in the sense that we are not fetching any API. We are just fetching HTML. So let me try and just find you a nicer example to make this make more sense. So there is this public API that you can use. JSON placeholder.typecode.com to do's /1. So let's just use get, save here. And after you've saved up here, let's go ahead and execute workflow. And now we should have a nicer response here. It should be in the form of JSON. In the finalization, here we go. The HTTP response now has data. And in here, we just have some mock to do, completed false, ID 1, title something, user ID something. We have status text. Basically, exactly what happened here. But here's the thing, I'm not sure how this will now behave, but if you try and map like 2 HTTP requests now, and let's go ahead and just copy this. Oh, wow, I think I just did the circular thing. Let's remove that. Okay, that will definitely fail. So go ahead and put number 2 here, get request, save, click save here. And now, technically, we should have 2 objects with the name of HTTP response. So that could technically fail. I think that this might actually cause an error. I'm very interested to see what will happen because, okay, it completed. So 2 HTTP requests happened. You can see one with an ID of 2, one with an ID of 1. So what I think, it's just we just get the HTTP response of the second one. So it overrides the first one. That's not good. We should think of a solution to allow the final step to have the data from multiple HTTP requests. We can do that quite easily, but by maybe introducing a third field here called variable name. And then you will have the exact variable name that will be used here in the result. And then the user will be responsible for making sure that they don't override themselves. But I think that's why I wanted you to just use this super simple example so you don't run into those kinds of issues. So you can see that there is still some work to do here, but I think you kind of get the idea now, right? Each of our nodes now has a topological order, and it has its own way of executing. So in this specific HTTP request, it's quite simple, right? But later when we create OpenAI, instead of doing this, we're going to check, do we have a user prompt? If we don't, throw an error. User prompt is required. And instead of doing a fetch request, we're just going to be doing an OpenAI request and returning back something. So that will be the way we're going to move forward. So let me go ahead and check. We created the execute ingest functions, we did the topological sort, and we created the executor registry. Amazing. And yeah, inside of our executor registry, we have one which just kind of passes through. This is the one instead of triggers, manual trigger executor. So yes, this executor doesn't do absolutely anything besides have its loading state and its success state, which is purely used for user satisfaction so they can see that something is happening, right? Even though this will immediately show loading and then immediately show success, right? There is absolutely nothing happening here. We just kind of make sure that the context gets passed further. So we can also even remove node ID. I think we don't even need node. Actually, we will need a node ID later for the loading and success states. But I think that this is enough for this chapter. In the next chapter, we're going to solve two problems. We're going to solve the problem of our HTTP request nodes overriding themselves, and we're going to start to do this. So instead of doing it like this, we will be able to do, I don't know, previous node dot ID, right? You will basically be able to use the context of your previous nodes. So think of it like this. Let me show you. Instead of ingest development server, so this HTTP response now returns user ID 1 or ID 2 or title or something. What if you wanted to use that? So you would do HTTP response dot user ID, right? That's kind of the goal, that you are able to use the data from one node into another node. That's what we're going to be focusing into the next chapter. So for now, I think this is enough for us to get introduced into this execution thingy. So 18 node execution. Let's go ahead and commit all of these files here. So I have 15. You might have 16 again if you have that mprox log file here. Otherwise, this should be it. Staged all changes. Before I commit, I'm just going to go ahead and click on main here, create a new branch. 18 node execution. There we go. So now I'm in this new branch. I have staged my changes. 18 node execution. I will click commit and then I will click publish branch. Now that this branch has been published, I'm just going to go ahead and open the pull request. So I'm going to click compare and pull request and create pull request 18 node execution. And now let's go ahead and review our changes. And here we have the summary by CodeRabbit. New features. We added an execute workflow button in the editor when a manual trigger node is present. We introduced workflow execution from the app via a new action and hook. We enabled the HTTP request nodes to perform real requests and return response data. And we, of course, refactored the workflow runs now follow dependency order, meaning the topological sort, with improved orchestration and a unified context result, enhancing reliability and clarity of outcomes. As always, file by file walkthrough here, but here is the sequence diagram that interests us the most. So let's go ahead and try and follow it. So when the user clicks on execute workflow, we call the tRPC mutation with a workflow ID param. We then call workflows. Okay, so this is the actual tRPC execution. And the only thing this does is it sends the event workflows execute workflow. Immediately, we return back the workflow with a success message to the user. Okay. And what actually happens here is the background job. So let's see. We trigger the function with the event. We load the workflow, its nodes, and its connections. We return that data and we map it to the topological sort function. And then the topological sort gives us sorted nodes, and we can then do the for loop for each of that node, and we can find the appropriate executor for that node and execute it and return the updated context along. Great. So that's exactly what we are doing. We do have some comments here, so let's go ahead First one is in the HTTP request dialog here. So I changed from 3 individual prompts to just 1. And in here it says destructure and depend on specific form methods instead of the full form object. Okay, I will look into that. Now in here, it is telling me to do appropriate error handling for KY package. We will work on that in the next chapter where we improve the entire HTTP request executor itself. Same here. So yes, we completely forgot to pass the option headers, which will lead to some servers to reject the request. Again, this will be in the next chapter where we improve the HTTP request executor altogether. In here, it is telling me to improve the way I handle errors in case I cannot find an executor for a certain node. Yes, so I could look into doing this. I think it's fine as it is, but yeah, it wouldn't hurt to have even more strict checks here. I will look into that as well. Same thing for this. So I think the error message is cyclic, but in here it's telling me is cycle. So I will just look at the source code of Toposort or documentation and see which one of those it is. And in here, yes, so I told you that we can use the non-null assertion here with the exclamation point. So in here, it suggests not doing that, and instead just quickly checking if a node is missing and throw an error. Perhaps that is safer. Yes, we could do that. Okay, amazing suggestions from CodeRabbit. I will take a look at them, and for the next chapter, maybe prepare a few that I think are important so we can proceed. But for now, let's go ahead and merge this pull request. Amazing job. This was a complicated chapter. Let's go back inside of the main branch and let's make sure to click on synchronize changes and OK. And let's go ahead inside of our source control, open the graph. And in here, we should now see 18 node execution. Amazing. That means everything here is merged, which I think means we are ready to go ahead and wrap this chapter up. So we pushed to GitHub, created a new branch, created a new PR, and reviewed. Amazing, amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to continue our work on executing nodes by fixing some issues we discovered in the previous chapter. Let's start by fixing the CodeRabbit reported issue about our missing content type header. And let's discuss the cyclic error message that we decided to look for whenever Toposort is happening. So I'm going to go ahead and open the previous pull request right here. And this is the first suggestion, and it is completely valid. We have forgot to add headers to our post put patch request. So let's go ahead and do that to ensure that our HTTP request node can properly make those requests. So what we have to do is we have to find executor.ts inside of features, executions, components, HTTP request folder. So let me show you how that looks right here. Features, executions, components, HTTP request executor.ts. And in here, when we decide that this will be a post, put, or patch request, besides filling the body, we also have to do options.headers. And let's do this properly. Options.headers, and we have to add content -type. And in the type will be the exact this one that we are querying for later. There we go. This will ensure that our post, put, or patch request doesn't get rejected, because headers are an important part of an HTTP request, of course. Great. So that's one thing resolved from our previous pull request here. There are some other things here, such as validate node types and data at runtime. Now, depending on your personal preference, you can of course do this. This is a good advice. But let me show you exactly where this is happening. So this is happening inside of our source folder, inside of Inngest, functions.ts. So basically what it's telling us to do is the following. You can see that when we pass this node.type, by default, it doesn't have a proper node type. So we have to cast it as such, right? Or maybe we don't even. Yeah, you can see that. Okay, looks like it's working. But still, CodeRabbit is telling us to check at runtime if it's actually a part of node type using this, and then throw an error if it's not. Here's why we don't have to do that. So first things first, I had no idea that we don't have to cast it as node type. So I'll have to retrace my steps to like fully confirm that. But just for now, I don't want to change my the code I've written because I don't want you to have any errors, right? So if you have this, leave it just in case. And if you go inside of get executor here, you can see what happens. So if that type, which is a node type, does not match to whatever we define in our executor registry, we're going to throw an error. So you don't really have to worry about node type not being compatible. So that's why I chose not to do this suggestion right here. But of course, depending on your preference, you might think this is a great runtime validation, so you might do it. Same goes from data, which is later retrieved from the executor constant. For now, I'm going to leave this as is. And now let's go ahead and discuss the other problem that we have. And that is key collision. So what is key collision? In our previous example, we had this type of schema, right? Very simple. When I click execute, I'm going to get this, and then I'm going to get that in my results. So if I go ahead and visit my, let me go ahead and just find my Inngest server here, 8288. So I suggest that you go here too. Having some trouble clicking on it. 8288. Here we go. Completed. And if you go inside of finalization here, you will see that the result simply says HTTP response with data of ID 1 inside. That's pretty straightforward, right? Because we have an HTTP request which requests to-dos by an ID of 1. If I change this to to-do 2, and if I click save here, and then if I click execute workflow again, I'm going to have another request here finished. And this time, this request's finalization will be different. It will include the ID of 2. Perfect. But what if I do this? What if I add another HTTP request right after this one? And if I change this, let's make this to be to-do 1, click save, and change this to be to-dos 2, and click save. Save the entire workflow, and then click execute again. So what's going to happen now? So I will have, as you can see, 2 HTTP requests fired. But in the finalization block, you will see that I only have 1 HTTP response, only ID 2, which means that this one was completely overridden. You can see that and prove that by going inside of these individual ones. You can see that the first HTTP request topologically called the to-do with ID of 1, but the second one called with to-do 2. But both of them have the same value here, HTTP response, which means that in the finalization block, only the last one gets written. That's because we have a key collision. So now let's go ahead and fix that. And yes, there is this thing right here. So cyclic error message. So CodeRabbit told us to double check if that's the correct one. So instead of my utils in the source ingest folder, yes, this is correct. I went into the source code and I can confirm that this toposort library here throws an error message which includes the word cyclic, not cycle. So this is correct. Just wanted to resolve that because I think I promised that I will resolve it. And now we have to fix this bug that we have, right? Basically, it's not allowing us to chain our HTTP requests. In order to do that, we're going to have to introduce a new field to UI. So each of our nodes, besides having a method, endpoint URL, right, those specific things for itself, it's also going to need to have a variable name. And I suggest we add that as the first field in every node that we have, because it's going to be a very important one, and it's always going to be required. So let's start from the UI side and work our way into the executor and finally assigning it to the context. The first component I want to go in is node.tsx. So let's find it together so we refresh our knowledge. It is inside of source, features, executions, components, HTTP request, node.tsx. So besides having an endpoint, method, and body, we're also now going to have variable name. Like this. The reason we are making this optional is not because it's optional, it's because it will not be added at some point, right? So we cannot always rely that this will exist. It will be required for executing the node, but it will not be required as the initial node, if that makes sense, right? So user will have to add this later. And once we have this variable name, what we can do with it is, well, we don't have to worry about it too much because you can see it's automatically going to be spread here. It will automatically be passed here in the default values because we refactored our code previously. But maybe we can improve the description so the user can visually see, for example, right here in this HTTP request node, perhaps we can add some kind of variable name here. That's like one idea I have. I'm not sure. Maybe later. Let's leave it like this for now, and then we'll see. Now that we have the variable name, we can go ahead and safely go inside of dialog.tsx. And now we have to modify our form schema. So our form schema now needs a new field called variable name. Let me fix it. Variable name is going to be a type of string. Now, we can just leave it to be any type of string. But it needs to be a type of string that will be compatible with a JavaScript object, right? So it should not be able to be something like this, I think. I think this might not be valid, or maybe it is because whitespace is valid. But basically, we want to make sure that whatever users writes inside will not throw any runtime errors when assigned to the key value of an object. So because of that, we're going to add some regex to validate that. So z.string like this. After string, let's go ahead and make it required. Let's give it a message variable name is required. And then let's add a regex. So I'm just going to copy the regex so you don't have to see me type it here. And let's go ahead and make sure that we have an error message if it's not applied. Variable name must start with a letter or underscore and contain only letters, numbers, and underscores. Like this. So this isn't an unknown regex. You can find it quite easily on Google. Basically, it does exactly what the message says. It allows capital and non-capital letters as well as numbers from 0 to 9, with the exception of a $sign, because that's also valid to be inside of a JSON object. So I think this is good enough. You can, of course, for yourself research if you have a better regex, but I think this will work just as well. Now let's go ahead and let's add it here in the default values here. Variable name will be default values.variable name or an empty string. Same thing in the form reset, default values, variable name, or an empty string. And now what we have to do is we have to add a form field for it. So let me try and find the simplest one. I think that's this one, the endpoint URL. I'm just going to copy it because it's very simple. And I'm going to add it above the first form field because we said we want this to be the first one. I'm going to change the name to be variable name. And I'm going to change this to be variable name. And the placeholder can be whatever we want. For example, my API call. Basically, allowing the user to know, hey, you can name this whatever you want. And in the form description, let's go ahead and describe something like this. Use this name to reference the result in other nodes. Then I'm using this to create a space. And then I open an object so that I can do double curly brackets because that's how we're going to do templating. For example, my API call .http response test.data. And the placeholder here is the same. So if user names this test, later in other nodes, they will be able to do test.http-response.data. Perfect. So now once we do that, if you go ahead and open an HTTP request, you should see a variable name. And I just got a really cool idea. If we change the variable name, maybe we could also change the description to make it even clearer to your users what this will be used for. Let's see if I can do it very quickly. So just as I did this, let me go ahead and do const watch variable name form watch variable name like this. And then in here, in the form description, let's see if I change this to backticks. Change this to backticks. And if I specifically do this, watch variable name, and maybe make this fall back to my API call, so it looks better. There we go. Exactly what the variable name is, that's what the user will see. So it will be easier for them to understand how they're going to use this later in other nodes, right? So test, or if nothing is written, it's just going to use the placeholder one. I think it's cool. And if I save, it should give me an error because variable name is required. So let's go ahead and call this my API call 1 like this, and let's click save. And let's do this one, my API call 2, and let's click save. There we go. So now we have different variable names for two identical nodes with, of course, different endpoint URLs. So what we have to do now is we have to use that variable name inside of the actual executor. So first things first, first things first, and last things last, we have to go to the executor. So features, executions, components, HTTP request, executor.ts. And now let's go inside of the HTTP request data, and let's go ahead and let's add the variable name. Again, it's going to be an optional string. And what we're going to do is, you can define how strict you want to be with this. I would personally be as strict as if we were missing an endpoint, right? If there is no variable name, it's a non-retriable error, right? So let's remove this to do right here. Actually, no, yes, we also have to publish the error state for this. So non-retriable error, variable name not configured. Like this. And now let's go all the way down to the return method. And we have to slightly modify it. So let's go ahead and do const response payload. And let's go ahead and copy the HTTP response from here. So basically our old payload, exactly as it is. And now we're just going to slightly modify this by spreading the context. And instead of storing this under HTTP response, let's store it under data.variablename and the response payload inside. There we go. So let's see. A computed property name must be a type of string, number, symbol, or any. Data.variablename. I was expecting this to take care of that. Maybe I should also check for string. Let me just for my curiosity, if I do if data.variablename right here, does that fix the issue? That seems to fix the issue. Okay. Let me just pause the video just a little bit and see what is the best way to handle this. Here's a potential solution that we can do. We can do both actually. Let's do if data.variablename like this, and then return like that. And we can also do another return here, which can be served as a fallback to direct HTTP response for backwards compatibility. And let's just go ahead and do what we used to do. So context, and then append the response payload like this. And let's just try it out for now. So I think this should work now. So let's see, everything we changed in executor.ts is we checked if we don't have the variable name and we throw an error because it's now required. And we changed another check here if we have it, simply because this type error is being a little, it's giving us a hard time basically. So I made sure to wrap that inside of another if clause here so I can safely return that with that variable name. But if somehow all of this, validation fails or something, let's just fall back to what we have right now, even though it doesn't work as well as we want it to. But I think that now this should work okay. I think I should be able to save this because we can extend individual node data without extending the schema. That's another cool thing about React Flow and the fact that we store this in a JSON object. So I think that now the situation should be different. Let's click execute workflow and let's follow it again. So it is running. And there we go. You can see that now we have a my API call 1 with its own HTTP response. And then we have another my API call 1, but here it is, thankfully, my API call 2. Perfect. It's just that this one was there first, so I thought something had happened. And here is the final result. The result object now has my API call 1 with HTTP response and data of ID 1. And down here, my API call 2 with HTTP response, data, and ID of 2. And this way, we resolved our problem of key collision. So we have added the variable name to the UI, and we added the variable name inside of the context. I'm not too happy about this part right here that I have to check, and this fallback, because this fallback really doesn't make any sense, because it's never going to get to that, right? If we somehow remove the variable name, it will just throw an error. And honestly, since we are still in development phase, we don't really need to offer any fallback. But this currently is a solution to not have that type error here. For the next chapter, I might research a bit more into it and how I can give you a prettier solution so that we can simply validate our variable name here. Perhaps I also have to add and if type of, and if type of data variable name is equal to string. Maybe that's what I had to do. And then if I remove this, okay. Maybe I'm missing something very obvious. So I will make sure to take a deeper look into this in the next chapter and tell you if there is a prettier solution to this. But as you can see, as I just tested, we officially fixed our overriding problem. So let's go ahead and quickly go over these 3 files that we have modified. So I think we actually started with the executor, right? And the only thing we did here first was we added options.headers. Make sure you have that. Make sure you didn't misspell any key and a value there. Then we went into node.tsx, where we very simply extended with a new variable name, and I don't think we modified anything else. If you want to, you can add it into your description so that users can visually see what variable that is. You can add it right like before the get method, whatever you prefer. And then we went into the dialog. We added a variable name with some regex, which basically allows A to Z letters, lowercase and uppercase, $, and numeric variables. Perfect. And we added that new form field and a cool little watch util that will directly show the user how they can use that in other nodes. Perfect. So what I want to do now is open a pull request and merge those changes. Let's go ahead and open a new branch. Let's call it 19 node variables. Let's go ahead and click on stage all changes. 19 node variables. Let's go ahead and click commit and let's click publish branch. Now let's go ahead and open a pull request. And since this was a fairly simple pull request, I don't think we have to go through the entire review, simply because it's just 3 files, some quick fixes I want to resolve before moving on to other chapters. I'm going to immediately merge this pull request, and let's focus on adding more interesting nodes finally. So we pushed to GitHub, we created a new branch, a new PR, and we reviewed locally right here all the files. Of course, you can go through CodeRabbit's review for this one. I just think it's a very short pull request. So now let's go ahead and change this branch back to main, and let's go ahead and click on synchronize changes right here, and let's click OK. And after that, as always, I like to confirm by going inside of my source control tab, clicking inside of graph, and I want to make sure that 19 is the newest thing I just merged, and it's just those 3 files. Amazing. That means everything is right, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to continue working on node execution by implementing templating language. This will be a particularly powerful feature of our project, and I'm so happy that we are finally in this chapter because I think it's very, very interesting how we are going to achieve this. So the first thing we have to do is we have to refactor one implementation from the previous chapter. In the previous chapter, we added variable name, which basically fixes the key collision issue, which we discovered 2 chapters before this. So let's go ahead and quickly fix that before we discuss exactly how we are going to implement this. So we're going to go ahead inside of source, features, executions, components, HTTP request, executor.ts. So what problem do we have? Even though we have an if check for the data variable name missing and we throw an error, still, if I remove this if clause right here, we get an error. And because of that, we have this weird solution where we wrap this instead of an if clause, and then we fall back to this one. Since we made a decision that variable name will be required, we can safely remove this fallback now. And in order to fix this, we can very simply define inside of HTTP request data which ones are actually expected to be required. Keyword expected. So let's remove the question mark for variable name, and let's also remove it for endpoint. This way, these 2 are expected to always be required, and we can also do the same for the method actually. But even though we expect them to be required, the only way we currently validate that is on the front end using React hook form, which is fine, but not good enough. We need to be secure. That's why we are doing these things right here. We throw error if any of our required fields are missing. So let's go ahead and just do the same thing for the method here. And very simply, method not configured. As simple as that. If you want to, you can continue adding like these type of errors, simply so it's easier to find in the logs. Great, so now we do make these required in the types, but we also do a runtime validation just in case they are not passed, because users can easily bypass this. So we want to make sure that these are actually passed so that we can properly do the request. And now once you've done this, you can actually remove the question mark here because this will now always be required. And let's see, the method, same thing. You don't have to fall back to get because method will now always be required. Perfect. So that's how we resolved that first issue. Our code is much cleaner looking now. So let me quickly mark that as completed. So what is template syntax? How are we going to implement that, and why do we even need that? Well, take a look at this scenario that I've prepared right here. So very similar to our previous project. I have one HTTP request with a variable name myAPI_1 with a get method and a simple API placeholder calling to-dos with an ID of 1. And I have slightly modified the second one. So this one is called myAPI_call2, which instead of calling to-dos, calls users. So let me rename this. This will be my users. Let's call it user. And this will be my to-do. Perfect. So make sure you click the big save button and go ahead and execute your workflow. Just make sure you have both Inngest and Next.js running. And let's take a look at what happens. So I'm going to expand this as far as possible. Let's go inside of finalization. In the result, we now have to-do object with HTTP response data, and you can see it has properties of the to-do. But we also have a user object with all of the fake mock user information. So great, we can successfully fetch one hard-coded to-do and one hard-coded user. But what if I specifically wanted to do this? What if I first wanted to fetch the to-do, and then I wanted to use the to-do user ID in the next node? So what if in here I wanted to do this? I wanted to pass, so this would be to-do.http response.data.user ID. Quite long, we could maybe shorten that, but this is how it is accessible for now, I believe. Let me just confirm. To-do HTTP response data user ID with capital ID. There we go. So if I click save here, and if I just try running this, it's going to fail, I believe. Let's see. There we go. You can see that the second HTTP request is failing with 404 not found. So I'm going to cancel it now so we don't waste any time. So now we're going to fix that by implementing the template syntax. For that, we're going to be using handlebars. So let's go ahead and install handlebars. So I'm going to go ahead and open a new tab, npm install handlebars. And then I'm going to show you the exact version that I'm using. Handlebars 4.7.8. And let me just quickly try importing that. So import handlebars from handlebars. And it looks like type safety is here as well. Perfect. So now that we have handlebars, let's go ahead and let's try and fix this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this endpoint right here, and I'm going to call handlebars.compile. I'm going to pass in data.endpoint, and I'm going to pass it context like this. So what's going to happen now is handlebars.compile will read data.endpoint, which is going to look like something, right, blah, blah, blah. Let me try and mock this. And then it's going to have to-do.http response.data.user ID, right? So handlebars.compile will read this, and then it will use the context to populate that. So what is the context? Each of our executor has the context. The context is basically the previous node data. The context always gets updated with each sequencing node. So the first HTTP request that's done, if we tried, for example, if you tried to do this for this one, right, for the first one, it's always going to fail, right, because there is no context behind the first one. But the second one will have context. It will have to-do context because we named this variable to-do. So I think just by doing this should already work. And let me just try and do console log endpoint. And let me try and do endpoint. I'm using capital letters, so it's easier to find it. And if we've done this correctly, we should see the endpoint logged out. Well, if it works, I mean, we will actually be able to inspect the URL itself, right? Basically, what I expect to happen now, make sure you save that file. I think I've done it correctly. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think it should work. Is, there we go. If I use to do HTTP response.data in here in the users, this should compile to users 1 because the to-do 1 has a user ID of 1. So let me go ahead and click save here one more time. Let's go ahead and click execute workflow. And let's see if anything will change now, or maybe we'll need to fix something. And given that it completed, I think we just fixed this. Let's quickly take a look. So this is the first HTTP request. And it's stored into a to-do variable, HTTP response data, with user ID of 1. And then in the second one, let's go ahead and scroll down. We now have a user. And you can see how we have the context of the previous HTTP response, which allowed us to populate the user ID. And I think this works as well. Let's just confirm by finding the ID here, and it is 1. Amazing. Can I directly see the URL somewhere? Let me go ahead and try here maybe. There we go. Endpoint, JSON placeholder type code to do's 1. And you can see this is the one, users 1. So it's successfully compiled to exactly what we expected. Amazing, amazing job. It really is that simple to do that. Now, the only problem is you currently can't do that with JSON objects, right? And I mean, right now you don't really need to do it. We use this super simple example. But what if you change this from get to post? Well, now things get a bit more complicated, right? Because sure, this is as simple as before, but what if you wanted to use the JSON variable object? Well, for that, we need to do some slight modifications here. We need to register a helper to stringify objects. So I'm going to do handlebars dot register helper. Let's go ahead and add JSON, grab the context, and immediately return JSON dot stringify context null and 2. As simple as that. There we go. Now, once you've registered that, we can go ahead and go inside of our HTTP request step here, go inside of post, put, and patch. And now for the data body, what we can do is we can first try and do the following. So let's do const resolved to be handlebars dot compile data.body, pass in the context like that. And then let's do json.parse resolved. So this will basically protect us from any invalid JSON being passed. That's why we are doing that. And then instead of options.body directly being that, we can just do this. Great. So yes, let's also do, while we do post put patch, I also think, I wanted to add the body to be required, but I'm not sure if body is, I don't think it's a good idea to make body required. Maybe we should just treat it like an empty object if it's not passed at all. I'm not sure. Let me just quickly test. Is json.parse, let me zoom in here. Can I do json.parse on an empty string? I cannot. Okay, so yeah, maybe we should fall back data.body to like an empty object. Actually, it depends if handlebars can compile an empty string. You know what? Let's just try it so I stop guessing things. I'm just going to check what is the proper endpoint URL to test this on. Let's check quickly. I think we can just do to-dos like that. Change the method to post and just pass something like this. I don't think indentation matters that much, but what does matter is that you don't have like an trailing comma at the end. So only use commas if there's a new line after. And make sure that your key values are encapsulated within a string. Otherwise, that's not valid JSON. So we have foo, we have bar, and user ID. I think JSON does allow numbers. So this should work. Basically, this should now create a to-do, I think. So let's go ahead and call this created-to-do, like so. Oh, great, our validation works. Created to-do, perfect. Let's click save here. And now we should have one GET request and then one POST request. Right now, not using any variables at all. So let's just execute workflow. Let's see, does that work? Looks like it's working. There we go. Created to do has an HTTP response with a body of bar, ID 201, title of foo. Amazing. And now let's go ahead and let's try reusing something here. So, okay, I can use this. How about we try user ID dash, and then let's use to-do.http response.data.user_id. So in the title of the newly created to-do, we're going to use the variable that we previously used here to fetch the user. So doesn't make much sense. We should technically use it for this, but I think it will like be more visible if we do this. So let me go ahead and I'm just going to zoom out a bit so I can click save. We should probably improve that. Let me go ahead and save the project overall. You always have to save it and then click execute workflow. And let's see if that will maybe be more visible. Created to do. There we go. Title user ID -1. So it is officially working. We can successfully template both in the endpoint object and in the data.body object. Now, let me just check what happens if I pass an empty request body and if I click save. So I'm just trying to see what bugs can we encounter here. Now, this is completely fine to fail, but I just want to see why it fails. Okay, I see. Because of unexpected end of JSON input. I see. I'm not sure if we should handle this or should the user handle this. So should the user know that the request body always needs to be something, even just an empty JSON object? Because I think that now when you save this and execute it, it's still going to fail, but it should fail for a different reason. Yeah, okay, it didn't fail. It managed to create it. So yeah, you can make a decision. Do you want your users to know that they should always add something to the request body when they select a post method, even if it's just an empty object? Or will you detect when body is empty and then maybe change it to this? Perhaps if you do this, then you kind of save your users the hassle. Let's see, if I remove this now and click save here, and if I execute it, yeah, I think it will like save your users some headache. Let's see, yeah, now it works. It works exactly the same as before. Perfect. But still, we haven't tested one more thing, and that is the variables, right? So what if I wanted to, can I see some better example? This one. What if I wanted to add the entire data object? Like I literally wanted to create another to-do with identical HTTP response here. Now, right now, what we can do is, let's see, what actually would be the proper way of doing it. I'm not even sure myself. So I think that what we should be able to do now is pass JSON to do HTTP response dot data. I think this should work now. I'm not 100% sure. Let's see. We registered the JSON helper. So basically, whatever you wrote here, you can name this anything you want. It's a name of the helper. So it's a reserved keyword here. So if I name this JSON2, I would also have to register JSON2 in the helper. That's why we called it JSON here. And basically, it should be able to just compile that entire object and just create two identical to-dos. So the flow is now fetch the to-do under ID1 and then create a new to-do with the entire JSON object that we fetched from the previous node. That is a pretty reasonable request, actually. Let's go ahead and see if that works, or do we have to do something else? It looks like it has failed. Let's see why. Expected property name, or that in JSON at position 4. All right, I think that we are making some mistake here. I'm just not entirely sure how. Do we maybe need to wrap this inside of curly brackets like this? Maybe, I'm not sure. Let me try and add some simple indentation. Let me click save, because I'm trying to think, how does this compiling happen? Does it happen like parsing? Looks like not. Again, syntax error. Okay, the way I would debug this now is, of course, by logging, right? I want to see what exactly is going on here. So let me go ahead and console log resolved body. And this way, at least I will be able to see what's happening, because that's always kind of the problematic part. And I will remove curly brackets. I want to see it in a string object, right? I want to see what's going wrong. So I'm going to remove curly brackets again, and I'm going to remove all white space too. So I only have this. Let me click save here, save up there, and let me click execute workflow. Again, I am expecting this to fail. Perfect. We can actually cancel all of the running ones because we know they're not going to succeed. So we don't waste any time. And now I'm going to go here and I'm going to take a look at them now. Oh, that's interesting. Body. So it managed to do it, but it's completely incorrectly parsing this. That is interesting. I would assume that we fix that right here. I'm going to have to pause the video just a little bit and research, and I will do my best to tell you exactly how I debug this. Of course, you can do it yourself. You can pause the screen too if you like a challenge. Basically, the issue that's happening right now is we do manage to get the exact body from the variable, but you can see that the quotes are broken, right? These quotes should be actual quotes. So I'm going to go ahead and try and resolve this. All right, I think I might have a solution. Unfortunately, not a cool solution. I mean, not a cool way of discovering it. I just asked ChatGPT. So yeah, not exactly too cool. But let's go ahead and modify this a little bit. I never like this direct returns. So I'm going to open it like this. And then I'm going to do, let's go ahead and const stringify to be JSON stringify, pass in the context, null and 2. And then I'm going to return new handlebars.savestring. And I'm going to pass in stringified inside. Actually, let me call this const save string like this, and finally return save string. I always found these to be more readable, and let's call this JSON stringify, JSON string. There we go. JSON string and save string, and finally return save string. So I described the problem to Claude, and it told me to try this. So I'm going to go ahead and execute this again with no code changes. With no changes. And looks like that actually fixed it. Amazing. That's really cool. So let's see. Created to do has completed of false, ID of 201, title, this one, user ID, this one. And our previously fetched to do is identical except ID, which makes sense. We cannot force the ID. I think this is a public API, right? So that makes sense that the ID wasn't honored. That's perfectly fine. Amazing. I think that we successfully completed templating right now. And it wasn't even that complicated, right? We had a little hiccup here, but thanks to Claude Code, it was very easily fixed. This is the type of thing that I really like, having the help of ChatGPT and Claude, because it's really the same as Googling around. I could have just read the documentation, obviously, but it literally took like 5 seconds with Claude. Excellent. Now that we have this, you for yourself can decide, how deep do you want to go in this? Because technically, you could allow your users to do the same for variable name, right? You could change this to be to do, and then use what would it be? To do dot HTTP response data user ID, right? Or like user this, change this to get, and this will be users, and then the exact same code as up here, right? If you want to allow your users to have dynamic variable names. But yeah, you can see that then this directly conflicts our regex rules. But obviously, you could modify that if you really, really wanted to, right? You would just have to make a more loose regex. And then before you assign the data variable name, you would kind of create some compiled variable name, handlebars dot compile. You would pass in data variable name, and you would pass in the context. And then the compiled variable name would be used here. That's if you want to do that. I personally will make the variables as safe as possible. Again, this is also if you want to fall back to an empty object or not. Great. So we are halfway, more than halfway, just like one more thing left for us to be able to go to other nodes. The reason I'm not building any other nodes now is because I want to make this HTTP request an example where we have everything. And then when we need to create new nodes, I can just refer to HTTP request node where everything works, everything is finished. So I don't have many bugs nor any other things. So that's why it's taking me so long to complete this node, is because I want to make sure it literally has everything, and because it's a simple example, but again, complex enough that it allows us to do templating and all those other things. And I think this templating thing is actually the most crucial part of a useful workflow project, right? Because if this wasn't possible, it really wouldn't be that cool. I think you will agree with me on that. And I believe that is all we wanted to do. We now allow dynamic body and we allow dynamic endpoint. We can do individual strings or we can do JSON objects. I will, of course, test this a few more times just in case I've missed out something big and maybe you've noticed it and you're wondering if I'm going to fix it. I promise I will test this out until the next chapter. So in the next chapter, if I notice something, I will show you how to fix it if I find it. But I think it's working pretty well. I think it might be perfect as it is. Awesome. Let's go ahead and push this to GitHub, and let's go ahead and just quickly hear what CodeRabbit thinks about this, because I am quite interested. So I'm going to be 20 node templating, I believe is the branch name. I'm going to go ahead and just stage all of these files, not too many changes, 20 node templating. I'm going to commit and I'm going to publish the branch. Once the branch has been published, let's go ahead and open a pull request here. And let's wait for the review. And here we have the summary by CodeRabbit. New features. We added template support for HTTP request endpoints and request body content, enabling dynamic value substitution. Improvements. We enhanced HTTP request validation with more descriptive error messages. We improved response handling consistency for HTTP request execution. In here we have a sequence diagram, but I think it is pretty clear how it works. So we execute HTTP request with context. The context is basically what is assigned from the previous node. That's why I explained that for the first HTTP request, there will be no context. But for the second one, there will be context, which is the result of the previous node stored in the variable that we defined. And basically, we then use that context to compile the endpoint template or to compile the body. So one of those or both. And then we send the HTTP request with those newly generated body and endpoint variables. And we return some response, and then that response again gets attached to the context. So if we had a third node, right, if I go ahead and add a third HTTP request, and connect it right here, then this one would have access to both the response of created to-do variable and of the initial to-do. And it could do anything in once with that. Awesome. So let's go ahead and take a look at the comments here. So the comments are mostly to safely handle the JSON parsing and to throw new errors if JSON serialization fails. So yes, we could do that instead of the register helper. Instead of just doing it like this, we wrap it instead of try and catch. So we control exactly what error is being thrown. I mean, it will still behave exactly the same right now. It would just be a little bit out of our control where the error is being thrown. Same thing goes for compiling the endpoint, right? Actually, this is something different. So in here, once we template the endpoint, it suggests actually checking if that endpoint still is a valid endpoint after we compiled it through handlebars. Because yes, probably some very smart user could maybe abuse the handlebars compile method if they know how it works and if they watch this video and they know that we use it. So yes, this is some penetration protection that you could be aware of, right? Basically, after you verify after you compile your endpoint with the variable, you should still check. Does it exist? Is it the type of string? And is it still an endpoint you can call? So very good catch by CodeRabbit here. But I am satisfied with this as is for tutorial purposes, so I will merge this tutorial. My apologies, I will merge this branch. I'm going to go back to the main branch, and I will hit synchronize changes. Once I hit synchronize changes, I always like to open my source control, click on the graph, and just convince myself that it has been merged right here. Amazing. I believe that marks the end of this chapter. And in the next chapter, we're going to be doing the last thing in regards to this HTTP request node, which will be real-time feedback. And once we do that, we will be able to reuse that code and create a bunch of other nodes like OpenAI request, Anthropic, Gemini request, and then some submissions. I mean, some triggers like Webhook trigger, Google Form trigger, Stripe trigger, and similar. And very soon you will realize there is no limit to how many nodes we can create. It will all depend on the ones that you want. Amazing, amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to make our nodes real-time. Basically, what that means is that we're going to emit a proper status for each of our nodes so that the end user sees exactly what's happening with the workflow. Those will include loading, error, and success states. We're going to achieve this by using Inngest Realtime package. I would highly suggest that you find the Inngest Realtime documentation page. The reason for that is Realtime, at the time of me making this tutorial, is currently in developer preview. So what does that mean? It basically means that the feature is widely available for all Inngest accounts, but depending on the user feedback, some APIs and SDKs might change in the future. So that is why I suggest that you also visit this website, simply so you see which version you will be working with, and so you see if any instructions here have changed since me making this tutorial. But as always, I will show you exactly the version I am working with. So let's go ahead and do npm install Inngest Realtime. I'm going to go here, the same place I installed handlebars, and let's add @ingest/realtime. I am immediately going to go inside of my package JSON so that those of you who want to follow the exact same thing will be able to do so. As you can see, I'm using a version 0.4.4. Just as a reminder, let me show you the rest of my versions. My ingest is 3.44.1. My ingest CLI is 1.12.1. We are yet to see if these will work compatibly. Sometimes a newer version of Realtime can cause some problems, and vice versa. So you have to match the versions. But we're going to go through this step by step, and we are going to make sure to fix any instances like that, if they even happen. So just make sure you have installed Inngest Realtime. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go back inside of our source, and let's go inside of our ingest folder client.ts. And now what we have to do here is, besides defining the ID, which is Nodebase, let's also add a middleware. And this middleware will be an array, and it will accept a real-time middleware like this. You can import real-time middleware from our newly added package. Just make sure to go /middleware in the import right here. Perfect. Now that we have added that, let's go ahead and let's define our first channel. So inside of the ingest folder, I'm going to create a new folder called channels. And inside of here, I'm going to create a new file, http request.ts. Then I'm going to go ahead and import channel and topic from Inngest Realtime. And finally, I'm going to export const http request channel. We're going to call our channel import, and we're going to name this http request execution. And then I'm going to chain add topic. Let me go ahead and expand this just a bit more, or maybe not, but this is how it looks like. You can also chain it down like this, however you prefer. Instead of add topic, let's go ahead and call topic like this, and the topic will be called status. Let's go ahead and define the type of that topic. So each status will have a node ID, which it is referring to, which will be a type of string, and status, which can be loading, success, or error, like this. And let's go ahead and execute this and add a comma. There we go. That is our first request channel. Now, of course, there are a lot of magic strings going on around here, and we can surely reuse some of the enums and node types that we have all over. For example, let me go ahead and find some status. Node status indicator has a type node status. Loading, success, error, and initial. So yes, not exactly the same. I will see if there is a way to reuse some of this later, but for now, just be careful that you didn't misspell any of these. Now that we have the HTTP request channel, we have to go back inside of our ingest folder functions.ts. And inside of here, go inside of the top where you call the create function here. And after you name your event, go ahead and add channels. And in the channels, go ahead and add HTTP request channel and execute it like this. Make sure to import it from our newly created folder. And now, once you add the channels here, and if you've correctly added the middleware here, another prop should appear besides event and step, and that is publish. So you can see that right now there is no error if I try to do this, but if I go ahead and comment this out, you can see that I immediately get an error here. So make sure that you have the middleware here, save the file, and then you should be able to destructure publish from here. If it is still not working, you can always restart Visual Studio Code, or you can restart TypeScript server individually, which should make it work then. Now that we have the publish method, what we can do is we can pass it to each of our executor here. So context await executor, which accepts the data, node ID, context, and step, which will now also have publish. Now, obviously, we have an error for this because executors are currently not made for that. So I'm going to go ahead inside of get executor here, and I'm going to go inside of HTTP request executor right here. And besides having step, we will now also have publish. Let's go ahead and fix this error here by going inside of node executor right here. And here we have our publish. To do add real-time later. So we can now finally do that. So I'm going to go ahead and comment this out. Publish will be a type of real-time, which you can import from ingest realtime.publish function. like this. And you can import realtime as a type. Now in here, we have an error, and I think I know exactly why. Yes, it is because record string unknown is missing the following properties. Yes, in the previous chapter, we modified these to be required because that's how we expect them to be. But then our node executor here, this doesn't match that requirement. So, okay, at least we are aware of it. I'm going to go ahead and add to do fix types. I will see how to improve that because yes, even though this makes sense to be expected, perhaps we should make all of them optional and then simply do a runtime validation here. I'm going to see what is the best solution for that. For now, yes, to do fix types because we do have a problem here. But now, inside of your HTTP request executor, you should have access to the publish function because we defined it right here. Let me show you where this is. I don't think I showed you that. So inside of source features, executions types.ts. In here, you should have node executor params, which now has publish. Previously, this was commented out. So let me go ahead and quickly just show you everything we've added so far. We added the Inngest realtime package. After that, we went into client.ts and we imported the realtime middleware and added it to our Inngest instance. After we did that, we created the HTTP request channel with node ID and status, loading, success, and error. After we added that, we went into functions.ts of source ingest and we simply added that new channel in the array channels in the same object where event is defined. After that, we were able to extract a new field, publish here, and we simply passed it along to our executor function. The way we fixed the error for the executor function is by going inside of types, instead of source features executions. And in here, we found node executor params interface, and we simply commented out our to-do to add realtime later because we are doing it right now. And we simply gave it a type of realtime.publish function. Perfect. And finally, in the executor itself, we were able to then destructure the publish because now it is properly typed and it is available in here. So let's go ahead and remove this to do right here and let's actually do it. Await publish. And let me go ahead and switch to the actual code. There we go. Await publish. So we are calling this method right here. Make sure to await it and call HTTP request, not this, HTTP request channel like this. So make sure to import it from ingest channels HTTP request. And go ahead and execute it and call status, node ID, and status of loading. Let's go ahead and just fix this again. I think I made something with my imports. Yes, this happens often actually. Let me try again. HTTP request channel. Make sure that you imported it from here. And then let's go ahead and do .status. My apologies. Executed .status node ID. This is basically doing this, right? But since the prop is named the same as the key, we can use a shorthand operator and pass in the status to be loading. There we go. So now we are successfully emitting that this node is loading. And now we have to throw errors when it fails. So for example, right here, let's go ahead and give it an error like this. Then we can copy this and do the same thing here. Same thing here. Perfect. So when should we throw the success? Right here before we return the result. So let's go ahead and simply emit the status success. Whoops, success. There is potentially a room to reduce the amount of code we are writing by maybe wrapping this entire thing instead of try and catch. And then if these errors get thrown, we could simply emit this, which is pretty much the exact same line of code everywhere. But I do have to verify that that's what will happen, because this is an ingest specific error, so I'm not sure exactly what happens here. But if you've noticed that we could probably reuse this code, you're probably right. There probably is a way to make this better. But let's just be super explicit with our states right now, simply so we know exactly what we're doing and exactly what's happening with our code. So far, you shouldn't have errors anywhere except in the executor registry. And the error should not be happening at all because of our new real-time function. Instead, because variable name, endpoint, and method are no longer optional. So our executor registry is confused because that does not match the tData type, which we gave it right here. One fix could be maybe giving each of these their own type. We will see. We will see. But there is a way to fix this in a nice way. I will try my hardest to do that. Perfect. Now that we have that, these statuses are being emitted. And I think that we can even try it out immediately. So make sure you have all of your apps running. I would recommend restarting your Inngest server and maybe even your Next.js app, simply because you just added a new package. So maybe some cache is happening or something. Make sure you have both your Inngest development server on and one of your workflows, and go ahead and click execute workflow. So there we go. This is what you should be seeing. What we do is we prepare the workflow. This is basically, we do a topological sort. After that, we call manual trigger. Now, nothing is happening here, but it will be happening later once we add the channel for manual trigger, so that we can also emit the loading and success state for the manual trigger. But you can see that we have this. Let me try and expand. I'm not sure how I can expand this. Maybe if I hover over it. There we go. Publish HTTP request execution. So we are successfully publishing some events. Right, so you should be seeing these success events and these loading events right here. I mean, you can't really see which one is which, but you should now be seeing these published things. Now, here's an important note. If for whatever reason you found this complicated, or maybe the real-time package has changed significantly for you, just know that this is simply a cool addition to our N8N clone. It doesn't change the functionality itself, right? So if you got it working, you will be able to continue the entire tutorial even without a real time. I just wanted to let you know that, because this is a developer preview. So in case it drastically changes and you just can't work your way around it, don't worry, you can just go to the next chapter. But I would suggest, still going through this chapter just in case I do some other things here. Perfect. So now we have to find a way to emit that status to our editor right here. And the way we're going to do that is by implementing a hook. So let's go inside of source, features, executions. And in here, I'm going to create hooks folder. And I'm going to add use node status.ts. I'm going to import type realtime from Inngest realtime. I'm going to import use Inngest subscription from Inngest realtime hooks. I'm going to import use effect and use state. And I'm going to borrow node status from components. And I think we call this React flow node status indicator. So you should have this component. It's basically the one where we added node status with loading, success, error, or initial. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's create the interface for this hook. So interface use node status options will accept a required node ID, channel, and topic, as well as a refresh token method, which basically returns a promise with a token from realtime.subscribe.token inside. Let's go ahead and do export function use node status. Let me go ahead and open it properly. Let me fix the typo. Let's go ahead and grab node ID, channel, topic, and refresh token. And let's bind use node status option type. Perfect. Now in here, let's start by defining the status state. So status set status is a use state. We are using the type node status with the initial value of initial. Perfect. Let's go ahead and get the data by using use ingest subscription, passing the refresh token and enabled to true. And now let's create a use effect that is going to listen to messages coming from our ingest subscription. And we're specifically going to be looking for the newest one with our channel, our topic, our node ID, and our status. So I'm going to go ahead and first check if there is no data.length, or in other words, if there is no data coming from that use ingest subscription hook above, let's just break the method. There is nothing for us to do in this use effect. Otherwise, we have to find the latest message for this node. Now, I'm sure there are a bunch of ways you can do that, but this is the way I managed to do it very consistently and safely for my project. You are, of course, free to tinker with this if you feel like it can be done in a simpler way. So, latest message is going to be data.filter. Let's go ahead and get that message. Now in here, I'm first going to do if message.kind is a type of data, and if message.channel is exactly the same as our channel, which we define when we call this hook. If message.topic is exactly the same as our topic. If message.data.nodeID is same as our node ID. This way, we know exactly what this event is referring to for exactly what node. And once we find that, we have to sort it by latest. So let's go ahead and sort by A and B values here. And let's quickly check if A.kind is equal to data and B.kind is equal to data. Let's go ahead and return new date b.createdAt.getTime minus new date a.createdAt.getTime, like this. And let me just see. So this we should not have a comma here, I believe, and return. My apologies. Outside of the if clause, just return 0, like this. And then this will basically be an array which should only have one item inside. We can immediately access it like this. The first index in this latest message array. Perfect. And now let's do a final check here. So if latest message (kind) is equal to data set status latest message .data .status as a node status. So yes, not too happy about having to cast this, but data can literally be anything. So that's why it's important that you make sure you don't misspell it, because you can type this, my apologies, I think you can try this, and it's not going to give you any errors. So just be careful with typing these things. Same goes for data node ID here. Make sure you are not misspelling that. And then let's go ahead and add some dependency arrays here. So data, data, node ID, channel, and topic. And perhaps it would be better, let me see, do I ever use data? Well, yes, I use data in here entirely, so I think I have to pass it right here. And let's return the final status here. That's it. That is our use node status hook. Once we have defined this hook, we have to go ahead and use it. But just before we can use it, we have to create our refresh token method. There are many ways we can do this, but the quickest way of doing this is by using server actions. So inside of executions components, HTTP request, I'm going to go ahead and create the actions.ts file. Inside of it, I'm going to go ahead and mark this as use server. And then I'm going to add a couple of imports. I'm going to import get subscription token and type realtime from Inngest realtime. I'm going to import our HTTP request channel from Inngest channels HTTP request. And finally, I'm going to import Inngest from our Inngest folder client, where we recently just added the middleware. So make sure you have all three. Then let's define the type. Type HTTP request token will be realtime.token, open pointy brackets, and inside define two things: type of HTTP request channel and an array with a string status inside. Let's export async function fetch HTTP request realtime token and return a promise HTTP request token. Define the token, await get subscription token, pass in ingest, define the channel to be HTTP request channel, make sure it's an executed function, and topics to listen to will be status, and return the token. And if you've done it properly, there shouldn't be any type errors here. Let me go ahead and just quickly zoom out so you can see how it looks like without any collapsing lines. Perfect. Now that we have that action defined, let's go ahead inside of HTTP request node.tsx. And in here, I'm going to finally change this node status. So I don't know if you remember, but if you manually change this node status to loading, you will see that both nodes magically become loading. If you change to success, they will become success. So now we're going to actually make it listen to the event. So let's go ahead and call use node status here from our //hooks use node status. Okay, yes, it's a reusable one across all executions. That's why it is all the way up there. Perfect. And once we have it here, let's go ahead and give it node ID of props.id channel. And now this is where it gets kind of tricky. So this is the part I don't like. HTTP request execution. And you need to be super careful that you didn't accidentally, let me find the channel, that you didn't accidentally misspell it. So it would be a better idea to copy from HTTP request channel and just paste it here. I think there is potential to fix this. I think technically we could call HTTP request channel itself and then execute it and then call name. I think this should work. I'm not 100% sure. Let's try it like this. I actually haven't done this with my initial source code, but it looks like a very interesting solution. I'm not sure about what really happens when you execute it, and can you just execute it like that? I'm not sure. But let's go ahead and focus on topic status. And let's add the refresh token, fetch HTTP request real-time token. Do not execute it. It's a promise. So let's try it out. Oh, yes, I think this should be enough. Let's refresh for good luck. Let me collapse the sidebar and let's click execute workflow. And now loading, success, loading, success. Absolutely amazing job. Amazing job. Again, if for whatever reason you were not able to complete this, do not worry. This is not crucial to completing this tutorial. It's obviously a super cool effect, but it does not really change whether you will be able or not finish this tutorial. Looks like this is working as well, which is honestly a better solution than to just, copy this and paste it here and always be super careful that you did it correctly. Another alternative might be to simply use a constant we define here and then import it here. So, because I'm just not sure about the implications of executing this like that. I'm not sure what it does. Not too sure. Okay. Instead of HTTP request token, for example, we execute it here. So that's why I have a feeling that it can fail. Maybe, I'm not too confident with this. I think that I will resort to using a string simply because this is what I did in my initial source code, right? So I just want to stay consistent to what I know works 100%. And then later, we can change this by fixing all the weird magic strings that we have around. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to purposely make this an invalid JSON, like this, and click Save. Save this entire thing, and let's see a node fail. So execute workflow, loading success, loading, and yes, it will actually take a while for this to fail. It's obvious that it's failing, right? We know that. But this will have, I think, 3 attempts before it reaches its actual failure status. So if you want to speed that up, I think that you can go inside of Inngest, functions.ts, and find this individual create function. And in this first object where you define the ID, I think that you can also add retries 0. Now, I would highly suggest that you add a little comment here to do change for production, or maybe remove in production. Simply because, it's a shame to fail immediately. Fetch requests can fail. That's normal. Since I'm already at 2 requests, I'm just going to wait it out now. We could actually have a bug here, but I can see the finalization happened, but this never actually throws the error. I think that's because we forgot to do it. So let's go ahead, go back inside of features, executions, components, HTTP request, executor.ts. Yes, there is definitely a bug here. So this entire step.run should somehow be within try or catch, or we should at least look at the response and what happens inside of it. So let me go ahead and see what is the best way of doing that. I think what we can do is simply wrap the entire await step here instead of try and catch. So I'm going to go ahead and try and do that here, like this, catch. And then inside of this catch, I'm going to copy this await publish like this and return error. And let's make sure to just continue throwing that error like this. Not 100% sure this is the best solution, but it's the first thing that came to my mind right now, basically skipping the entire return result and all of those other things. So let's see that now. So make sure you've set the retry thing to 0 and make sure you wrap that. Let me try and refresh this now. Perfect. And let me try executing it again. Loading success, loading error. Perfect. Absolutely amazing. Exactly what we wanted to do. And you can see how this time there were no retries. Perfect. And if I'm correct, I think that throwing these now, where am I? In the executor. I think that now we might not even need to throw these right here, because once we throw this error, it's going to go, oh, actually, no, it will not go inside of catch, because try catch is only for the request right here. Yes, so we still need them right here. We'll see. Maybe CodeRabbit will have some interesting solutions for this. Maybe we should just wrap the entire thing instead of try catch. I'm not sure. One thing that I do want to do before we move on is go inside of the HTTP request channel, and let's export const HTTP request channel name, and let's go ahead and just make it this. There we go. And then let's use it here, HTTP request channel name. I'm going to search through my code exactly to see where else I'm using it. It's only in its equivalent node. So I'm going to change this here, HTTP request channel name. There we go. And we can remove this then. We don't need it. And can we just import this as type? We cannot. Okay. There we go. So that is now working. No more magic strings here. Perfect. And let's go ahead and just try it one more time. And yes, if you execute your workflow 2 times in a row, it's simply going to reset all the statuses, or at least it should. Let's try. There we go. So it will try each status again. Perfect. Amazing job. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing for the click manual trigger. So that's actually kind of the only thing that will be happening in these super simple triggers, which don't require anything to load. They can only emit the loading state, and then they can emit the success state. I don't think there's any way an error can even happen in those triggers. So let's start by creating the manual trigger channel. So instead of features, no, where is it? Instead of Inngest, yes, they're kind of everywhere. We should improve that too. So HTTP request, let's change this to manual trigger like this. And let's change this to be manual trigger channel name. And this will be called manual trigger execution. This will be called manual trigger channel. So even though they are all exactly the same, I would highly suggest having them separate. I think you have to have them separate. You could create some magical abstraction that would generate all of them, but sometimes I think abstractions are not that good. Okay, so make sure you have identical thing, but for the manual trigger. Now let's go inside of ingest functions.ts and let's add manual trigger channel. There we go. Channels manual trigger. Perfect. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and I think we have to go inside of the manual trigger executor. So inside of triggers folder, components, manual trigger executor.ts. I agree that the folder structure is a bit complex as of now. I'll have to see if maybe I should rethink how my executors and triggers work. But yes, let's go ahead inside of manual trigger executor.ts right here. And now we have publish. We shouldn't have any errors here because we are using node executor here. We already defined the publish function inside of it. And now what we can do is very simply the same thing we did before. So await publish, import manual trigger channel from ingest channels manual trigger, and use the loading status. And then down here, the moment we run this completely unfailable workflow step, change this to success. There we go. Now, in order to make this actually work, what we have to do is we have to create the action to refresh the token. So I'm going to go inside of features, executions, components, HTTP request. I'm going to copy the actions file. And then in the triggers, manual trigger folder, I'm going to paste them right here. And inside of here, I'm going to rename the instance of HTTP request token to manual trigger token. It's going to be using a type of and an instance of manual trigger channel, which means I have to fix this import to be manual trigger. There we go. Everything else should stay exactly the same. So we are just using the new channel. And of course, we are renaming the type, which also means we should rename this. So fetch HTTP request, no fetch manual trigger real-time token. Perfect. Once we have that working, let's open the node from HTTP request so that we can copy the node status. And then let's go inside of triggers, manual trigger node.tsx, and change the hard-coded node status to now be our hook use node status. Make sure to import use node status from features executions hooks use node status. And by now I fully agree. It's weird that we're in the folder called triggers working on a manual trigger, which is technically the node execution of that trigger. It's like I'm confusing node execution with the node type. So yes, I fully agree it's a bit confusing how things are everywhere right now. I will try to think of some better folder structure for now, but just bear with me at least in this chapter and import use node status from where we created it, features executions hooks use node status. Change the channel to be manual trigger channel name from ingest channels manual trigger, and finally use fetch manual trigger real-time token from /actions. And I'm trying to think if I forgot to do something. I think this should work. Let me go ahead and refresh. Make sure you have saved all of your files. Let's click execute workflow right here. There we go. Loading success, loading fail. Amazing. Now everything has its own channel. Perfect. Amazing, amazing job. Now that we have this working, let's go ahead and merge this. So 21 Node Realtime, let's see, we added Ingest Realtime, we created the channels, we are publishing events, and we are capturing events using our use node status. So 21 Node Realtime. I'm just going to go ahead and create that branch, create new branch, 21 Node Realtime. And then I'm going to go ahead and commit these 15 files right here. So stage all changes, 21 Node Realtime. I'm going to commit and publish the branch. Now, once this has been published, as always, let's go ahead and open a pull request. And since this is a pretty significant pull request, I want to make sure CodeRabbit reviews this one. So let's see that in a second. And here we have the summary by CodeRabbit. New features. We added real-time status tracking for HTTP request executions, displaying dynamic updates, loading success, and error states. And we added real-time status tracking for the manual trigger. We did all of this by introducing real-time capabilities to replace the static status indicator across execution nodes. So how did we do that? As always, here we have a file by file and cohort summary, which basically goes over all the files that we added. But here we have the sequence diagram explaining exactly what's going on. So every node component of our now has a hook called use node status with all the fields it needs. And after that, it subscribes using a use ingest subscription and the action.ts file, which we have created. Once the connection is established with the real-time channel that we define per node, we go ahead and emit events. So during execution, we publish the loading event. And then after completion, we publish the success event. And finally, that state updates on the front end and it re-renders with the new status. So here is what CodeRabbit suggests. In the use node status hook logic, verify data filtering, sorting, and state update. Executor publish integration confirm status events are published at the correct lifecycle points in both HTTP request and manual trigger flows. This was one of the questions I did have for the Ingest real-time team. I confirmed myself that this works. I pretty consistently managed to get sequential states. So I can only conclude that if you await publish, they come at the right time. So let's actually take a look at the requested changes here. So in here, in our use node status hook, it tells us to address a race condition with status initialization. I think the problem is that we could technically miss out on the loading state if the success or error comes too fast. In our specific example, I think this is okay. It gives us an option to do optimistic updates by setting the status to loading, but I think this is fine as it is right now. As always, CodeRabbit is not a big fan of node status, my apologies, of typecasting, as it should. Of course, it is our reviewer after all. So if you want to be as strict, you can implement this is a valid status, which will basically allow you to check at runtime if what you received from the use ingest subscription data is what you intend to show to your user. And in here, it tells us that we are not handling error for the manual trigger, which is a good point. I just don't see how it can fail. But yes, step.run could technically fail for some reason, right? So we could be consistent and wrap that inside of try catch and just publish the error on catch. And in here, it's basically telling us to use this to handle that, and not a to-do. What it doesn't know is that this is a YouTube tutorial, so that's why I'm showing it inside of a comment here. But yes, completely valid comments. But let's go ahead and merge for now, since we got exactly the result we wanted at this state of our tutorial. Once you've merged it, go back inside of your main branch right here. And as always, make sure that you synchronize your changes. So click OK right here. And then what I like to do is I like to click on my graph here and just double check that 21 is the latest one, which I have just merged. I believe that that marks the end of this chapter. So what we've done is we implemented real-time, we pushed to GitHub, created a new branch, created a new PR, and reviewed and merged. And now we should be ready to start developing some other nodes, because we can easily copy and paste from these two nodes which we have, which are completely finished and have all the important features in them. Otherwise, it would have been very hard to update a bunch of nodes which we created. Amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to add a new trigger to our project, Google Form Trigger. And while we have already developed some useful nodes, which means that we will be able to reuse most of the code, this is the first trigger which uses a complete external service to activate some workflow within our application. So it will be quite challenging and interesting to develop this. Nevertheless, let's get started. The first thing I want to do is I want to enable the user to add an option of a Google Form Trigger. So because of that, I want to start with the node and the dialog for the Google Form Trigger. So basically the exact same thing that we have here for the manual trigger. I want this, but for Google Form Trigger. Let's go ahead and get started by first downloading an asset. So using the link on the screen, you can visit my assets folder and go inside of images here and find Google Form.svg and go ahead and add it in your app. So I'm going to add it inside of public logos right here, Google Form.svg. Perfect. Once we have that developed, let's go ahead inside of our source, features, triggers, components, and just as we have the manual trigger, I think that we can actually copy and paste this and just rename it Google Form Trigger. This way we can reuse most of the files inside. Let's start with node.tsx. Let's go ahead and change the export to be Google Form Trigger, like this. And let's go ahead and change the node status here to just be initial. Just for now. So yes, that will make all of these unused. That's fine. We're going to bring them back later. And then let's go ahead and just modify some things here. So we have a manual trigger dialog, which we are going to change later to Google form trigger dialog, but let's leave it like this for now. And let's go ahead and modify the props of the base trigger node instead. So for the icon, it looks like it accepts both string and lucid icon, which should mean that we can now try /logos/Google form.svg, because that is the exact thing we just added here, Google form.svg within the logos folder. Let's change the name here to be when form is submitted. Like that. And status will be status. Yes, everything else will be the same. Okay, now that we have the Google form trigger, it's not enough for it just to exist here. We also need to go inside of Node Components. Node Components is a file we maintain inside of source config folder. And in order for React Flow Editor to render that, we need to go ahead and add it here. But one thing we're noticing is that it's missing within our node type. So let's just go ahead and prepare this, Google form trigger. And let's go ahead and add Google form trigger. You can import it from features, triggers, components, Google form trigger /node. Now, in order to add this to our node type, we have to revisit our schema Prisma. So instead of Prisma, schema.prisma, let's go ahead and add our new node type. So below HTTP request, let's add Google form trigger. Once we do that, let's go ahead inside of our terminal and let's do npx prisma migrate dev. Let's give it a name of Google form trigger node. And once we submit that, it should synchronize our database with our schema. What I suggest you do now is restart both of your Inngest and Next processes. If you're using mprocs like I am, you can highlight the process that you need and press the letter R on your keyboard. That's going to reset the process. Or you can just rerun npm run dev. So just make sure you've done that and refresh your app to make sure everything is still working. And now you should be able to go back to node components, and node type should no longer give you an error. Instead, it should properly load Google form trigger. Great. But that's not all we have to do. We now have to go inside of the node selector. If you don't remember, node selector is maintained inside of source components node selector. Node selector is the sidebar that opens up when we click on the plus button to add a new node. So we have to add some new nodes here. Let's go ahead up here inside of the trigger nodes. Let's go ahead and duplicate the code for the manual trigger. And let's go ahead and change it to Google form trigger. Let's go ahead and change the label to be Google form. And let's quickly change the description. So this will be runs the flow when a Google form is submitted. And for the icon, let's change it to /logos Google form.svg. And I think that already we should be able to see it here. There we go, Google form. Now, I'm not sure if, yes, I think just by giving it the type, that should be enough. Let's see, if I click this, there we go. But it looks like something is wrong here, or maybe it's not. So when form is submitted, yeah, I'm not sure if that's what it should be, the title here. I mean, depends. If you like it, you can leave it for this to be the title. Or you can go ahead inside of your newly created trigger, features, triggers, Google form trigger, node.tsx. And in here, you can either give it a name here, or you can use that as a description and give it a name of Google form. So if you prefer that, you can do it like this. For some of you, I'm sure this might be a cleaner solution, especially if you later expect a Google form to have multiple ways of triggering the form. Like maybe when Google form is deleted, or I don't know if it's updated, right? Things like that. So maybe this is a better option for you. The reason we are using the title for this type of trigger is because it's kind of the only thing that can happen. So you can choose. Do you want to be consistent and just have the name here when form is submitted? Or do you want to plan ahead maybe and change this to be a description and then give it a name of Google form? Whichever one you prefer. Perfect. So one thing that's missing now is when I open this, it opens the dialog of the manual trigger when it should open the dialog of the Google form trigger. So let's go ahead and fix that now. So inside of our Google form trigger folder, let's go ahead inside of the dialog.tsx and let's slowly modify it. So props will stay exactly the same, but the name will now be Google form trigger dialog. And let's go ahead immediately here, change this, and add that. There we go. So nothing much has changed. We just renamed the component internally. But now let's go ahead and actually change what we need here. So the user actually won't type anything inside of here. They will only be able to see the information they need to do inside of their Google form to trigger this. So this will be Google form trigger configuration. And the description will basically tell the user what they have to do. Use this webhook URL in your Google Forms app script to trigger this workflow when a form is submitted. So this is how your description should look right now. And now we're basically going to give the user some way of doing this. So I'm going to go ahead inside of params. My apologies. I'm going to define the params constant using use params from Next navigation. So make sure you add this import. And then I'm going to define const workflow ID to be params.workflow ID as string. So this will basically tell me what is the workflow ID that I'm currently in the editor of. Now let's construct the webhook URL. So const base URL will be process.environment next public app URL. Or let's go ahead and let's fall back to HTTP version of localhost 3000. So next public app URL actually should exist here, but looks like it doesn't. So I think that we can just add it here. I'm gonna add this under other. And let's go ahead and define localhost 3000 here. Yes, so this doesn't make sense right now, but think of production instances. So in production, we're going to change this to be the actual URL of our app when it's deployed, right? Our .com domain. So I would rather that we always have that available rather than somehow using it in a different way. All right. Now that we have the base URL, we can also do const webhook URL. The webhook URL will be constructed as following. It's going to use the base URL, so either our .com domain or localhost, depending on if we are developing or something else, /API, /webhooks, /Google-form with one single param workflow ID. And workflow ID will be appended here. There we go. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and define a simple copy to clipboard method. So this will be a super simple asynchronous method. Here it is. It's asynchronous method, open try and catch. In try, await navigator clipboard write text webhook URL, the constant we defined above, and then toast.success. In the catch, toast.error. And make sure to import toast from Sonar. So the reason I copied and pasted this is because it's super simple. It's just a simple copy to clipboard method. All right. Now let's go ahead and use this information above and actually display it here in the dialog. So inside of dialog header, let's go ahead and clear things up. So let's change this to space y4, another div with a class name space y2, And let's go ahead and add a label. We can import the label from components UI label. And let's give this one webhook URL HTML4 webhook dash URL. And then in here, let's create a div with a class name flex and gap of 2. Let's add an input from components UI input and a button from components UI button. The button will have a copy icon from Lucid React. And let's go ahead and give the copy icon a class name of size 4. The button itself will be a type of button, so it doesn't actually accidentally trigger some submit form. The size will be icon. Variant will be outline. And onClick will be copy to clipboard. For the input itself, we're going to set the ID to webhook URL, the same one we used HTML4 above. Value will be webhook URL. Read only will be true, and class name will be font mono and text small. So far, when the user opens the Google Form trigger, they should see the webhook URL that they can copy. There we go, you can see it's right here. And they will be able to paste this inside of their Google Form apps script. Now, the problem is most users won't be able to do this on their own. So we're going to make it a little bit easier for them by adding some instructions here. So after these two divs end, after the last button ends, open a new div here. Let's go ahead and give this div a rounded large, background color of muted, padding of 4, and space Y of 2. Let's give it an h4 element, setup instructions. Let's go ahead and give the h4 element a class name of font medium and text small. Now let's open an unordered list with a class name text small, text muted, my apologies, text muted foreground, space Y1 list decimal list inside. And now let's go ahead and add all the steps that we need to do. The first step will be open your Google form. The next step will be click on the 3 dots menu and then click on the scripts editor. I have no idea how to generate this arrow Unicode. You can just use this or just try and Google, arrow Unicode and copy it. Third step will be copy and paste the script below. Then replace webhook URL with your webhook URL above, which we are actually going to do for the user. This is first, second, third, fourth. Fifth step will be save and click triggers and then add trigger. And lastly, choose from form, on form submit, save. Again, you don't have to actually use this. I mean, these are just instructions for your users. You will, of course, know very well how to do this. This is so your users know how to do it too. And if you're wondering, oh, well, Zapier has this, one-click implementation, you also have to be aware that these companies like Zapier, N8N, they most likely have some deals with Google and with other external services to make this much easier for everyone. We are here completely trying to do this ourselves. So we have to use these methods. But I'm 99% sure that in the background of this one-click setups, it's actually the exact same thing happening. It's just all automated for those services, mostly because they have a contact at Google and they all want to make it smoother. But this is what's actually happening in the background. Don't take my word for it, of course, that's what I think is happening, and this is the best solution that I found. If you know a better solution, of course, feel free to write it down in the comments. I will be very happy to read and learn about it. Now let's go ahead and give the user an option to copy the Google Apps script. So open a new div here and a class name, rounded large, background color of muted, padding 4 and space Y of 3. Let's create a heading for Google Apps script. give the heading for a class name font medium, text small. And in here, let's go ahead and let's create a button. The button will have a type of button, variant of outline, on click, for now an empty function. And let's go ahead and add a copy icon here. Again, we already have it imported. Give it a class name size 4, MR of 2. Copy Google Apps script, like this. Outside of the button, create a paragraph. This script includes your webhook URL and handles form submissions. Give this a class name, text extra small, text muted foreground. All right. So now this doesn't make too much sense because we didn't actually create the on click to happen here. So let's quickly do that so you can see what this Google Apps script will be. So this is a specific scripting language that I personally have no idea how to write. I mostly did it with AI. So if you go back inside of my assets folder, you can find Google Form Trigger Script.ts. And this is basically the script, right? I just wrote it in this TypeScript form so that you can easily add it to your code. But this is the script. I think this actually might be just JavaScript. I told you it's some random scripting language. It looks like it's just normal JavaScript. All right. But yeah, for example, what I meant to say is I have no idea what name of the function should be, right? I have no idea what this event has inside. So that's why I used AI help to basically do that for me, like these things, get item, get title. It's basically reading from the response and building a webhook payload, and then it's going to basically create a fetch request to our webhook URL. So let's go ahead and let's copy this entire script. And now we're going to go ahead and create that. So instead of Google Form Trigger folder, create a new file, utils.ts. And let's just paste the entire thing inside. So export const generate Google Form script. It will basically copy this to user's clipboard, and it will replace the webhook URL with the prop webhook URL. Let's go ahead and add it to our dialog. So I'm just going to go ahead and make this an asynchronous method. Const script will be generate Google Form script, pass in the webhook URL constant, which we generate above. Make sure you've imported our generate Google Form script from /utils. Open try and do await navigator .clipboard .write text script and do toast.success script copied to clipboard. And in the catch, let's go ahead and just throw a toast.error failed to copy script to clipboard. All right. And okay, I think this is good enough. Let me go ahead and just try this now. So just make sure you have your app running somewhere. And let me go ahead and add my Google Form trigger here. And when I click copy Google Apps script, it says script copied to clipboard. And take a close look at my webhook URL. So if done correctly, it should now add this entire webhook URL with my Google Apps script. So I can very easily check if that is true. There we go. Function on form submit has a webhook URL, which is exactly what I expected it to be. Amazing. So our generate Google Form script works. And now what you can do here is just give your users some more information. So after this div, after the last paragraph here, open a new div with a class name, rounded, large, background color muted, padding 4, space Y of 2, add an h4, available variables. So just some things to help your users, right? Font medium, text small. You will, of course, see more of these variables and which are available in the Inngest developer screen. So let's make an unordered list here with a class name text small, text muted, foreground, space Y1. And let's go ahead and add a list here. And let's add code. And for example, one of the things users will be able to do is access Google Form.respondent email. And let's give this a class name bg background px of 1 py 0.5 and rounded. And you can explain what that is, respondent email. And then you can copy this list, paste it. And you can, for example, show the user how they can access the question name like this. For example, this would be a specific answer. And then you can do the same thing if you want to list all responses as JSON using our registered JSON helper. So basically just a way, you can see I have to zoom out a bit, just a way to help your users so they know how to access this in the next node that will be connecting to it. If you don't want to, you don't have to add this hint for your users. So now that we have the Google form ready, we just have the UI ready, we still have to create the actual webhook that will listen to it. And besides the actual webhook, we also need the executor. Let's actually do the executor first, and I'll show you why. So inside of features, triggers, Google Form trigger, we also have the executor.ts. And it's basically just this. That's it. So let's change this to be Google Form trigger executor. Change this from manual trigger data to Google Form trigger data. And that's it. Just change the step run to be Google Form trigger. And since we are here, you can obviously notice that we are using manual trigger channel to publish the loading and success states. So yes, the Google Form trigger itself will not start anything because this will not be activated on click like our manual one is. We just click execute workflow. Google Form trigger can only be submitted through a webhook. So that's why the executor is so simple, because it only needs to tell the user, all right, I received an event. That's it. So while we are here, let's go ahead and let's quickly create the Google Form trigger channel so that we can change it. So instead of Google Form trigger, oh yes, we don't do them there for some reason. I have to improve that. We do them in Inngest channels. Well, in one way, they are all in one place, so at least that's good. So let's copy manual trigger, paste it here, rename it to Google-Form-Trigger.ts. Go ahead and change this to Google Form Trigger. Change this to be Google Form Trigger. And change this to be Google Form Trigger channel. Basically, no instance of manual, just Google Form. Everything else is exactly the same. Once we have this channel, we have to go inside of functions.ts, inside of source ingest, right here. And we have to register our new channel. So make sure you import the new channel. Perfect. Now, once we have that, we can go back inside of the executor.ts inside of our Google Form trigger folder. And we can now finally replace all instances of manual trigger channel with Google form trigger channel. And we also have to fix the import now, Google form trigger. There we go. Now that we have that working, let's also go inside of actions.ts. So instead of manual trigger token, let's rename this to Google form trigger token. Let's rename the function to fetch Google form trigger real-time token. And let's go ahead and replace the channel instances to our Google form trigger channel. Let's go ahead and fix the import Google form trigger. And there we go. Now we have actions.ts, which will register to Google form trigger channel. Now that we have that, we can go back inside of node.tsx, and we can finally revert this. So let's take a peek at how it's done inside of the manual trigger. Let's go ahead and borrow the code here. Here it is. So I'm just going to copy it. I'm going to go back inside of my Google form trigger node.tsx, and I'm just going to paste the entire thing here. Let's go ahead and change this to be Google form trigger channel name and fetch Google form trigger real-time token. Let's go ahead and remove the unused import from the actions. Let's go ahead and remove the unused import from manual trigger. Let's go ahead and remove the unused mouse pointer icon. And I think everything else should now be fully used in our code. Let me just double check that inside of my executor, I'm using Google form trigger. Perfect. If you want to do a final check, you can go ahead and highlight your Google form trigger folder and click find in folder and search for manual trigger. Perfect. If nothing shows up, you don't have any leftovers because we copied this from the manual folder. Great. So we are very far ahead with our Google form trigger. One issue though is that we never actually developed that webhook route. Which webhook route am I talking about? Well, this one. My apologies. This one. This endpoint right here doesn't exist. So even if we copy the Google Apps script and create a new form and paste it here, it would just return a 404 because our project has no idea what route that is. So let's go inside of source app folder, API folder. In here, let's create workflows. Inside of workflows, let's go ahead and create Google form. And inside of here, let's create route.ts. Route is a reserved file. Oh, you already know that, right? We went through this. My apologies. Yes, it's a reserved file name, just like page.tsx. So let's go ahead and just add some imports here. So let's import type next request and next response. Let's export asynchronous function post. Let me fix a typo in the function. Let's go ahead and make the request a type of next request. Let's open a try and catch right here. Let's go ahead and resolve the catch since it's easier. Console.error, Google form webhook error, and simply log the error. It's always good to do these things, even though we have Sentry. So you will have advanced error logging, so it will be way easier for you to discover if anything like this breaks. That's why it's super useful to have something like Sentry here, because there's so many factors that can go wrong. It can be user input, it can be your implementation, maybe just the way Google Apps script works can change. A bunch of things can happen. That's why having Sentry, so they log errors for you and you don't have to log them, is a big help. So let's also officially return a response with success, false, error, failed to process Google form submission. And let's also pass in the status. 500. Now, inside of the actual post method, what we have to do is we have to destructure the URL. So new URL request.url, and then we have to get the workflow ID from the params. So url.searchparams.get workflow ID. In case we are unable to find workflow ID, it means we have no idea what background job to trigger. So let me go ahead and copy this right here. And let's go ahead and simply say, instead of failed, missing required query parameter workflow ID. And in this case, it's most likely a user error. So 400 instead of 500. Now, if we do have a workflow ID, we can go ahead and destructure the body using await request.json. And then we can submit form data. Now, instead of the form data, we can add everything relevant to the form. For example, form ID, form title, and all the other things that we might need. But I also suggest that whatever you choose to do, like I do right here, individual ones, you can also always pass the raw body. This will allow your users to do all kinds of things. Basically, using our template language, they will be able to access the raw object, and then they will be able to access whatever they specifically want from the Google form. But the reason we do this, even though raw exists, is just to save the user some time and to make the templating simpler. And now what we finally have to do is trigger an ingest job. But let's go ahead and take a look at how we currently do that. So I think that we have workflows, routers.ts in the server folder. So instead of source features workflows server routers.ts, we have the execute folder right here. And in here we do await ingest.send like this. So we could do that right here. This would work perfectly fine. But here's what I want to do instead. I would suggest that we wrap our ingest.send into our own abstraction, so that later, if we need to modify it for whatever reason, we can easily do it in just one place instead of all the other places which will call this function. So instead of ingest, go inside of utils.ts. Since we already have it, let's reuse it once again. At the bottom here, export const send workflow execution. Let's go ahead and make this asynchronous and make the data be workflow ID, which is required, and then anything else we might want to pass. Go ahead and return ingest.send name workflows /execute.workflow and pass in the data. Let's go ahead and let's import ingest from /client. So just double check that we didn't accidentally misspell this. And yes, now we are only going to have to spell this properly once. We don't have to worry if we misspelled it here. So now what we can do here is we can completely change the way we call this. So instead of doing this, we can do await send workflow execution here and pass in the workflow ID to be input.id. And then you no longer have to pass this. And then same thing here. You can just pass send workflow execution. And instead of input.id, you actually have the workflow ID. So you can just use the shorthand operator. But here's the thing. You actually don't want to just pass that now. In our previous examples, we always began with an empty context until something happened, like an HTTP request. But this time, it's different. This time, we will start this background job with some context. So let's pass in the initial data here, Google form data. Whoops. Did I call it form data? I did. So let's just pass it as form data here. And then let's go ahead and quickly revisit how our functions.ts work. Instead of source ingest functions.ts, we can extract the workflow ID. And what we do here is basically we just initialize, oh, looks like we already do it. Perfect. So yes, our context will either use event.data.initialData, or it will use an empty object. So far, we've always had an empty object. Why? Well, because we manually started the workflow. So obviously, no initial data could have happened from our manual click. But now it's a different situation. Now we have this Google form, which will parse all of this data from the Google form submission, and it will then start the ingest job using initial data. So that will be a completely different situation now. Perfect. So now that we have all of this ready, let's go ahead and actually try it out. So I'm going to simplify this just a little bit. Let me remove this one. Yeah, let me remove all of them. And I'm going to add Google form. And then I'm going to add, well, yeah, let's do, just for fun, let's do two of these. This will be, I don't know, my API call https code with antonio.com. Or you can use the pretty variables. Let me just remember which one it was. This one. So you have nice JSON. So user, there we go. Save here. As you can see now, immediately we have no execute button. So the only thing we can actually do here is we can copy the Google Apps script and we can paste that instead of Google form. But here's the thing, this still won't work. Here's why. So this is the exact script that will be pasted inside of Google Apps script. The webhook URL is localhost 3000. That will not work. External services have no idea what localhost is. Localhost is only available on your current device. So in order to resolve this, we have to add ngrok or any other local tunnel. I highly suggest ngrok because it is super reliable, and it also offers you one static domain which will basically always be the same no matter how many times you start ngrok. So I'm going to quickly show you how you can set that up. So head to ngrok.com or use the link on the screen. And once you create an account, you will be greeted with a welcome screen like this. In here, make sure you are looking at the agents dropdown here and select your agent, basically your operating system. If you are on Windows, select Windows. Do not confuse that with SDKs. This is something different. This is if you want to use it programmatically. That's not what we're looking for. We want to use it as an agent. So in my case, I select Mac OS, and I can either download it or I can use Homebrew to install it. And once you've done that, so you have two steps to run: brew, install, ngrok, and then you have to add the auth token. Do not share this token with everyone. So I show it for tutorial purposes. I will rotate this token after that, so it's a new one. And to test if you did it correctly, you should have ngrok available inside of your terminal. So if I run ngrok, you will see that it now works. And if I go ahead and try do ngrok http 3000, what it's going to do is it's going to capture my Next.js instance, which is running at localhost 3000, and it's going to forward that to this public endpoint. But you can see that it's completely random. And every time that you try and use it, it's going to be completely random as well. But it works. You can see that my app is available through that weird URL. But yeah, the problem is every time you try and do this, it's completely random. So this old one now no longer works. There is a way you can actually fix that completely for free by going inside your sidebar. And let me just remember. Here it is, Universal Gateway Domains. So click on the domains here, and if you don't have any, I think on the free tier, you can just create a new domain. And then basically in here, you will always have one completely free domain. And you can click on the little CLI button here, and it's going to show you how you can select it. So now you can see that I have this thing, and now I can always do this, and it's always going to be this domain. So a custom domain for my free account. And then I can use that here. I think this is very useful for development because you can see every time I run this, it's always the same domain. So you don't have to change your code that often. So, okay, let me just close this. This is, if you're wondering what was that file, it's just the Google Apps script that I copied and then pasted here to demonstrate what's actually being copied to the clipboard. So if you're using mprox, what I would suggest you do is well, let's go ahead and do it together. Let's go inside of package.json first. And inside of package.json, let's go ahead and do ngrok dev. And in here, let's do, I already forgot the script, this one. There we go, like this. So then, when you are inside of your project, you can just do npm run ngrok dev. And then you will always have your local tunnel running so you can test your webhooks. But I'm going to go ahead even further. So what if you want this to be dynamic? Well, that's completely reasonable. So I'm going to go ahead inside of my .environment here. And in the other, I'm going to add my ngrok URL. Keep in mind, all of this is completely optional at this point, right? I mean, I showed you how you can do it yourself using ngrok. So if you manage to have your app running using this, perfectly fine. You can continue with the tutorial. So if this part doesn't work for you, because I know mprox can be a little bit tricky for Windows users, that's perfectly fine. What I'm doing here is just making it more convenient, just doing it so it's a better team environment, right? So yes, it kind of would be reasonable to store that inside of your .environment. So then in your package.json, you don't have to literally use the URL. And instead, what you can do is you can reference the environment variable using $ngrok URL. But that will not work just like that. You can see now it's not working. It fall back to random URLs. The reason it doesn't work is because it's missing .environment CLI. So let's do npm install, npm install .environment-cli and save it as a dev dependency because you don't actually need it in the dependencies. So let me show you that. .environment-cli, I'm using version 10.0.0. And once you have that, you can add a prefix here, .environment. And then try it again. npm run ngrok dev. Looks like it is still not working because, yeah, my apologies. You will have to run it like this. So add 2 dashes here. Let's go ahead and try again. Hopefully this time it will work again. Not working. Okay. .environment ngrok URL. Let me check if I'm doing something incorrectly. Ngrok URL, it's right here. Ngrok URL right here. Maybe that's simply not the way it can work. So instead, what I'm going to do is the following. I will do what worked for me. I will put .environment here in my mprox, like this. And then I'm going to go inside of my mprox.configuration file. And I'm going to go ahead and add a new process here called ngrok cmd npm run ngrok dev. And I think that now it should work hopefully, because this is what worked for me. So I had dot environment here, and I also had it here and in mprox. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut this down. I'm going to shut this down and npm run dev all. And now I should have 3 of them running, and now it's working. So you can see now I have my ngrok running at my static URL, which I can now always easily find here. So I never have to guess what it is. I can just paste it in my URL here, and I have my app running. So sorry for detouring so much. I just really wanted you to have that, because it's useful to develop like that, just having one command being run and all configured from your .environment file. But again, you can completely, just do what we previously had. This is perfectly fine, right? I'm just thinking that some of you might be doing this in a company, or maybe you want to impress your employers. So yeah, it would be kind of useful to do it like this, so they can easily set it up for their webhook URL. All right. So now that we have that ready, make sure that you have your ngrok running on any URL. It really doesn't matter. Just you should know what the URL is. And then we are now ready to do this, because if we try to access our webhook URL through our new forwarded URL, we can now do it. So let's go ahead and create a Google form. So here I am in the Google Form tab, and I'm going to click Start a New Form. I'm going to call this Nodebase, so no thanks, Nodebase test. And for the question here, let's do what endpoint should I fetch? And let's go ahead and make this, how can I make this like a text-based answer? I have no idea. I'm not that good. Okay, so here. Yeah, I just want like a short answer, like a URL. I think this will be fun. Make it required. And let's go ahead and publish this. Let's click publish. Okay, and now I should be able to copy responder link. I should be able to copy it, and in my new tab, I'm going to paste it, and there we go. So we're having this super simple question: what endpoints should I fetch? And now in here, users would, for example, answer something like this, right? Our JSON placeholder type code. So the goal is so that we create the following thing. When Google Form is submitted, read the user's answer, and then we're going to use a variable here instead. That's kind of my idea behind it. Now, obviously, if you just submit, nothing will happen because we didn't add any script. So I haven't done too many of these scripts, and this is all new to me. So you're going to have to bear with me. I'm not the expert at Google Forms, so I will kind of try to follow my own guide here, maybe get stuck a few times, but we will get through this. Let's go ahead and do it together. All right, so first things first, open your Google Form, click on 3 dots menu and script editor. Apps script, okay, that's it. So we should rename that to apps script. And once we open that, it should load the apps script editor for this specific form. Looks like it's taking a while, so I'm just gonna pause the video until it loads. All right, here it is. So let me zoom in. I will call this project the Nodebase Google Apps Script. And this is it. This is the function. So you can see it's not JavaScript. It's, I'm guessing, Google script.js. I'm not sure. And now in here, I can copy Google Apps Script. And I should be able to paste it like this. And now, basically, what we have to change is this. It shouldn't be localhost 3000. It should be our running URL right here. So since I have it inside of my .environment, I'm just going to copy it from here. And make sure you are using the HTTPS option. So change this to HTTPS and then paste it here. make sure you don't add any double slashes. So HTTPS and then your URL link, because we are using HTTPS right here. In production, obviously, you wouldn't have to change this because it would be the correct domain. In development, it's localhost, so it's a little bit harder to do. And I think that this saves automatically. Oh, you can do command save and then it will save the drive, or you can just click here. Okay, so that works. And now let's go ahead and go inside of triggers here. I think that's the next step. Yes, let's go ahead inside of triggers and click create a new trigger, add a trigger. There we go. Choose which function to run. So on form submit. You should have this because you just saved the file which has that function. And let's go ahead and see what else. Choose from form on form submit. From form on form submit. Perfect. And let's click save right here. And let's see what will happen. All right, script authorization failed. Please check your pop-up blocker settings and try again. So I'm going to click here and I'm going to allow pop-ups and redirects from this website. And I think I know exactly what's happening here. So I have to re-verify my account now. And this is very important. What you're seeing right here is warning you specifically. So when I first saw this message, I thought, oh, this is a bad implementation because, my users will see this and they're going to have to, see this message. That's not nice. This is only warning the script creator, the form owner, right? Why is it warning us? Well, because these scripts can be dangerous, right? Who knows what we just copied here and pasted? Imagine someone who is not as technically capable as you are. They can very easily hide some malicious code here and tell them, yeah, just paste it here. So that's why Google is telling you that this is requesting access to sensitive info, because it is. We are accessing the Google Form submission data and we are sending that to some random endpoint. That is what Google is warning us. But obviously, you can also get rid of this warning too once you verify this app with Google. So those are production steps. So this is 100% safe. You can click go to Nodebase Google Apps script, even though it says unsafe. I know this sounds very weird, but that's because look at what it will do. It will view and manage your forms in Google Drive, and it will connect to an external service. But we are the ones doing that, right? So that's why you can allow this to happen. I know it sounds sketchy, but it's perfectly fine, right? You developed this. You saw the exact script that is pasted inside. You know exactly what it does. And now it says loading data. This may take a few moments. I think at this point you might even be able to submit, or maybe you just have to create a new trigger again. I know this part was a bit weird for me too. Here we go. Owned by me, deployment head. To be honest, I have no idea what these deployments really mean, because I think that all I can do is I can just always just save the file and it will work. I have no idea what deployments mean really. I'm not too familiar with app script. I just managed to get it work this way. Perfect. So we now have this. Make sure it's on form submit from form on form submit event type, and make sure that the code is exactly that you have copied from here, right? And the only thing you should have modified is the webhook URL to use your active ngrok tunnel. And I think that this should be it. Keep in mind that this will obviously only work for this specific endpoint. So let's go ahead and try it out. I have no idea what we can expect actually. So let me just see what this error is. Some hydration error. I'm not too sure what that is. I will focus on that later. For now, let's submit a form. So I will just copy the link. I will paste it in one of my tabs. And yeah, let me go ahead and try and add some useful URL here. Let's actually try with this one. It's more recognizable. And let's click submit. Let's wait here. Maybe we can already see it being submitted here. Maybe we won't. I have no idea. Looks like it is not being submitted right here. Let's go ahead and check it here. Looks like no results are found here. This would mean that it is not working, I believe. So let's go ahead inside of the triggers here. Maybe it will take some time for the first one. I don't know. I'm not sure. Error rate is a 0%. That's good. Let's go ahead and click on executions here. Looks like something did trigger it, and it did manage to complete. If I click view trigger, it just redirects me here. Still, I cannot see any runs happening here, nor here. Let me try my ingest here. Can I maybe see a hit somewhere here? Oh, here it is. We have it. API, webhooks, Google form. It's 404. Could I have maybe made some typing mistake here? Source app folder API. Did I name it workflows? I named this workflows instead of webhooks. My deepest apologies. Select yes to update imports. That's going to open this cache file. You can just save it, close the .next folder. That was the problem. I think that now it should work. Let's try again. It's super easy to retry. Just click submit another response. Let's go ahead and try code with Antonio.com again. Let's click submit. And will it maybe work now? Oh, there we go. It failed, but no executor found for Node Google form trigger. All right. This is actually good news, even though it doesn't sound like it. We forgot to add our executor, but it's good because something tried to trigger the executor. So instead of our triggers, we have Google form trigger and we have executor.ts. But yeah, we never actually use this. If you search, we don't use it absolutely anywhere in our code except in its definition. So let's go ahead and I think this is in executions. Maybe not. Let me go ahead and try and find. Okay, I think I know the name of the file. All right, it is in source features executions lib executor registry. Yes, we have this to do that we have to do. I will take care of that. But let's add node type.google form trigger, and let's use Google form trigger executor. Make sure you have imported it. And I think that now, third try, I think this should work fine. Let's refresh for good luck. Oh, there we go. It retried. It retried itself, and then it worked. That's great, but let's try ourselves again from scratch. So I'm gonna go ahead and click submit another response, and I'm gonna do https code with Antonio.com. Submit. Let's wait. It should highlight any second now. Let's see. There we go. Finally, it works. We successfully triggered using a third-party service. And let's go ahead and take a look. Instead of our Google form trigger, we have Google form variable. We have the form ID, form title. We have raw data. We have respondent. Well, we don't have respondent email because we didn't make it required in the Google form. But we do have responses. What endpoint should I fetch? Like this. So if I am correct, the way I could now do this is by using Google form dot, let me see, dot responses, and then quoting this. I think if this doesn't work, it's probably because of the white space. So I should rename the question to be a single word, but let's try it. Let's go ahead and click save here. Okay, I see. Let's go inside of HTTP request dialog.tsx. And let's go inside of the form schema here. Yeah, I think it's complicated, yeah. But let's make it a string. And let's go ahead and chain this to be at least required. Like this. So yeah, endpoint will be any string. And I think that now this save should work. And let's click save. And we can refetch now. So now you can see that basically when the form is submitted, we're going to read from the context Google form.responses and specifically that question. And now let's go ahead and try and make it more fun. So I'm going to go ahead and submit my form again. So I'll submit another response. What endpoint should I fetch? I'm going to use HTTPS JSON placeholder users1. And I will click submit. I have no idea if this is going to work or not because of the white space in the question name. So let's see. Yeah, it does not work. I'm guessing because of that specifically. Let's see. Yes, it cannot do that. So can I make it simpler by calling this URL? Save. Submit another response. Now it's called URL. So I think that I can just modify this to be, well, I think it should be just .url now because it's just the name of that question. So let me save that. I'm going to do another refresh here. I mean, at this point, what we wanted to implement for this chapter is finished. I'm just trying to make some fun conclusion before we wrap up the chapter. So let's go ahead. Fingers crossed. There we go. Perfect. So if we've done this correctly, HTTP request should fetch the first user, and that's exactly what it did. It fetched the user with an ID of 1 because that is exactly what we submitted in the Google form, which we can prove right here. Respondent responses answered the URL should be users1. Amazing, amazing job. You just implemented a third-party service trigger to your app. What an amazing job you've done. You've learned so many different things in this one chapter. And yes, I completely forgot about this. I will make sure that we resolve that. So let's go ahead and let's finally merge this thing now, shall we? So 22 Google form trigger. I'm going to go ahead and open a new branch here. 22 Google form trigger. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and stage all 20 of my files here, including the new mprocs. If you didn't change that, you might have 19, 18 files. I don't know. But yes, these ones should be the important ones. Let's go ahead and do 22 Google form trigger, commit, and let's go ahead and publish the branch. Now, as always, let's go ahead and open a new pull request. And since this was a big one, let's go ahead and review it. And here we have the review by CodeRabbit. So new features. We added Google Form Trigger support. Workflows can now be triggered by Google Form submissions with Webhook configuration and real-time status monitoring. Enhancements. We added ngrok integration to development environment for local webhook testing. Improvements. Relaxed endpoint validation to accept non-URL string inputs. This refers to our last change, where we basically allowed the entire endpoint URL field to be a variable. Otherwise, it would not work. So let's take a look at the sequence diagram, even though I think it is pretty simple. So Google Form makes a POST request to /API webhooks Google Form with required workflow ID and form data. We then proceed that information to send workflow execution, which fires the ingest background job. We then execute the Google Form trigger, which is very simply used to publish the loading status and forward the context to whatever is the next topologically sorted node. As per some comments in here, it says that this script assumes authentication is already configured, but this prerequisite isn't documented. So yes, all of this is true. If your users, if you will, give this source code to someone, you should probably tell them that ngrok is required and that they need to have ngrok set up. Another thing it mentions here is that ngrok URL parameter suggests a reserved domain configuration. That is not ngrok Pro feature. So yes, multiple domains are, but single domain is not. So yes, it's fine to have this on free tier. In here, it is warning us that technically anything can access this webhook right now, which is completely true. So I'm going to see if there is a simple way I can show you how to authorize your webhooks. But if you're interested, there is this service called Swix Webhooks, which I know Clerk uses to protect their endpoints. So it could be something you could explore for production use, basically webhooks as a service. For now, let's just focus on this. So yes, right now, anyone could access this. I will try to implement something simple, so at least you have to know the secret to access it, which will be enough to not make this essentially a public endpoint. It's going to work something like this, yeah. And in here, it noticed a typo. I said container, I should set contain. In here, we have an invalid string that we have to replace webhook URL with the webhook URL from above when it actually embeds that in the copy button. So we can remove that part, correct. In here, as in the previous pull requests, we don't handle any errors here. So yeah, we could wrap that inside of try catch and then catch errors. And in here, it's telling us that node.tsx should have use client. Since our previous ones didn't have it, I think we don't have to add it here, simply because its parent component is already a client component. And in here, it's basically telling us the same thing that it did in the webhook part. Since this is the Google Apps script, later, when we add some kind of validation to that webhook, we should also include authorization property here so that it can access it. All right, so great comments from CodeRabbit. Some serious security issues were caught here. Let's go ahead and merge that pull request, go inside of main, and make sure to click on synchronize changes. This will synchronize your main branch with your newly merged one. Click on the graph to convince yourself that 22 was the latest merged one. Amazing job. So very, well, I wouldn't say challenging, but complex chapter with some new elements like Google script and learning how all of that works. So we added Google Form trigger node, dialog, executed a real-time channel, and webhook. We created a Google Form, and we even discovered this app script thing. We pushed to GitHub and reviewed the pull request. Amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to add another trigger to our project. Just like we've added the Google Form trigger, we're now going to add the Stripe trigger. Basically, when certain Stripe events reach our application's webhook, we're going to initiate the workflow based on that workflow ID. But before we do that, let's go ahead and resolve one TypeScript error that I keep postponing. Let's go ahead inside of our executor registry. And in here, we have a problem with our HTTP request. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside of the HTTP request executor here, which you can find inside of source, features, executions, components, HTTP request folder, and then find the executor. Let's go ahead and bring back the optional question marks here. This will then resolve the problem right here, so we can remove the to-do. But now we have a problem inside. One easy way of fixing this is, instead of doing validation checks outside of step.run, let's simply do it inside. So the reason this needs to work is TypeScript flow control works in a very specific way. Even though we just validated that data method exists, that variable name exists, and that endpoint exists, there is nothing guaranteeing us that once this step.run happens, data itself won't change. That's why in here, it still thinks it can be undefined. Same with the endpoint. It still thinks it can be undefined. So one easy way of fixing this is just by moving all of these if checks inside of step.run. So let's go ahead and add them here. And you can see that the moment we add them, all of the errors go away. So it's actually that simple to resolve this. And now when you hover over data endpoint, it's a string. Method, it's, I think the error is no longer here. So I think it's just showing us options.method. Okay, yeah, I see. But the method itself, yes, it definitely exists. Perfect. And same thing for the variable name, which was the problematic one. Basically, it's no longer causing us any errors. I think that if you did variable name here, data variable name, and hovered over this, there we go. It tells you it's a string. So just by moving the if checks inside of the scope of this function, we fixed TypeScript flow control. And now it knows that these must exist because they can no longer be mutated after these if checks. Perfect. So let's go ahead and close that. Now that we have this ready, let's go ahead and let's implement the Stripe trigger. So this will be quite simple, as we've recently just implemented the Google Form trigger. Let's go ahead and copy most of the files. I'm going to go inside of Features, Triggers. I'm going to copy Google Form trigger, and I'm going to paste it in the components. I'm going to rename this to Stripe trigger. Instead of Stripe trigger, let's go ahead and modify all of these files. I think that we can already delete the utils because there will be no Google Form script. So let's remove the entire utils file. Then let's go inside of Node of the new Stripe trigger. And let's go ahead and rename this to Stripe trigger. Is it called a node in the end? I just want to be consistent. Yes, it has the keyword node at the end. So let's call it Stripe trigger node. Perfect. Let's go ahead and change this to Stripe. And let's do when Stripe event is captured, or anything like that. Later, if you want to be more specific, for example, you could add a description, which will be based on the trigger dialog, where users could choose whether they want to listen to invoice, customer, purchase, failed, right? Any specific events. So in this chapter, I'm just going to show you the kind of overall idea of how you would do this, and then you can specialize it into one specific case or allow the user to select what case they want. That's why I'm doing such a broad description here. And now we have to change this. So instead of using Google Form.svg, go ahead inside of my Nodebase assets folder, and in the images here, you should find stripe.svg. Once you have stripe.svg, go inside of public, logos, and add it here. So just go ahead and add it here, and you should have stripe.svg inside. Perfect. Whoops, I added two of them. Now let's go ahead back inside of our node.tsx for the Stripe trigger. Make sure you are in the correct one. And let's change this to stripe.svg. And I can leave this as is. Now let's go ahead and add it to our node components. I think this is inside of source config folder node-components. And then we have to just copy and paste this and change this to be stripe trigger. Obviously, we have an error here because we haven't added the stripe type, but let's just prepare this with stripe trigger node. Now let's go and set up our schema.prisma and let's add stripe trigger. Once we add that, let's go ahead and do npx prisma migrate dev. And let's go ahead and give it a name of stripe trigger node. So very simply, stripe trigger node. And after you do that, it should synchronize the database. As always, I recommend restarting your Next server, your Inngest server, and even ngrok wouldn't hurt. Let me just go ahead and quit the entire thing and do npm run dev all. Looks like ngrok was running twice, so there we go. Now it's fixed. Great. Now that I have the stripe trigger here, I should no longer have the error inside of here. If you do, just restart your VS Code or your TypeScript entirely. Now we have to go inside of components, inside of node selector, and we have to copy Google form trigger, change this to stripe trigger, and use the stripe SVJ. Let's go ahead and do stripe event here. And let's go ahead and change the runs the flow when a stripe event is captured, or anything that you feel is sufficient to explain how this workflow will be triggered. Let's go ahead and refresh our app to make sure everything is working. Every time you restart Next.js, you should do this. And looks like when I deleted that utils folder inside of my stripe, it messed up the components inside of stripe trigger right here, dialog.tsx. It uses generate Google form scripts, so just remove that. And let's go ahead and remove the entire onClick here, like this. This way we shouldn't have any errors. Perfect. And now when we click here, we should have a stripe event here. Runs the flow when a stripe event is captured. There we go. When a stripe event is captured. Perfect. So we can now visually add stripe trigger to our app. Now let's go ahead and create the proper dialog for it. So the dialog itself will actually be quite similar to the one in the Google form trigger. Let's go ahead and make sure we rename it first. Instead of Google form trigger, this will be stripe trigger dialog. And we're still going to use the params, we still need the workflow ID, and we still need to generate the webhook URL. But instead of going to webhooks Google form, we're going to go to webhooks stripe. Copy to clipboard function can stay exactly as it is. And now let's just change the title and the description to describe exactly what we are doing in regards to the stripe event. So stripe trigger configuration. And let's go ahead and change the description to something useful. Configure this webhook URL in your Stripe dashboard to trigger this workflow on payment events. Obviously, again, a broad description. Later, you can specify this to be something specific to make it a bit more useful to your viewers. To your users. These fields will be exactly the same. There's nothing we have to change here. And for the setup instructions, we should just change what we have to do. So I'm just going to go ahead and show you. The first step will be open your Stripe dashboard. After that, we're going to go ahead and go to developers, webhooks. Then we're going to click add endpoint. We're then going to paste the endpoint, which users will see in the input above. Users will then have to specify which events they want to listen for example, payment intent succeeded. And let's go ahead and tell them to copy and save the sign-in secret. And then in here we have the Google Apps script, which we can completely remove because no such thing exists for the Stripe event. And for the available variables here, you can be as creative as you want. For example, I'm just going to go ahead and add a few here. So instead of this unordered list, I'm just going to remove the entire content inside so it's empty. For example, one thing you can do is the payment amount. Using the list element, the code element, class name BG, background PX1, PY 0.5 rounded, and just render stripe.amount, because stripe will be the name of the variable where we're going to store the initial context of. And that will be the payment amount. And then you can just go ahead and add a bunch of these for anything useful. For example, currency, or maybe customer ID. Or you could just show the users how they can access the entire Stripe object by using our JSON helper. So again, this is just UI helpers. It doesn't matter if you make a typo here. It's just to make it easier for your users. Another useful one might be the Stripe event type, so they can see exactly what happened. Great. So once we have this, let me see, can I remove anything? I think everything here is ready to go. We can now go inside of the node.tsx, and we can change this to the Stripe trigger dialog. Let's go ahead and use it right here. There we go. And immediately now you can see Stripe trigger configuration. In here it uses webhooks, Stripe, perfect. I can click copy here. Setup instructions include the Stripe dashboard, and available variables are listed here. Perfect. So what we have to do now is obviously update the node status so it uses the Stripe channel and not the Google Form channel. So that shouldn't be too hard. Let's go ahead and go inside of Inngest channels, copy Google Form, paste it here, rename this to Stripe trigger, go inside of your newly created Stripe trigger, go ahead and change this to replace all instances of Google Form with Stripe. So Stripe trigger channel name, again, Stripe trigger execution, and this will be Stripe trigger channel. Everything else will stay exactly the same. Once we have Stripe trigger, let's go ahead inside of ingest functions.ts. Let's make sure to register the new Stripe trigger channel. Just make sure you have imported this. Great. Once we have that, we can go ahead inside of, well, back where we created this, inside of features, triggers, Stripe trigger, actions.ts. And let's just modify it, right? So immediately we can change this import to be from Stripe trigger channel, type of Stripe trigger channel, use Stripe channel here. Let's go ahead and rename all instances of Google Form to be Stripe. And I think that should be enough. Perfect. Now, obviously, we have an error here because we have to go back inside of the node of the Stripe trigger, and we have to import fetch Stripe trigger real-time token. There we go. And I think, the only thing we have to change here is the import. So Stripe trigger channel name. I think that might be it. And what I always like to do is I like to right-click on the folder, Stripe trigger, and I would like to click Find in Folder and search for Google Form. Yeah. And now you will see everything that we have left over to fix. So it's the executor one we haven't fixed. Perfect. So immediately change this from Google Form to Stripe. So I am inside of executor.ts, inside of the Stripe trigger folder. And in here, instead of Google Form trigger executor, it's going to be, so let me just first resolve the name, Stripe trigger executor. Then let's change the channel to be Stripe trigger channel. All instances should also use Stripe trigger channel. The step name should be Stripe trigger. There we go. And now I think we're done. I think if I go ahead and do find in folder again, Google Form or Google does not exist as a search result. Perfect. So now I think we might actually be ready to try this. So the only way we can actually try this is, since we don't have any transform nodes, we can just go ahead and add this just so we have like 2 nodes available. Let's go ahead and just use any here. Just set whatever you want, click save. And basically what we have to do now is we have to configure this inside of Stripe to make it work. And before we actually do this in Stripe, it would be a good idea to create the webhook. I completely forgot that we need the webhook as well. Lucky for us, it is super simple to what we had before. So just go inside of source app API, webhooks, Google form. Go ahead and copy it and paste it here, rename it to Stripe. If it asks you to update the imports, you can select yes, and then you get this cache. You can save that, close it, and make sure to close that folder. It's not important. I go inside of Stripe route.ts, and let's go ahead and improve this. So this is exactly the same. We still need the workflow ID. And now the form data will be a little bit different. So what I suggest that you keep here is at least the event metadata, basically allowing the user to quickly access the event ID, for example. Then you could do event type, basically just those useful things. Obviously, you would modify this, how your users are using this and what they expect, what they think it's better. And then to give them all the other useful things, I would suggest using raw like this. And in here, they can basically access customer ID, amount, currency, session ID, payment status, customer email, description of the product, everything. You can simplify this for them as much as you want, right? But do keep in mind that you would probably want to do it per Stripe event because every Stripe event has a different data object. So because of that, you should probably be careful with what you pass here. Let's just go ahead and fix this. So instead of Google form webhook error, this would be Stripe webhook error, failed to process Stripe event. Stripe event, that's it. Now, in order to send workflow execution, we have to modify the initial data to be Stripe. And I will just pass in Stripe data here. And this would be Stripe data. There we go. Perfect. So once we have this, I think we should be ready. So make sure it is inside of webhooks Stripe. And now we can go back in here. And basically, depending on when you created your Stripe account, you might have this sandbox thing, or maybe you won't have it. Just go ahead and try and create a new account. Keep in mind that I think you can only create like one sandbox if you don't verify your business. Verifying your business basically means that you need to have an actual business information. So if you're just doing this for development, you have to use the single sandbox that you have, or just create a completely new account on Stripe. And then you will get this new sandbox thing. And in here, you have to access webhooks somehow. So I just search for them in here and click webhooks. You can see I already have one. So I'm just going to delete it so it doesn't confuse you. And now there are 2 ways you can do this. You can do it with an actual production-ready URL link, which would be useful for when you actually deploy this application. But another way would be here, test with a local listener here. So in order to make that work, you need to download the Stripe CLI. It is as easy to do this as ngrok. So just go ahead and follow the install the Stripe CLI on macOS, Windows, or Linux. So depending on what you use, you can go ahead and see all the instructions. So in order to check if you did this correctly, go ahead and type Stripe, and you shouldn't see any error. Instead, you should see the flags that are available. All right, now let me go back here, and let's try and trigger an event here. Let's try and make that happen. So click test with a local listener here. Let's go ahead and first do Stripe login. There we go. So go ahead and open this. Once you open it, you should allow access. Just always confirm that what you see here is exactly what you see here, so you're not accidentally allowing access to some other device. You may now close this window. Perfect. There we go. So this step is now correct. And now we have to do the other step, which would basically be 3000 API webhooks / Stripe. And yes, I think we also need the exact, basically this right here. So just copy that part too. So forward to, and just this entire URL. Obviously in production, this would be much easier. Your user would just copy this. They would go ahead and actually add the webhook endpoint here, but we can't do that because it cannot target localhost. So what you can do is you can use your ngrok forwarded URL and then add it here as the actual destination. But I think it's just simple to do this too. Okay, no matches found. Maybe we need to like wrap this like that. Does that work? Okay. So now that we are connected here, let me just see. We should try and trigger an event. So I'm going to open a new tab and let's see, did I do this correctly or not? So Stripe trigger payment intent succeeded. And looks like it is receiving something, but it's receiving back 500. So I don't think that this event fired. Is this the one that just happened? I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out. Oh, no executor found for node Stripe trigger. Oh, I think everything is actually working. We're just making one mistake here. We forgot to do inside of Stripe features, executions, lib, executor registry. We forgot to add node type Stripe trigger executor. Make sure you import it. So the same mistake I made with the Google form trigger. And I think that now it should actually work. So let's just go ahead and focus on this. So it should just trigger this, and then this should trigger that. As simple as, that. Oh yeah, you need to have this forwarding here. And let's go ahead and do this again. Let's wait for a second, and there we go. So we successfully triggered our app. Looks like when we run this, it ran a few times. That's probably because it received, as you can see, a lot of events. I think that's probably because inside of route.ts in the Stripe here, what I'm doing here is just I'm accepting like anything here, but you will probably want to like limit this to specific event that your user required with that workflow ID, of course, and then it shouldn't react that many times, because I'm not sure if payment intent succeeded only fires once or multiple times, because we can see that in here, it fires a lot of time. Now, I can still see 500 here. I think that's because I always need to return something. So return next response.json. Let's go ahead and do success, true. And let's go ahead and add status here of 200. One thing I forgot to tell you, yes, is that webhooks always need to end with some kind of successful return. Otherwise, they will keep repeating. So let's try this again. So I'm running this locally. I'm going to try and trigger this again since I already know it's working. There we go. Now we have 200. Perfect. And this is still working. Great. So yes, make sure that you add that here. And you should probably also add it in the Google Form one. So always, end up saying some kind of success message so they know they don't have to retry the webhook, because there's a limit to how long they will retry before they turn it off. And it is that easy to do it with Stripe. So if you're confused, like, why do we need this local listener? Well, because it's easier to demonstrate in development mode, but you don't have to use it. So if I just go ahead and close this, what I would usually do is in here, I wouldn't see localhost 3000. I would see mydomain.com, or you could use the ngrok public domain. And then inside of here, you would click add destination. Your users would click that. I'm not sure. not too familiar with Stripe, I think it should be your account. They will select the events they want to listen to. I don't know. I think the most popular ones are inside of checkout session completed, right? When someone successfully purchases something, they will select Webhook endpoint, and then they would basically paste that URL with your actual domain. That would be here, right? But in here, you can see it noticed that it's localhost. So if you're using localhost, you need to use Stripe CLI. So even if you want to use your ngrok one, you could do that, but then you have another problem. It's not a problem. It's just hard to test. Even if you added this, so Nodebase webhook test, it would be a bit difficult to test it. Oh, you can do send test events. Okay, maybe not too difficult. So I think if I refresh here, it should work even if I send the test event from here. Okay, so it's still telling me to do it through the CLI, right? Testing the events is difficult. You would have to set up an entire Stripe app to make it work. But let me see if I can just fire this event and see if that works. Let's wait a second. Looks like not. Again, I'm not sure if this is because of the way maybe I have to log in again. Let me go ahead and check inside of the events here. This is something else. This is not that, I think. Yeah, I think this is just being confused now because I logged in to test it locally, and now I didn't log in again to test it here. So Node webhook test uses HTTPS, then my ngrok URL, webhooks Stripe with this specific workflow ID that I'm in. That's important. And if I click send test events, let's go ahead and try and Stripe login again. Maybe I have to do it again. Just trying to prove that it still works, but maybe I'm missing something obvious. The code definitely works. That's not the problem. I'm just trying to bring it as close to production as possible for you. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not working now. Let me see inside of npm here. HTTPS. Webhooks edit destination. So this should be a completely valid endpoint. Let's just see. 405 is correct in this case. I should be getting 405 because it's an invalid method request. I'm not seeing anything new here. Oh, because I didn't select my events. Let me go ahead and try and find the event I'm actually firing. Payment intent succeeded. Payment intent. There we go. It's such a bad search function. Okay, 5th time is the charm. Let's try the event again. Maybe now it will work when it listens to the event. There we go. And you can see how it doesn't repeat it now. So it looks like, yeah, it only repeats in localhost version. When it's actually using the URL, it doesn't repeat the events. Perfect. Now, obviously, in a real-world app, you would have to protect this endpoint. Now, as I said, I will try to find time to add some basic protection for our webhooks because they're now publicly available. Literally anyone can find a workflow ID and just trigger this endpoint. That's not good, right? So we would have to protect it in some way. With Stripe, you can actually do it quite easily because your users would simply have to copy the signing secret. You would have to allow them to add the signing secret somewhere here, right? And then in the webhook, we will simply check if that signing secret is correct. And if it's not, break the endpoint, someone else try to access this, right? Who is not the user who added Stripe. But if you wanted to do it without that, so like a universal protector, you would have to generate a secret every time you create a workflow. And then you can reuse that kind of authentication flow for all of your webhooks. That's something I'm going to try and find time for. And if you want to, you can also use Swix, which is another thing I think I demonstrated already. It's basically webhooks as a service. It's really cool. A lot of like high-profile companies use them, as you can see, like Clerk, Brex. These are really like high-profile companies. So if you're looking for production-level protection, you could look into Swix. Amazing job. I think that is everything we wanted to do in this chapter. Let's see. We added the Stripe node, dialog, executor, real-time channel, webhook, and we managed to trigger a Stripe event both through a localhost and through our port-forwarded ngrok public domain, so we know it's going to work in production as well. So 23 Stripe trigger. Let's go ahead and merge that, create a new branch. 23 Stripe trigger. I'm going to go ahead, add all of the changes. 23 Stripe trigger, commit, and I'm going to publish the branch. And since this was almost identical to our previous pull request, we don't have to review it again because we know exactly, we just literally copied the same number of files, right? So 15 files I have here. We added a new event, we added an icon, and then we just copied every single thing we had with the Google form, and we just repurposed it to work with Stripe. We also fixed the issue of invalid types in the executor registry. But besides that, I don't think there's anything worth waiting here. We can just go ahead and merge this. But still, it stands what CodeRabbit told us in the previous chapter, that we should protect these endpoints somehow, right? So the same is true for this one. And let's go ahead now, and once we merge it, go back to main, go ahead and click on synchronize changes, okay. And inside of your source control tab here, once it synchronizes, open graph and confirm that you have it here, 23 Stripe trigger. Great. So I believe that marks the end of this chapter. We pushed to GitHub. We reviewed it technically because it's exactly the same as the previous one. Amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to add AI nodes to our project. So what exactly is the difference between this chapter and chapter 7, in which we've added AI providers? Well, in chapter 7, we've learned how we're going to use AI within this project. In this chapter, we're going to literally create the canvas drag and drop nodes for each of those AI providers that we've added. So a quick reminder, I taught you how to add Gemini, which offers a completely free API key. And on top of that, I told you that you can also use OpenAI, Anthropic, and a million other providers that AI SDK offers. AI SDK is, well, the SDK for AI that we are using in this project. So just a quick reminder. Let's go ahead and revisit chapter 7 right here. As you can see, that's exactly what I told you. You can use Gemini, which is free, or OpenAI or Anthropic, which will set you back a minimum of $5. If you want to use them, sure, but not required. And also a quick reminder, once you finish this project and you actually deploy it, no one will be using your AI API keys. All of your users will be using their API keys. Just to clarify that one more time. And as you can see in here, it's also marked as finished. We set up AI SDK, and we even used it within Inngest. So now when we start chapter 24, we have some already added things for us. So just in case, go ahead inside of your package.json and confirm that you have the AI package. So you should have AI SDK Google at minimum, or OpenAI and Anthropic, or maybe Grok, whatever you wanted to use, but you should have at least one here. Since AI SDK Google is the free one, I will be mostly focusing on this one, but I will also show you how to add Anthropic and OpenAI, and I would suggest that you follow through with me and implement them as well, even if you don't have an API key. In fact, if you go inside of your .environment file, you will see that I don't have Anthropic API key. It's completely empty. That's perfectly fine because in the end, it will be our users who are going to provide their own API keys. So just make sure that you're inside of your .environment, you have at least one API key for AI, whether that is a Google Generative AI or Gemini, OpenAI, or Anthropic. Just make sure you have at least one. And inside of your package.json, make sure you have at least one AI SDK provider here. And alongside that, you should also have the AI package itself. Great. Quick reminder, you can use the link on the screen to visit aistudio.google.com. And in here, you have Get API Key in the sidebar, and you can very quickly create a new one. Maybe you have to delete your old one. I'm not sure how does the free tier exactly work here, but at least one API key will be completely free if that's what you need. Perfect. Just make sure you have that. And now let's get to implementing this. So the first thing I want to do is I want to add the images for all three of these. So let's go ahead and prepare our public logos folder. And you can go ahead and visit my Nodebase assets folder. You can go inside of images and you should find Anthropic, Gemini, and OpenAI. So let's go ahead and add all three inside of here. Once you add them inside of here, you should have Anthropic, Gemini, and last one, OpenAI. Great. Now that we have them, let's go ahead and add them inside of our Prisma schema. So instead of a node type, let's go ahead and let's add Anthropic. Then let's add Gemini. And let's add OpenAI. Of course, you are free to name this however you prefer, but I would highly suggest that you follow the exact same naming as I am doing so you don't cause yourself any unnecessary bugs or problems. Save this file, and then, as usual, let's go ahead and do npx prisma migrate dev. Once you get the prompt to enter a name, feel free to add whatever you want. For example, AI nodes schema or AI nodes types. And that will synchronize your database with the schema. And as always, whenever you do the migration, I highly recommend restarting your Next server, your Inngest, and I don't think you need to restart ngrok. In fact, we are not going to need local tunnel running for this chapter, but if you want to, you can have it running. So basically, if you plan on using your Google Forms or Slack nodes, Stripe nodes, you will need a forwarded open tunnel, local tunnel, like ngrok. Great, so just make sure that works. Go ahead and restart your Next.js app so everything is up to date. And now what we're going to do is, well, the same flow that we did before, except instead of building the trigger, we're going to be building an executor. So let's go ahead and let's copy the HTTP request inside of source, features, executions, components. Let's go ahead and copy HTTP request and paste it here. And let's rename it to Gemini. And while we are here, let's also immediately do the same inside of the ingest folder, channels, copy HTTP request, paste it here, and rename it Gemini. So now we have the real-time channel for Gemini. I'm going to go ahead and change this to Gemini channel name, and this will be called Gemini execution. Everything else will stay the same, except, of course, the name of the variable right here, Gemini channel. Once you have created the Gemini channel, immediately go inside of ingest functions.ts and register the new Gemini channel so you don't forget to do that. Perfect. Now we can go ahead and focus back inside of the Gemini folder, which we've copied. So let's head inside of node.tsx. And basically in here, yes, we again have the data because we will need some data here. What I would suggest is not changing anything inside. Instead, let's just focus on renaming this so it's easier to refactor it later. Gemini node data. This will be Gemini node type using the Gemini node data from above, and then use the Gemini node type in here. Let's rename this to Gemini node, and let's leave this as is for now. No need to change it. Let's just focus on the base execution node and the name here. So for the name, I'm just going to set it to be Gemini. And for the icon, I'm going to go ahead and use logos gemini.svg. And let's go ahead and fix this. So Gemini node dot display name Gemini node. And let me just quickly check. Inside of our triggers, do we even have that display name? Looks like we don't. Okay, I was just worried that I forgot to rename that or something. If we don't have it and if we don't have any errors, I think everything is fine. Now let's go ahead and add Gemini to our node components factory, if I can call it like that, inside of source config and node components. Let's go ahead and do node type.gemini, Gemini node. You should be able to import it from add features executions components Gemini node. Perfect. And now we have to go to our node selector instead of source components, node selector. And let's go ahead and go inside of our execution nodes. Let's go ahead and duplicate this. And let's add the Gemini type. Now the Gemini type, you can make any description you want. Really, I'm going to use a super simple one. Use Google Gemini to generate text. Gemini, and the icon is going to be /logos gemini.svg. Perfect. And I think that this already should be able to show you Gemini, and you should be able to add Gemini. The only problem is the dialog, of course, uses the HTTP request configuration. So that's what we're going to be working on now. Let's go ahead and start by changing this from HTTP request dialog to Gemini dialog. So go inside of the Gemini folder, dialog.tsx. Again, don't focus on the schema, leave that as is. Oh yes, I also have to do this to-do thing. Basically, yeah, I forgot this. The reason I thought about adding this to the body property of HTTP request node is because we now have templating. So I thought it would be a good idea to like validate JSON, maybe if it's valid or not. I don't know, maybe we don't even need it. It kind of depends on the user experience you want to add, right? Nevertheless, let's focus on the Gemini folder now, dialog component. And let's start by renaming the HTTP request form values to Gemini form values. Change this to use the Gemini form values as well. Change this to be Gemini dialog. And I think inside we should not have any more errors. Let's just change this from the title of HTTP request to be Gemini, like that. And for the description, we can just say configure the AI model and the prompts for this node. And let's do Gemini configuration. Now let's go back inside of Gemini folder node.tsx and add Gemini node here. Well, let's go ahead and just import. Yes, so let's do Gemini node and Gemini, my apologies, not Gemini node, Gemini dialog and Gemini form values. So I'm doing something incorrect here. This shouldn't be Gemini node. This should be Gemini dialog, of course. And this shouldn't be HTTP request form values. This should be Gemini form values. And now you should practically solve all of your errors, you can remove the unused globe icon. And now you can see that the dialog says Gemini configuration, configure the AI model, and the prompts for this node. Perfect. Let's go ahead and continue developing this dialog right here. So I want to start by modifying the form schema. Let's go ahead and first define all the available models. So unfortunately, I didn't find a type-safe way to do this. So I just extracted things that work. So this kind of might be different for you depending on which AI SDK version you're using. Just a quick reminder. So I'm using AI SDK Google 2.0.17 and AI 5.0.60. So at the time of making this tutorial, these are the available models. So even if you're not sure, you can write it exactly like this, and I'm going to show you how you can see which models are available. So the variable name can actually stay the same because every execution thingy should have the variable, right? Now let's go ahead and change the endpoint to be the model. And the model will not be a type of string, it's going to be a type of enum. And let's simply add available models inside. Then let's add system prompt, which will be a string, and it will actually be completely optional. And the last one we're going to do is user prompt. This will be a string, but it will be required. So let's go ahead and use a shorthand. User prompt is required. There we go. That's our form schema. So now in the default values, obviously we should reflect that. The model should use default values dot model, or let's fall back to available models first in the array. The system prompt should use default values dot system prompt or an empty string, and the user prompt should use user prompt or an empty string as well. And then you can go ahead and copy this entire thing and do the same thing instead of a form.reset right here. Now let's go ahead and just get rid of some things we don't need. So we do not need any of these. Yes, you can, no need for any watch methods here. So in order to make this a bit simpler, you can remove this. No need to dynamically change the description anymore. Oh, actually, wait. That was a cool feature, wasn't it? Maybe we can leave that. So leave watch variable name. Sorry, I just told you don't have to do it. So just remove the other ones because this one is cool. And inside of the description then, instead of this, it will most likely be, I'm not exactly sure what will the response look like. So I'm kind of guessing right now. Let's see. Maybe it will just be like .text. I'm not sure. We're going to see once we get the ingest output. Now for this form field, let's go ahead and remove it entirely. We're not going to need it. For the endpoint here, let's go ahead and remove that as well. And go ahead and just remove the dynamic conditional part for the form field, which controls what was in the HTTP request body field, like this. So just like make it always available. The reason I'm leaving only this one is because it uses text area, so it's the smallest amount of code we have to modify. So let's just change this to call system prompt, like this. And let's go ahead and do system prompt optional to let the user know they don't have to do this. And then let's go ahead and just give a little placeholder here. For example, you are a helpful assistant, and let's make this smaller, like 80 pixels. And the form description will be something useful. For example, sets the behavior of the assistant, and then use variables for simple values or use JSON variable to stringify objects, right? Again, this is just instructions for your users. I think you can already take a look at this. If you go inside of the Gemini node, open it, we have the variable name, and here we have the system prompt, and this is how that description ends up rendering as. Now let's go ahead and let's copy and paste that, and let's do the same thing for the user prompt. User prompt, like this. Remove the optional part here, change this to user. And in here, for example, in the placeholder, you can do something useful, like summarize this text, and then maybe use the JSON thingy to let the user know that they can use values inside. There we go. This is how that placeholder looks like. Let's go ahead and just increase this one a bit, since it's more useful. And in the form description, again, you can set something useful. The prompt to send to the AI. Use variables for simple values or JSON variable to stringify objects. Great. So just one more field left here for now. Later, we're also going to have a credential dropdown, so users can add their own credentials, but we're not going to implement that now. What we need to do now is we need to copy this form field. We need to paste it here. And we need to modify the model, right? Let's go ahead and add the form item. The form label will be model. And let's go ahead and let's remove the entire form control here. Because what we're actually going to do is we're going to use the select component. I think we should already have select imported here. So if you don't, make sure you have select content, item, trigger, and value from components UI select. So for the select here, let's go ahead and add two values, on value change and default value. Now inside of the select, we can add the actual form control, and inside a very simple select trigger with full with class name, and select value with placeholder select a model. Outside of the form control, let's render the select content. And inside of select content, we're going to iterate over our constant available models.map model and render it in a select item with a key of model and the value of the same thing. And of course, render the actual model name inside. For the form description, we can simplify it even further, the Google Gemini model to use for this completion. So let's go ahead and check it out now. There we go. I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. So this is how it looks like. Users can now specify the exact Gemini model they want to use. They can name their variable, they can add a system prompt, and they can add a user prompt. Amazing. One thing I want to do is I want to move the variable field to the top, just to be consistent, because I feel like that is one of the most important values to have, really. And let's make it familiar for our user to always expect it on the top of every configuration form. Where did I move it? Oh, here it is, variable name. Did I do this correctly? Let me go ahead and add Gemini again. Open it up. Variable name, perfect. That's empty. And in here I have the dropdown, then I have the system prompt, and then I have the user prompt. Perfect. Now let's go ahead back inside of node.tsx. And in here, we should kind of modify the description, right? Because it makes no sense that it does this. So instead of rendering node data.method, it should render node data.model. The problem is model is not defined. That's because we have to define it right here. So let's go ahead and remove all of these and replace them with optional model, optional system prompt, and optional user prompt. Now we can go back in here and modify the description. So node data will be props.data, and then description will be if we have node data.user prompt, then go ahead and render the model that user selected, or fall back to this one, which is the first one in the array here, I believe, yes. If you want, you can also export const available models and then do available models first one. So just make sure to import available models from /dialog. And in here, let's quickly attempt to show the user prompt, but let's make sure to limit how long it's going to be. So I'm just going to say node data.userprompt.slice 50 characters and then 3 dots, or not configured. So if I close this now, it should say not configured. But if I go ahead and add a user prompt and click save, there we go. Gemini 1.5 Flash and the user prompt right here. Perfect. So I believe the UI part is pretty much finished at this point, except we have to fix the Gemini dialog. Let's go back instead of the Gemini dialog here. And let's see what exactly is the problem here. Default values uses partial of Gemini form values here. But Gemini node data is not assignable to that. So I have some kind of a problem here. Did I forget something? Oh, variable name. I think that's one. Variable name. Is that the problem? It is not the problem. Let me go ahead and check node.tsx in the HTTP request. I want to see how that looks like. So variable name, endpoint, method, and body. It's probably because the model needs to be a, how do I do this? Type of, key of, and is it available? Not 100% sure. And then, looks like that is still not working. Inside of Gemini dialog here. What if I just make this required? Does that work? No. All right. I'm going to go ahead and debug just a little bit, and then I will tell you the conclusion about this. All right. So I didn't really find an elegant solution for this, but one easy way of doing it is, well, two ways. One I really don't like. It's by using any. That resolves the type error, right? But another way of doing it is if you literally copy what it expects, like this. That's not really the greatest of solutions, but yeah, that also fixes the issue. I think the problem is because in the dialog here, I'm using this as a constant when I maybe should be using this as an enum. So that's why instead of the node.tsx, this is not understood correctly. This is not terribly important, really. Feel free to use any if it saves you some time. I will try to find like a more elegant solution for this. But right now, I really want to focus on the executor and making this Gemini node actually work. So with whichever one you prefer, you can hover over it right here, I think. In the default values, there we go. You can see exactly what the model wants. And then just add that here and add undefined here. Let me see if I need it. Looks like you don't need undefined because the question mark transforms it into undefined. Yes. If you know TypeScript better than me, which is quite easily possible, you can maybe try and do it with some available models thing, but you can see that when I try to do it, probably because of this read only, oh, yeah, it expects, it turns it into an array. Makes sense. Yeah, that's just not true. That's not what we expect here. So yes, whichever one you prefer, if you just want to use any, that's fine for now. I'm going to find a way to transform this into some enum, and then I will be able to use it like this via import. Let's go ahead and just focus on what we need to do next for now. Great, so the UI part is now done. Now, what I want to do is I want to go inside of source, features. Let's go ahead and find our Gemini. And let's go inside of the executor right here. So the executor is, of course, where the magic happens. I'm going to go ahead and, we can register a helper here. We can make it exactly the same as this. But let's just go ahead and start renaming things. So this will no longer be HTTP request data. This is now going to be Gemini data. We're going to have a variable name. We're going to have a model. We're going to have system prompt. Let me go ahead and just make this a string. And we're going to have user prompt. Now let's go ahead and add Gemini data right here. Let's go ahead and rename this executor to be Gemini executor. There we go. Instead of publishing to the HTTP request channel, let's go ahead and change this import to use Gemini and the Gemini channel. So start here. Gemini channel status is now loading. Perfect. Now, let's go ahead and let's try to generate a system prompt. So you can actually remove the entire try and catch here, so it doesn't necessarily confuse you, like this, and remove the extra bracket here. And I'm just going to go ahead and do const system prompt data system prompt handlebars dot compile data dot system prompt and pass in the context. Or let's fall back to you are a helpful assistant. Now I am noticing that I have a typo here, which is actually quite important. So let me go ahead and fix it. System prompt. There we go. Now let's go ahead and add user prompt here as well. Handlebars dot compile data user prompt and pass the context. Great. So now we have template variables here for both our system prompt and for our user prompt. Now I'm going to add to do fetch credential that user selected. We currently don't have this, so the only thing we can do is we can use the ones from our environment file. That's why I made sure in the beginning of this chapter that you have that and all the other necessary things installed. So now let's remove KY entirely. We can leave non-retriable error because we are definitely going to use it. But for now, let's add create a Google generative AI from AI SDK Google. Perfect. So now that we have the system prompt and the user prompt, and we pretend to fetch a credential, let's go ahead and actually create the Google instance using create Google generative AI, open an object inside, and make the API key be, well, let's make it like this. Const credential value, and for now, you can use process.environment, and then just use this one, or whichever one. I mean, since we are doing Gemini right now, you should use the Gemini one, right? And just pass it here. So why am I doing it in this super weird way? Well, I'm doing it so I prepare the code for later when we are going to actually fetch the credential value, and then we're going to pass it here. And at that point, we are no longer going to be using our own API keys, nor are we going to need any API keys for AI inside of our .environment file. But just for now, to test this and see if it works, we need to do it this way. Now we can open our try and catch. Instead of try, let's go ahead and immediately destructure steps from await step.ai.wrap Gemini generate text. Then let's go ahead and pass the second parameter. So I'm just going to collapse them like this so it's easier to look. Generate text. Generate text like this, which we don't have imported yet. And then open an options. So generate text can be imported from the global AI package like this. So generate text. Make sure you have added that. And then now, let's go ahead and define the settings. First will be the model. Which model are we going to use? So we are using Gemini, and then we're going to use data.model, or here are all the options. So this package is type safe, as you learned in chapter 7, and you can see that there are actually way more of them here than what I added to my available models list, of course. But I kind of did it in a quick and dirty way. I would highly suggest exploring how you can extract these exact types here. If I, in the meantime, manage to do it myself, I will, of course, update the code to reflect that change. But yes, in here you can see all of these that exist for your version. So using that, you can also go back to the dialog inside of our newly created Gemini folder, and you can see if all of these exist here. Right? If they do, all good. So just, compare. Do they exist? And you can fall back to 1.5 Flash. Now let's go ahead and add system to use system prompt. Prompt to use user prompt. Experimental telemetry is enabled, set to true. Record inputs set to true. And record outputs set to true. This will give Sentry access to report telemetry on our AI models, which will help us greatly to see exactly which costs occur, which models take the longest, and then you will be able to recommend your users some change based on that. And now, once we run this, we will be able to extract the text from steps, first in the array, content, first in the array, check if the type is text, and if it is, go ahead and use steps.0.content0.text. Or simply fall back to an empty string. So let me collapse this so it looks nicer. There we go. And now let's go ahead and publish an event. So right here, publish Gemini channel.status node ID and status of success. We successfully executed the AI model. And now let's go ahead and let's return right here. So I'm not sure how you want to do this, but obviously spread the context, and then let's do data.variable name. And you can either directly do text, or you can do AI response, and then do the text inside, however you prefer. Obviously, we have this error here. We will take care of that, but let's just quickly take care of the error. So go ahead and catch the error, and then all you have to do is publish that error status and throw the error. Now let's go ahead and resolve this. So we already learned how to resolve this. The trick is to do it inside of the function right here. So step AI.wrap. Oh, actually, I think we might be able to do it in an easier way. So let me just check. After loading, I'm immediately going to check if there is no data.variable name. Await, publish, Gemini channel.status, node ID, status of error. And let me properly wrap this. There we go. And then throw new non-retrievable error, Gemini node variable name is missing. And immediately you can see if we throw an error here, if data variable name is missing, you can see that this will no longer yell at us, right? So we fixed this. Why did it work so simple this time? The reason it worked is because all of this is in one single scope. But usually we don't do this. But what we do is step.run. So step.run then opens another function, which is a whole new scope for TypeScript. So it cannot do its flow control properly because technically data, which we look for right here, could have been modified inside of that scope. So that's why, since this is kind of a simpler example, we don't have to worry about that. Let's also go ahead and do if no data.userPrompt, because that is another thing we consider required. Let's go ahead and throw this Gemini node. User prompt is missing. All right, and later I'm going to add to do throw if credential is missing. Great. Now that we have this ready, let's see, did we miss anything? I think this is okay. And I need a quick reminder. I'm just going to take a peek at HTTP request executor. All right, so we ended up making all of this optional, right? Yeah, and still this model thing is, yeah, I really dislike how I handled this. I should have either made it everywhere a type of string or something. Yeah, technically, maybe I could do that. Maybe I could just make this z.string like this instead of form schema, instead of inside of Gemini folder dialog.tsx. Let's just go ahead and make it required. Model is required. And then this way, if you go instead of node.tsx here, you can just simplify this to be an optional string. And as you can see, it still works. The default values now handles this properly. Great. This is a kind of a dirty fix for now. So we are only using available models for one thing and one thing only, and that is to render the select items in a loop here. All right, now that we have the executor, we have to add the executor to our executions lib executor registry. Let's go ahead and add node type .gemini Gemini executor. Obviously, we have some errors here because we don't have the Anthropic nor OpenAI ones. If you want an easy fix, you can just repeat the same for Anthropic or for OpenAI. Just make sure to add to do, fix later, and to do, fix later. So you remember that these are not valid. All right. I think there are still a couple of things we need to do. Instead of node.tsx, we are still using HTTP request channel name here. So let's quickly go instead of Gemini actions.ts. Let's rename this from HTTP request, all three instances, change it to Gemini. Gemini token and fetch Gemini Realtime token. Change the import here to use Inngest channels Gemini and the Gemini channel. And change the two instances to use Gemini channel. That's it. Now go back instead of node, change this to be Gemini channel name, fetch Gemini real-time token, and I think everything else should be fine. Remove fetch HTTP request real-time token, and remove HTTP request channel name. And as always, you can go ahead and right-click, click Find in Folder, and search for HTTP. This is okay. This is one example where it's okay because we are using it as an example of the previous node information that you can do. So I think everything should be fine. So how do we test this in the easiest way possible? Well, let's use a manual trigger. Like this. Let's connect the two. Let's click Save. Let's go ahead and open Gemini. I'm going to call this Gemini. I will select 1.5 flash. You are a mathematician. User prompt, what is 2 plus 2? And click Save. Click Save again. Let's go ahead and prepare our localhost 8288. So in here we can see our workflows. And let's click Execute Workflow. And let's see if we did this correctly. Something is happening here. This never I'm not sure if is it our real-time connection that's failing or something else. Gemini 1.5 Flash is not found for API version v1 beta. Oh, okay. All right, let's see. Let me try one thing here. Instead of executor, I mean instead of executions components, Gemini executor. Let me try and just not even listening to the user input. Can I just like choose the one that's being offered here? Does that work? Can I refresh here? Is all of this good? Looks good. Can I just execute workflow now? Okay. Oh, this time the channel worked, but it still failed. Again, Gemini 1.5 Flash is not found for API version v1 beta. Call list models to see the list of available models and their supported methods. So it could be that in the middle of my tutorial, Google AI Studio received some updates. Maybe the API tokens are new. So I'm not even sure myself which version I can use now. It shouldn't be too hard to fix, really. I'm just really not sure which version I can use. Maybe 2.0 Flash? Can I try that? Maybe they've added some limits to their tiers? Honestly, I have no idea. Yes, so if you change to 2.0, it seems to work just fine. Let me just confirm. The result is stored inside of Gemini. AI response 2 plus 2 equals 4. Amazing. So it officially works, but yeah, something is a little bit weird here with Gemini 2.0 options. Yeah, here's what I might or might not do. We can like fall back to one that is working. And inside of our dialog here, maybe just hide the select option. I don't know. I'm not even sure myself now. One thing is for sure, this is a horrible way to offer users which models they can choose, because we just, demonstrated how quickly that can go wrong if you forget to update. So we should definitely find a way to synchronize that. But the problem is, even in this kind of AI SDK Google version itself, or maybe just my API key, I'm not sure, but something here is not working as it should, because it offers me 1.5 Flash, but when I try to use it, it fails. It also offers me 2.0 Flash, and when I try using it, it works. It could also be a bug within Google AI. I'm not sure. So just try some of these models until they work. You can fall back to data.model here if you want to. Just make sure that you then add this option inside. Like that. Again, not sure how this is supposed to be working, since, type safety is telling us that we can use one model, but obviously we cannot. So, okay, yeah, let's go ahead and leave it like this for now. And yeah, this is basically how you add AI nodes. We can now do the exact same thing, line for line, for all other ones that we need. Anthropic, OpenAI, or a billion others that AI SDK offers. I just did a quick research if there is a way to reliably display the models that are available. And I couldn't find a way to just read the types coming from the SDK package. So for now, this is what I want to do. This is obviously broken, and I cannot in good faith recommend that you write this code. So go ahead inside of dialog for your new Gemini folder, remove available models entirely. remove the model from the form schema and remove it from here too. Go ahead and remove it from the form reset. And then go ahead and remove the entire form field for select. So I just cannot in good faith tell you to do that because it's broken. We're going to go ahead and do it a much simpler way. And then maybe later in the tutorial, if I find a reliable way of doing this, I will teach you how to do it. But again, I cannot in good faith tell you to do this because it's obviously broken. So let's go ahead inside of, where do we go now? Node.tsx, remove available models, remove the model from Gemini node data, and inside of the description generation, you can just go ahead and you can just do, well, you can use the one model, for example, inside of executor.ts that you found that works for you, like this, like hard code what you're going to define your users to use for now, right? Because this is obviously not working reliably. So we have to hard code inside of the executor.ts on something that will always work for us. And that's why we can safely display that here so the user knows exactly which one we are going to use on their behalf. They will not be able to select the model because I'm really not satisfied with the way I've developed it right now. So in the executor.ts, it is very important that you remove data.model here and just fall back to Gemini 2.0 Flash or whatever one works for you. Just try to get it working. Also remove the model from Gemini data here entirely. So we now no longer need that. Great, so code should actually be simpler now. Everything should be simpler now. There we go. You just have variable name, system prompt, and user prompt. And in here, we hard-coded exactly which one we are using because that is the one that's working for us. So just for fun, I'm going to remove this. I'm going to add a new one right here. I'm going to connect it. And oh, so this still says my API call. Let's go inside of dialog. And instead of calling it my API call, my Gemini, I don't know. And do I use my API call anywhere else? I do. Let's change this to my Gemini, something to indicate to the user like, hey, this is your variable. Like you can do whatever you want. And then let's fix this. So this should be .ai response because that is exactly what we do in the executor, right? We return this within AI response option. Actually, we did not. Not sure what is the best way of doing this. Should I just do... Yeah, we can just do AI response. I think. You can, of course, change this to whatever you think is a better user experience. It's, you're free to modify this however you want. Let's just keep it as text. So Gemini.text. I think that is like the simplest possible one. You cannot go wrong with this. My Gemini.text. Perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and change this to be my Gemini 2 just to see if this works. My Gemini 2.text. How about we try something fun? So yes, let's call this my Gemini 2. You return only a popular HTTP popular get API can test for fetch. Get API URL endpoint. Free API URL endpoint. Give me an endpoint to list a to-do by ID of 1. So hopefully it will know what I mean. We'll see. Maybe it will be a complete failure. Maybe it will work. And then let's try an HTTP request here. So this will be my request, get method, and can I just do AI response.text here? Gemini.text. Let's click save. I have no idea how this will work. Let's click execute workflow. I'm really interested. Maybe it will be a complete failure. Maybe it will work. Failed. Okay. Failed to parse URL. Let's see what did Gemini respond. It actually did quite well, but it added some extra text. That's the problem. So I'm just going to kind of copy what I expect and see if I can make it say that. No formatting. Example. No new lines. Nothing. Just URL. And let's change this ID of 2. So I'm just playing around to see if I can make this work because I really want to see this workflow do something. Don't worry, I'm just going to do one more attempt and then I'm going to show you how to add. Okay, failed. Yeah, looks like depending on the model, some of them don't listen to instructions. Yes, it still added new line / at the end. Okay, if it didn't add that, it would have worked. So now that we have this and we have this simplified model, with no select option, let's go ahead and do the exact same thing, but for OpenAI and Anthropic. So we are going to start by going inside of our features, executions, components, Gemini, copy it and paste it, rename it to OpenAI. Go inside of the OpenAI folder, go inside of node.tsx, change this to OpenAI node data. Use OpenAI node data here. Change this to OpenAI node type. Use OpenAI node type and rename this to OpenAI node. Perfect. Go all the way down and change this to OpenAI node.displayName and change the actual display name to OpenAI node. And you should no longer have any errors here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's rename the logo to OpenAI SVJ and OpenAI for the name. Perfect. Now let's go ahead inside of our node components in the source config. Let's go ahead and duplicate the Gemini one, add OpenAI, and import OpenAI node. Then go inside of the node selector, instead of source components node selector. Go ahead and duplicate Gemini. Go ahead and add OpenAI, change the label to OpenAI, uses OpenAI to generate text, and use OpenAI.svg. There we go. OpenAI node. Now let's go ahead and change the dialog, add the channel, and everything else we need. So I'm going to go inside of features, OpenAI, dialog. Everything will stay exactly the same here. I'm going to change this from Gemini to OpenAI. So OpenAI form values, OpenAI dialog. But everything else can really stay the same. Let's just for fun change this to my OpenAI. This will be OpenAI configuration. Description can stay exactly the same. I don't think we have to modify anything here. All of this is good enough. Instead of node.tsx, let's make sure to now import OpenAI dialog, OpenAI form values. Just double check that you're doing this inside of OpenAI folder so you don't accidentally change your Gemini files. Now let's go ahead and add OpenAI form values right here. OpenAI dialog. And I think automatically it should just work out of the box because they are exactly the same. Because they both use AI SDK, which well follows the same API. We just did some slight modification to tailor it to OpenAI. Now that we have that configured, let's go ahead inside of OpenAI executor.ts. Change this from Gemini data to OpenAI data. and change this finally to be OpenAI executor. We cannot change the channel yet because we didn't implement it. Let's change this to be a warning of OpenAI node. Let's go ahead and change this to OpenAI node. Let's go ahead and for now use your OpenAI API key. If you don't have it, just put an empty string like I have for Anthropic. There we go. And let's do create OpenAI. I have no idea if that is the correct one. I'm trying to find, I think it is, yes, create OpenAI like this. From AI SDK OpenAI. You should also have that installed. So AI SDK OpenAI. Make sure you add that. Because again, even if you don't have the API keys for this, your users might. And later, we're going to allow your users to add any API keys they want. And instead of this being a Google, this will be OpenAI. Whoops. OpenAI. And let's change this to OpenAI generate text. And then just go ahead and change this to, I have no idea, honestly, which one. I'm really not up to date. I guess GPT-4? I don't know. And then you can copy GPT-4 here, go inside of OpenAI dialog, and change the description, my apologies, node. And change the description here to let the user know we are using GPT-4 as default because we removed the option to select the model. And I think that's it for the executor. Let me just check. So we are using OpenAPI key, which will later be something else. The API is exactly the same. We just have to create the channel. So I'm just going to collapse everything and I'm going to go inside of Inngest channels, copy and paste Gemini channel, change this to OpenAI. Go ahead and change this to be OpenAI channel name, OpenAI execution, OpenAI channel. There we go, as simple as this. Then let's go inside of source ingest functions.ts, add OpenAI channel, execute it. Make sure you have imported OpenAI channel. Perfect. Now that we have that, let's go inside of components, my apologies. Inside of features, executions, components, OpenAI. Let's go inside of actions. Change this from Gemini token to OpenAI token. Go ahead and import OpenAI channel from channels OpenAI. And do we need to modify anything? Yes. Instead of fetch Gemini Realtime token, it's going to be fetch OpenAI Realtime token. Perfect. Now we can go instead of OpenAI node, we can do fetch OpenAI Realtime token, and this will now be OpenAI channel name from ingest channels OpenAI. We can use that here and change this to fetch OpenAI Realtime token. And now we should have real-time synchronization with OpenAI. Let's go ahead and go back inside of OpenAI executor. And let's go ahead and change the import from Gemini to OpenAI and replace all instances of Gemini channel with OpenAI channel. There we go. No errors anywhere in our code. To double check if we did this correctly, right click on the OpenAI folder, find in folder, and search for Gemini. Looks like there is one thing left, the placeholder. So this is inside OpenAI dialog. Change the placeholder to be my OpenAI. Like this. There we go. So how about we just quickly try this? I'm just going to simplify this. I'm going to add OpenAI. I'm going to connect the two. Even if you don't have an API key, check if it will fail. It's going to be fun. My OpenAI, you are a mathematician. What is 2 plus 2? Click save. Let's click save right here. One thing we forgot to do, executor registry. Change OpenAI to OpenAI executor. Looks like it is capitalized. I don't like that. So I'm going to go instead of components, OpenAI executor. And I will just make sure it's lowercase, like all of my other ones. Then I can replace these 2 instances. I can then also remove the to-do for OpenAI. So let's go ahead and try this again. I will click save right here. I'm going to refresh just in case. I will click execute workflow. This works. And this will actually depend on my API key, but it works. Perfect. Yours might fail if you don't have an API key, which is perfectly expected. So don't worry. I just wanted to test if the model works. So if for whatever reason GPT-4 is not working for you, you have a list of available ones. Well, apparently available ones, because we just saw with Google that was not the case. So just, add a string and you will see a list of all available ones. So just select one and try until it works. Perfect. So that was for OpenAI. And one more left, and we are done with this chapter. I know it's a lot of repeated work, but I want to make sure you see every single line of code that I write. It's kind of the gist with my tutorials. I don't really skip anything. I show you every single line of the code. So let's go ahead and copy OpenAI, paste it inside of components in the executions folder, and rename it to Anthropic. If it asks you to update imports, you can select yes. It's the simple cache thing. It might open your .next folder. Just save that file, close it, and close this folder. Don't worry about it. Let's go inside of Anthropic, inside of node.tsx. Let's start with renaming things. Instead of OpenAI, everything will be Anthropic. So Anthropic node data, Anthropic node type, Anthropic node, and use Anthropic node type here. And then we have to fix this. Anthropic. Cannot find the name Anthropic. Anthropic node? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So now that we have this, let's go ahead and modify base execution node right here to use logos Anthropic SVJ, Anthropic, like this. Oh, looks like I somehow overwritten my OpenAI. So don't do the same mistake I did. Yes, I did something very incorrect here. Okay, a lot of mistakes now. Luckily, I don't think I went too far. Okay, what I did accidentally, I somehow deleted my OpenAI folder. And I seem to have renamed it to Anthropic. So now I just reverted it back to OpenAI. So you probably don't have to do this, but I have to. I just have to fix this. Okay. I'm so sorry. Again, copy OpenAI folder, paste it inside of components, rename it to Anthropic. There we go. Okay, so sorry about that one. And now, again, same thing I just previously did. So I'm going to replace these instances of OpenAI to Anthropic. And then I'm going to go down here and change this to Anthropic node. There we go. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. And then in here, change this to Anthropic. I think I accidentally also changed, instead of my OpenAI folder, instead of node, I changed this to Anthropic. This should be OpenAI. So sorry about that. Instead of copy and paste, I replaced it. So yeah, always be careful yourself not to do that. Instead of Anthropic, after we add the node here and the logo for Anthropic, we have to add it to node components. So let's go ahead and copy this, add Anthropic, and simply add Anthropic node. After that, we have to go to node selector instead of source components node selector. Go ahead and copy this. Anthropic. Anthropic uses Anthropic to generate text and use anthropic.svg. Go ahead and click plus and you will find Anthropic node. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's modify the dialog here. So you can go ahead and focus on features, executions, components, Anthropic, dialog.tsx. Everything here will be the same. Replace instances of OpenAI with Anthropic. So Anthropic form values and Anthropic dialog. Change this variable to my Anthropic, for example. Anthropic configuration, my Anthropic, and I think everything else can stay the same. Perfect. Now go back into Node right here. Make sure you are importing Anthropic dialog and Anthropic form values. Make sure you use them here and make sure you are using the Anthropic dialog. And now it should say Anthropic configuration tailored to Anthropic. Perfect. Now let's do the channel so we can wrap it up with the executor. So instead of source, ingest channels, copy either OpenAI or Anthropic one, my apologies, Gemini one, and rename it to Anthropic. Inside of here, change the instance of OpenAI or Gemini to Anthropic. Name it properly. And make sure to export the constant. Anthropic channel. Perfect. Immediately go inside of functions.ts and add Anthropic channel. There we go. Now that we have that, let's go ahead inside of source, features, executions, components, Anthropic. Let's go inside of actions.ts. Change this to be Anthropic token. Import from Anthropic channel. So Anthropic channel, replace these two instances right here. Then go inside of node.tsx. Change use node status to use Anthropic channel name and fetch Anthropic real-time token and remove the import for fetch OpenAI real-time token and remove the unused channel name for OpenAI. Then let's finally go inside of executor here. Let's change this from OpenAI data to be Anthropic data. Change this from OpenAI executor to Anthropic executor. And finally, change the ingest channel to be Anthropic channel. Replace all instances of OpenAI channel with Anthropic channel. Now what we have to do is we have to go AI SDK Anthropic, use create Anthropic. Again, if you don't have this, please install it. So package.json, you can see my version right here. Now that we have create Anthropic, we can go ahead and create the Anthropic value here, create Anthropic. Make sure that you change the environment key to whatever it is in your Anthropic API key right here. It can be empty, like mine. For example, I don't have that key. Now let's go ahead and use Anthropic here, change this to Anthropic generate text. And change this again to, I have no idea, Sonnet 4.5. Is that the newest one, I guess? Save that. Then go inside of node.tsx in the Anthropic and configure the hard-coded model right here. Whoops. I didn't copy it properly. It would appear so. So I'm going to copy it now. And I'm going to paste right here. There we go. So now I'm going to go ahead inside of executor registry And very simply, I'm going to change this to use the Anthropic executor. There we go. That is how we add 3 different AI models. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this one. I will add this one. And this one will most definitely fail because I don't have an API key. So my Anthropic, you are a mathematician. What is 2 plus 2? Click save. Save up there. Let's go ahead and just refresh in case it needs a refresh because we added some new channels. And let's click execute workflow. What I'm hoping for is at least to see the real-time status and then a failure, which is true. And the error should be because of a missing API key, which is exactly what it says right here. Amazing, amazing job. So let's go ahead and check if that's what we intended to do. We intended to add Gemini, OpenAI, and Anthropic. My apologies for the mess with the model thing. I just really didn't like how I do it. I think it's better to remove it entirely than to have that broken version of it. And this works just fine. It will not be hard for you to improve on this later. Think of it as a personal challenge. You already saw the code for it, so you know how I would do it. Just try and make it better, more type safe. Maybe try and make a fetch API request to your backend using tRPC, of course, and then maybe your backend can return you all the available models. I think that should work. This way, they are always going to be up to date, which means you're going to need to have some kind of spinner for your select component. So yes, a bit more complex, but shouldn't be too hard for you. You came this far. Amazing. Let's go ahead and merge this now. So 24 AI nodes. I'm going to create a new branch. 24 AI nodes. Once I've created a new branch, I'm going to go ahead and commit 24 files right here. 24 AI nodes. Oh, so chapter 24, 24 files. Great. Let's go ahead and commit, and let's publish the branch. Once we've published this branch, let's go ahead and open a pull request. And since this was a big one, I do want to see what CodeRabbit will say, even though it will probably be a lot of repeated comments because we added 3 identical things. So if it finds a mistake in one of these, it will find mistake in all 3. So I will just try to see the most useful comments from CodeRabbit, and I will show them from you. And here we have the summary by CodeRabbit. New features. We added 3 new AI execution nodes, Anthropic, Gemini, and OpenAI for enhanced workflow automation. Each AI node supports customizable system and user prompts for tailored interactions. We integrated real-time status monitoring for AI task execution within workflows. Perfect. So let's take a quick look at the sequence diagram. And the first thing I notice here is how it immediately understood that these 3 nodes are exactly the same because it didn't create a sequence diagram for any specific AI model. It created for all 3 of them right here. So it all starts with the AI node using React Flow. Double-clicking on that opens the dialog in which we can configure the, model, right? Once we enter the form, we validate it using Zod schema. We then submit those form values and we save the entire thing. Once we manually execute or with any other trigger, since we've added Google Form and Stripe, you can use any of those, we finally call the node executor. The first thing we do for all of these are publish the loading status. We then compile handlebars templates in case user added any variables to the system prompt or the user prompt. We then initialize each AI client respectively using, for now, our API keys, and then call the generate text, and then we populate that in the context. So what are the comments here? Well, they're actually not that bad. So in here, we have a typo, and we have the same typo I have. I don't know if you have, but I was typing container instead of contain. In Anthropic Executor, I left OpenAI warnings instead of Anthropic ones. So yes, good catch by CodeRabbit here. Again, same typo for me here in some other dialog in the Gemini one. And then in here, it's telling us to make sure that we check if we have the credential value. This is a very good point. And it is exactly what we are going to do later when we implement credentials. So this is just temporary. We are later going to actually fetch the credential and we're going to check if it doesn't exist. And we are immediately going to throw an error just like this one. So good catch by CodeRabbit, but we are one step ahead. That's exactly what we're going to be doing. In here, it suggests adding defensive checks for array access. That's a good idea. I could add these question marks. You can add them too. So this way you won't run into any errors with accessing deeply nested objects. And I think that all the other comments repeat themselves, as I said, since we have 3 identical codes. So let's go ahead and merge this pull request. Great comments by CodeRabbit here. Now let's go ahead and go back inside of our main branch. As always, make sure to synchronize the changes. And once you've synchronized your changes, confirm that you have them in the graph right here. Here they are, 24 AI nodes. Amazing. So I believe that marks the end of this chapter. We pushed to GitHub and we reviewed our pull request. Amazing, amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to add credentials. Credentials will be a great addition to our previous chapter in which we've implemented 3 different AI nodes. The only problem is, right now, those AI nodes are using our API keys. But what we want is to allow the users of our platform to bring their API keys. So in order to do that, we need to implement something called a credential. We're going to basically create a credential schema, tRPC router, client hooks, and then create the normal views that we have already implemented for workflows and workflow list. But we're going to do the same for credentials. So users will be able to paginate through their credentials, search for them, or maybe sort them by type. So let's start by adding the credential schema and slowly going all the way to this, which is adding the credential dropdown to each AI node, which will finally allow our users to select which credential, or in other words, which API key they want to use for that AI node. And then you will finally be able to remove your API keys from the environment file. So let's start with the schema. I'm going to go inside of Prisma, schema.prisma. And let's go ahead and just above workflow, let's create model credential. Let's go ahead and copy the ID because it's going to be the same. Name of each credential will be a required string. Value will be a string as well. Let's copy the timestamps. And let's create a relation with the user. So user ID is going to be a string. And then user will be a foreign key relation. So user, a type of user, relation, fields, user ID, references, ID, on delete, cascade. And let me just zoom out so you can see how this looks in one line. And another relation it's going to have will be with the node that it will be assigned to. So now to fix these errors, we also have to add them to their respective schemas. Let's start with the user one. So let's find user. It's right here. Great. And now let's go ahead and just do credentials, credential like this. And then if you go ahead inside of the credential, you can see that user is completely resolved. Now we have to do the same for the node. So let's go ahead inside of model node. And what we're going to do is the following. let's add credential ID to be an optional string, because not every node will need to have a credential, right? Only those which use API keys, like AI nodes. So credential will be a type of credential, again, optional, relation, fields, credential ID, references ID. And this time, we're not going to add cascade, because if we remove a credential, it shouldn't delete the node as well. The node is just going to fail. But that's fine. We don't want to alter someone's workflow just because they deleted a credential that they were using somewhere. So let's go ahead, or perhaps maybe this won't even allow to delete a credential which is being used. So maybe we can explore on delete, either no action or maybe set null. That could be one of the options. But for now, just leave it like this. Great. So once we added credential ID and credential, both optional, to model node, there should be no more errors here, either with the user relation or with the node relation. What we have to do now is we have to implement something called credential type. Now, this isn't really required, but it will improve user experience. So let's create an enum credential type, and let's give it OpenAI, Anthropic, and Gemini. And then let's go ahead and make another property inside of the credential model type, credential type. Basically, make it required. So user will have to choose, all right, for which one of these are you creating an API key for? And then later, if you have more models, you can extend it. This just makes it easier for the user to categorize their credentials, but you can, of course, choose if you want to do this or not. Once we have that added, let's go ahead and push those changes. npx prisma migrate dev. We can name this migration credential schema. And once you press enter, it should synchronize the database with your schema. As always, make sure you restart your Next server and your Inngest server. And then inside of your localhost 3000, if you have it running, just make sure to refresh it. So I'm just going to do that. Instead of localhost 3000, just make sure it refreshes. Great. So we've handled the schema. Now let's go ahead and let's add the router. So I'm going to go ahead inside of source, features, and let's go ahead and create credentials. Inside of credentials, I'm going to create a server folder. And let's go ahead and let's copy the workflows routers.ts. And let's paste it here. And now we're going to go ahead and rename that workflows routers to credentials. So let me just go ahead and select this, credentials router. So make sure you're doing that inside of your new credentials folder right here. You can immediately remove the execute one because we're not going to need it, which means you can also remove these unused imports. Great. We will have the create one, and you can choose for yourself. Do you want this to be a premium procedure or not? I'm going to say yes, this should be a premium procedure. So only those who are subscribed can add credentials. Let's go ahead and add an input here, because this will not be automatically named like workflow. This will be something user has to fill in. And what user has to fill in is the following. They have to give this a name. So let's go ahead and make this required. Name is required. Type, which will be an enum, credentials type. You can import this from generated Prisma, which we've just added. And finally, let's do the value, basically the API key. And let's change this to be value is required. Then besides context here, we're also going to have the input. From here, you can destructure name, value, and type from the input. And let's go ahead and create a new credential here. So we can keep this return as is actually. Instead of doing prisma.workflow, let's do prisma.credential.create. Let's go ahead and use name. User is correct. Let's remove the nodes object. And let's go ahead and pass in the type and the value. And I'm just going to add a little to do here. Consider encrypting in production. So what's the deal with encryption and API keys? Well, obviously, if you are storing other people's API keys, you should consider encrypting them. In fact, in my previous tutorial, which was B2B intercom clone called Echo, I used Amazon Secrets Manager to do this. But interestingly enough, when I told people that I did this, they were quite surprised because most of them consider API keys to be something you can easily rotate and delete if it gets leaked. That is technically true, but always think of if you have, thousands of users and thousands of users trust you with their API keys, and if your database gets compromised, even though it's not exactly the end of the world for them because they can rotate API keys quite easily, some of them probably didn't create an API key just for your page. They have probably been using the same API key everywhere. And now, because of your database leak, they have to get rid of all of those other places where they have been using that API key. So yes, it is obviously not the best practice to store an API key as a string in your database. I would highly suggest looking into Amazon Secrets Manager to handle this. I have the exact tutorial doing this in my previous project, Echo. I will leave a link somewhere here on the screen so you can take a look at it. But then again, I have heard of people just storing API keys in the database plainly like this, because yes, they can be very easily rotated from the dashboard. So for now, let's go ahead and do this, but please add a comment like this, at least so you are aware that this is something you should consider doing. Perfect. So we can now successfully create the credential. Now let's go ahead and let's do the remove one because it should be quite simple as well. So we need the ID. And instead of workflow, we're doing credential. There we go. And let me just see, delete. All right, so this will basically throw if not available. Yeah, I think this is perfectly fine as is. Now, let's go ahead and let's implement the update one. So again, I like to leave these to be protected procedures rather than premium ones, simply because it's better user experience. Then again, we don't need nodes, we don't need edges, but what we do need is name, type, and value, so you can just copy those from above and add them here. Then you can destructure the name, the type, and the value. Instead of workflow here, we can do credential, find unique, or throw. And let's go ahead and actually remove this entire thing. We don't need it to be this complicated at all. So let's just do if there is no credential. Actually, yeah, that should not be possible because we're using find unique or throw. So what we can do is we can just update it, const updated credential, or let's just do return prisma.credential.update, where ID is the ID, user ID is contact out user ID. And let's pass in the data with the name, the type, and the value. And let's go ahead and add to do, consider encrypting, the same comment we added above. So consider encrypting in production. And in fact, we don't even need this then, because this will throw if it doesn't exist or if the user ID is invalid. There we go. So a very simple update procedure. We don't need the update name procedure for this one. So we have handled remove, we have handled update. Let's handle get one. Again, protect procedure, z.string for the ID, context and input right here. And this time we don't need to do any of this transformation. The code should be much, much simpler now. We can just do return directly prisma.credential, find unique or throw, remove include, and that's it. I'm pretty sure that's the only thing we have to do. Get one, finished. Now we have to implement get many. So again, protected procedure. We will still have the page size, number, minimum, maximum, default, search, extract all of them here. And we still need a promise all for items and the total count. Let's go ahead and do prisma.credential.findMany. I think everything here can stay exactly the same. Make sure you change this to credential too. And let's see, so where user ID, name, contains mode, perfect. And we could do the following here. We could go inside of Prisma credential find many. We could manually select ID, name, type, created at, updated at, but purposely don't add value for security since we are now storing it as plain text. So at least at this level, let's make sure we don't show it to everyone, right? And we could, in fact, do the same thing inside of our get one here. So select, let's go ahead and just do the exact same thing. ID, name, type, created at, and updated at. But then again, since we are using the user ID, they are the ones who are allowed to see that. So maybe we're just creating problems here. Let's remove the select. Sorry for changing my mind so often, but this is the way I develop apps, right? I change my mind often and I try to come to some solution that I like. So for now, yes, since this is not a public API, it is very strictly for this user. They kind of already know what their API keys are, so let's leave them here. All right, so the logic for total pages has next page, has previous page is exactly the same, so no need to change this at all. One more thing will be added here, which will be called get by type. Get by type will be a protected procedure. It will have an input, which will be an object, and the object will very simply accept the type enum. And then let's go ahead and do query, asynchronous, extract input, and context. Let me go ahead and fix this. There we go. And then inside of here, let's go ahead and destructure the type from the input. Let's go ahead and fetch all credentials from await Prisma credential find many, where we have a matching type and user ID is context out user ID. So for this one, we won't add any pagination simply because this will be used inside of a dropdown. So let's just go ahead and return every single result. And we can just directly do return here. And then you don't need to mark this as asynchronous. There we go. So we just finished the entire router here. Let me just check if I have any unnecessary asyncs here. I don't think I need async if I'm just directly returning. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I don't need it. It won't change anything if you do have it or don't have it, if the case is true that you don't need it. Let's remove these unused imports. Perfect. And now let's go ahead inside of tRPC, routers underscore app, and let's add credentials. Credentials a router and make sure that you import it. There we go. Now that we have the credentials router, let me go ahead and mark that as completed. Now let's go ahead and implement the hooks. Once again, we can copy this from features, workflows, hooks. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. And instead of credentials, I'm going to paste it here. Let's start with use workflows. I'm going to rename it to use credentials. Let's go inside of use credentials. And now let's go ahead and just, change things up. So hook to fetch all credentials using suspense, which will be called use suspense credentials. For the params, yes, let's leave them like this for now, and let's just use tRPC.credentials.getMany. There we go. Hook to create a new credential, use create credential, and let's go ahead and do tRPC, and let's change both instances. So tRPC.credentials.create. This will be credential created, failed to create credential. Let's go ahead and replace this hook to remove a credential, use remove credential. And then again, just replace these three instances with credentials, change this to be credential removed. Hook to fetch a single credential using suspense. So use suspense credential, tRPC.credentials, like that. Hook to update a workflow name can be removed entirely. And we can immediately go to a hook to update workflow, rename it to credential. This will be use update credential. Replace all of these instances to be credentials. Change this to be credential saved. And this to be failed to save credential. We don't need the execute hook at all, and that is it. Great. A lot of you ask me whenever I do this kind of very similar code, why don't I just create an abstraction? Well, you absolutely could, and we kind of did, with entity components, right? We have entity item, we have entity list, right? This is an abstraction, right? But sometimes I just don't like them, especially for like hooks like this. This is a tutorial, so obviously I'm making it kind of easier for myself by having both credentials and workflows have the exact same hooks. So obviously for you, it seems like I could have just created an abstraction here. But chances are in real world, in production, your credential hooks and your workflow hooks will probably be a little bit different, right? So because of that, I recommend not always rushing to create an abstraction. I think more often than not, it will lead to complicated code. Sometimes having explicit separations is better, in my opinion, and I would rather have very similar repeated code than magic abstractions that are super hard to maintain and understand. So that's why. Great. One more thing we have to fix this is the use workflow params. So let's now go ahead instead of use workflow params, let's change it to use credentials params. If it asks to update imports, you can select yes. And the only one it should update is this one instead of use credentials right here. So you can press save. It's still importing this. That's fine. We're going to change that now. So we also need the actual params here. So let me go ahead and copy that. Workflows params.ts. Let me copy that file, add it inside of the credentials folder. Page size, search. I think all of this is true, but maybe we will also need a type. I don't know. Let's leave it like this for now. Great. So instead of use credential params, this should now exist. Params. There we go. But we have to rename them. So instead of credentials folder, params.ts, just change this to be credentials params. And the answer why don't I abstract this is exactly the same, right? Again, I'm making this easier for myself and for you because this is a tutorial, right? But chances are you will have different query options for credentials than you would for workflows. And that's why I avoid creating these magic abstractions, right? It's completely fine to have similar code. I really don't like obsessing with optimizing every single code repetition that you can find. I find it way easier to code in an environment like this than just having a billion magic abstractions. So let's go instead of use credentials now, and let's go ahead and replace this with, oh, I didn't rename it, my bad. Use credentials params. There we go. And I think this is the only place that we actually use that. Yeah, perfect. So now what I like to do is I like to right click on credentials, find in folder, and let's search for workflow. Perfect. Workflows, nothing, which means we have very successfully created all the hooks required for this. But I do think that we need to add one more hook here, and that will be to fetch credentials by type. And that should be quite easy. Let's go all the way to the bottom here and let's add it. So instead of use credentials, let's add a hook to fetch credentials by type. So use credentials by type. Only prop it's going to accept is the credential type enum from generated Prisma. And then it will use use query. Let me just check. Is that the single query? Let me just, why am I not having use query? Oh, yes. So this will not be use suspense query. This will, yes, just be a normal use query. I was surprised why don't I have use query already imported here, but I forgot that I use suspense query where possible. But use query is needed for this specific type because it will be used in a dialog. It will not be able to be prefetched. I mean, technically it could, but it's just simpler this way. Great. So that's it for hooks. Perfect. Now we can go to the page, which is basically the server loader. So I'm going to go inside of source, app folder, dashboard, REST, and we already have credentials. Perfect. Let's go inside of page.tsx here. So we already have require auth. The only thing we need to do now is we need to prefetch our credentials. We can do that by creating the params loader. So we have all the search filters, pagination filters, etc., and then prefetching those. So let's first define type props, search params, promise. Let me add that here. Promise search params from nux. Then let's go ahead down here. Let's destructure the search params. Great. So great beginning. But now we have to go back inside of features, credentials, inside of server here, go ahead and create params.ts. Let's import create loader from nux /server. And let's import credentials params from /params and export const credentials params loader to be create loader and then pass in the params in here. So this is the exact same thing that we have in the workflows. If you go inside of server, oh, so it's called params-loader. Good idea. We should call it that. So let me go ahead inside of credentials and just rename this in the server to be params-loader. That's a better name. And then we also need to copy prefetch.ts. So let's copy that and let's paste it inside of credentials server, prefetch.ts. Now again, we're going to have to modify this a little bit, but it's just two of these. So instead of this being the input, it's going to be credentials.getMany. So prefetch all credentials. And this will be prefetch a single credential. So prefetch credentials, tRPC.credentials.getMany, prefetch credential as in 1, and tRPC.credentials.getOne. There we go. As simple as that. And I think that we are now ready to go back to our page.tsx here. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and do const params, await, create, my apologies, credentials, params loader, search params. There we go. So credentials, params loader from features, credentials, server, params loader. And then let's go ahead and just do prefetch credentials, make sure multiple of them, right? From features, credentials, server, prefetch, and pass in the params. So this one, prefetch credentials, all of them, right? When you hover over this, it should say prefetch all credentials. There we go. So now that we have this, we can go ahead and add the hydration boundary here. So hydrate client. Let me just see which one do we have. Hydrate client from tRPC server. Error boundary from React error boundary. Fallback. And let's just do error. Suspense, which you can import from React with a fallback, loading. And for now, let's just go ahead and do to-do credentials list. All right. So what I want to do is I just want to check if that's exactly what I do with the workflows. So workflows page.tsx uses hydrate client, which is exactly what I use here. So hydrate client, which is basically hydration boundary with the dehydrate thing. Perfect. Great. Once we have this, we are now ready to create the client side. So we just finished this server loader. We now have to create the client hydration. So I'm going to go ahead and go back inside of my features folder, credentials, and I'm going to create components, I believe, or maybe is it a UI folder first? I'm not 100% sure. I think it's just this, yes. And let's go ahead and do credentials.tsx. There we go. And now I'm also going to open workflows, components workflows.tsx. And well, I think that we can copy everything from here and just paste it inside. And then we're going to work our way through refactoring this. So yes, we're not going to be using use create workflow or use remove workflow or use suspense workflows from this hook. Instead, when we are working inside of the credentials feature, our hook folder has these two. So let's change the import first. Use credentials. Same thing for this. Use credentials params. Leave these to be errors for now. Let's just work through renaming the main things first. So this will be credentials search, search credentials. This will be workflows, not workflows list, it will be credentials list. Okay, let's leave this as is. This will be credentials header. The title here can be credentials. Create and manage your credentials, and this will be new credential. Then for the pagination, same thing. So credentials pagination. For the container, same thing. Credentials container. And now we can replace all these with credentials equivalent. So credentials header, search, and pagination. For the loading, error, and empty, all same thing. Credentials loading, error, and empty, loading, credentials. All right, empty view, you haven't created any credentials yet. Get started by creating your first credential. Workflow item will be credential item. We can leave this as, okay, so a lot of things changed. So let's start with the simple change here. Let's find all instances that use workflows params. So 1, 2, looks like 3 of them, right? Yes, 3 use workflows params, and let's change all of them to be use credentials params. So I have changed this import. I have changed it inside of credentials search, and I have changed it inside of credentials pagination. So if I search for use workflows params, I should find no results here, and you shouldn't either. And now we're going to do the same for use create workflow. So this one actually won't be needed at all here. You can remove use create workflow entirely. Let's just find where it's used. Use create workflow. Yes, so credentials header will not have this at all. Let's remove it. And handle create will very simply just do router.push to credentials new, because we're going to need a form to create it. And this is where the form will be rendered. And with the upgrade model will also not be needed here. So you can remove this, you can remove the fragment of wrapping it, and you can remove is creating. And now we won't we can actually, I think we can do new button href. Yes, credentials / new, and then remove on new, and then remove this and remove this. Much simpler now. That's why we've created this. So we have an option to choose whether we want to do a function or an HTTP redirect. Credentials paging. Okay, let's go back here. Do we still need use workflow, use router? We do. Let's now find a use remove workflow. I think these are only 2 instances. Perfect. So instead of credential item, you should rename it from the import, and here to use remove. I have no idea how I changed that so badly. So use remove credential. There we go. Use remove credential. Instead of credential item, let's now call this remove credential to. The href should go to / credentials. And the image here, it can just be key icon. I don't know. Let's just leave it to be this. And let's just use remove credential is pending. Leave this to be workflow. We're going to handle the details later. Now we have use suspense workflows. And I think this is also used in not too many places, so just 3 places. And let's change it to be use suspense credentials. And I click this to replace all. So let's see exactly where. The first place is here in the import. The second place is in the credentials list. The third place is in the credentials pagination. Make sure you have changed all 3 to use suspense credentials. Perfect. Now let's fix one by one. Instead of credentials list, instead of entity list here, first things first, this is now credentials. So let's change that. This, and this is all a single credential. We no longer have workflow item, nor workflow is empty. So let's just do credential item and credentials empty. There we go. So no more errors in the import. That's great. Let's scroll a bit down to see what's going on here. Instead of credentials empty, we still have create workflow. I see. Handle create here. So on new, let me see, empty view only accepts on new. Got it. So we're just going to go ahead and use the router push here. So instead of handle create, router push to credentials, and then just to new. We can then remove this. We can remove upgrade model. We can remove the fragment and everything and make it just that much simpler. Perfect. I think that's a lot of things resolved. We can now remove use upgrade model import from here. So now what I want to do is I want to change the icon. Yes. So the icon, let me try and find a nice way to do this here. In fact, I think it's time to render this so you can actually see what we're doing, because we just changed a lot of code. But it's all code we've seen before, so we know how this looks, right? So let's just go ahead and go back inside of our dashboard, REST, credentials, page.tsx, and let's render the credentials list. From features, credentials, components, credentials. And I think that now finally, if you go ahead and refresh this and click on credentials, you should see a very similar look, but it should say no items. You haven't created any credentials yet. Get started by creating your first credential. And if I click add item, it should redirect me to credential ID new, which is technically correct, but obviously we will change that later. But at least the redirect is working. Great. So now also what we have to do is we have to go inside of credential, inside of page here, and we have to add the credentials container like this. And let me just see. So credentials container, you need to import that from the same list where you've imported credentials list, from features, credentials, components, credentials. So credentials container simply has the header, search, and the pagination, and some additional styling to make this centered. There we go. So it was that easy for us to create the same layout that we have in workflows. And that's why I didn't render it until now, because it is exactly the same. It's nothing you haven't seen before. But yes, I think now it might be time to start seeing what we actually changed code for, so you can start to notice if there are any bugs, so you have time to fix it. Because what we need to develop now is this, the new page, right? So we already have, the reason this is not showing 404 is because it is going to /credentials/new. And if you take a look here in the dashboard, we have that. That is this. But that's not exactly what we want. So we can very simply override, allow every single credential ID to be loaded here except new, by creating a new folder and literally calling it new. And now, if you go ahead and create a page.tsx here, and go ahead and just do div form to create new, you will see that now that's what's rendered here, because my current URL is the following, and yours should be too. So this is my current URL, /credentials/new. But if I change this to 123 and go here, then you will see the difference, right? Now I'm using the other folder. I hope you understand, right? So if we hit anything that isn't keyword new, it's going to be using this dynamic loader to load the ID of the credential. But if I literally type in for /new, it will redirect to this page right here. And this is our chance to build the form to allow the user to create a new credential. So let's go ahead and just go back inside of credentials page.tsx, and let's go ahead and use our credentials error component here, so we don't forget that. And let's use our credentials loading here, so we don't forget that either. So now if I go back inside of credentials itself, it should have just a tiny bit nicer experience for the loading and for the error if it happens. And now we can go ahead and entirely focus on the new page. So this will be an asynchronous server component, and first thing we're going to do is we're going to require auth, so it redirects the user if they are not logged in. Then let's go ahead and give it some styling here. So for this div, I'm going to give it a class name of padding 4, medium of px10. My apologies. On medium breakpoint, give it a px of 10, and on medium, give it a py of 6 and full height. And then we're just going to go ahead and kind of limit the maximum width that our form container will be available to be in. So that is this div right here. I'm going to go through the classes now, don't worry. So div class name mxAuto, max width screen MD, full width, flex, flex column, gap y8, and height full. Now let's go ahead and render credential form. Since this does not exist, naturally it's going to throw an error. Now let's go ahead inside of features, credentials, components. Let's create a new file, credential.tsx, so a single one, not multiple ones. Let's mark this as use client. And let's start by creating an interface, credential form props. Initial data that will be accepted will be an optional ID, because this can either be used as a new credential form or as an update credential. And besides the ID, we're going to have a regular name, type, which is a type of credential type from generated Prisma, and value, which will be another string. Great. Now let's export const credential form. Now let's assign the credential form props here. Let's go ahead and destructure the initial data inside. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's prepare some hooks. So we're going to need 4 of them. Router from use router, which we can import from Next navigation. Use create credential, which we can import from .hooks use credentials. Use update credential from the exact same place. And then finally, the premium one, use upgrade model. So this is much easier for us because we've already created all of these components before. Let's define if this will be editing or creating a new credential by very simply checking if we have initial data $ID. Then let's go ahead and define the form. The form will be quite easy. Const form will use form from React hook form. It will use form values, which I forgot to implement, so let's leave it empty for now. It will use Zod resolver from hook form resolvers Zod, so these two are the ones we've added. And now in order to add form schema and form values, we're going to have to add a Zod and define the schema. The default values will either use the initial data prop, or they're going to fall back to empty name, empty value, and a default type of OpenAI. Now let's go ahead and let's create the form schema. So the form schema will have a name, type, and a value. We can import Z from Zod. Name will be a string, value will be a string, and type will be an enum of credential type. And let's go ahead and do type form values here, z.infer, type of form schema. There we go. We should now have all of those errors completely resolved. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let me create one factory map here to properly load the logo of each of our providers. So const credential type options. And now let's go ahead and create value credential type dot OpenAI, label OpenAI, logo / logos OpenAI.svg. Let's copy them twice. Let's change this one to be Anthropic and this one to be Gemini. So let's change the label and the logo accordingly. There we go. Now that we have that factory here, we can go ahead and start building our forms. So let me go ahead and just add some other imports that we're going to need, starting with all the necessary form components: form, form control, form field, item label, and form message. Then we're going to need the import, the input. Then we're going to need select content, item, trigger, and value. And let me see, I think we might be... Let's go ahead and also add, instead of use credentials, use suspense credential here. Because if this is an update, we will need to load it, I think. Okay. Now let's also go ahead and let's add everything we need from card content, description, header, and title. And let's go ahead and let's add button. And let's go ahead and let's add, do we need error view like this? Yeah, let's not add this. We're good without that. And instead of next navigation here, let's also add use params. And let's also import image from next image. I think that's all the imports resolved now. Now we can go ahead and build in peace. So I'm going to go ahead and start with return here, card, class name, shadow, none. Now let's go ahead and add card header, card title, and we're going to check, is this an edit? In that case, edit credential. Otherwise, create credential. And we're just going to do the same thing for other things now. For example, description. Either update your API key or add a new API key. Then let's add card content here. Let's render the form. Let's go ahead and spread the form constant. Let's render a native form element on submit. For now, let's do form handle submit like this. Let's give it a class name space y6. You can leave the error as is for now. And let's go ahead and render this form field with control form.control, name of name, render of field, form item, form label. Let me fix the typo here. Name, form control, input, placeholder my API key, and spread the field property. So let me go ahead and try and zoom out a bit so you can see how it looks in one line. Then add form message, which is a self-closing tag which will display any errors if they appear. In order to fix the handle submit, we have to implement it. So I'm just going to do const on submit here, asynchronous values, type of form values. Let's check if this is edit. And if we have initial data, question mark ID, await, update credential, dot mutate asynchronous with an ID of initial data dot ID, and simply spread the new values. Else, let's go ahead and do await create credential dot mutate async, pass in the values, and let's go ahead and do on error here, grab the error, handle error, and pass it along. So what is handle error? We have it here in use upgrade model. So what we also have to do is mark this entire thing in a fragment like so, and render a model inside. Now we can quickly go back inside of page new and just import the credential form from features credentials components credential. And you can already see it start to form. Create credential, add a new API key. Perfect. Let's go inside of credential here and let's continue developing this. So pass in on submit here. Now, besides that single form field, let's go ahead and add a new one. So form field again. We can go ahead and copy these two. This will be now for the type. We can copy the render as well, but the content inside will be slightly different because this will be a select. So we start with form item, form label, type, and then we add the select component. The select component will have two fields, on value change and default value. In here, let's add form control. Let's add select trigger. Let's give it a class name of full width. Whoops. Inside of select trigger, let's render select value with a self-closing tag. Outside of form control, let's add select content. And in here, let's do credential type options.map. Let's get an individual option here, render select item here, and let's pass in the key to be option.value and value to be the very same thing. And now inside of here, let's do a div with a class name, flex items center, gap2, and render an image. The image should have source option.logo, alt option.label, width 16, height 16, and render option.label. There we go. And now here, just add form message. There we go. And finally, one more thing that we need is a super simple form field. So after this one, let's just go ahead and add this. So the same as the first one, a super simple form field, which controls the value prop, and it uses the API key as the label. And inside of form control, it very simply renders an input with a type of password, a placeholder with something to tell the user that this is supposed to be the API key, and it spreads the field property here. There we go. And it renders the form message, of course. Now, just before we end the form, we should also render the submit buttons. So let's create flex gap4 button type submit disabled will be either if create credential is pending or if update credential is pending. Then let's go ahead and very simply choose what to render inside. If it's edit, then update, otherwise create. And finally, another button next to it with the type of button variant outline, which on click will simply redirect to credentials. I think we can even make this simpler, maybe using next link, adding an href to credentials prefetch to make it faster, remove on click, and add as child. I think that's a better practice to do. Perfect. I think that's it. So let me check. Did I need use params at all? We are going to need it later, but not now, not just yet. So let's check if this works. Inside of credentials right now, I have no items. And if I click add item, test credential, type OpenAI test, let's click create test credential created. So if you want to, you can redirect the user to that newly created credential. So you could go on success here, data, router.push, credentials, data ID. You could do that. You could go back to the list of all of your credentials, whatever you think is a better user experience. But if you now go back to credentials, you should see your new test credential right here. Let's test if delete is working. There we go. That seems to be working. And now we're going to test if my redirect is working. There we go. That is working too. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's fix which icon shows here. So in order to render the proper image, we have to go back to credentials.tsx right here. And we are very simply going to go and find the credentials list. More specifically, maybe credential item. And just above this, let's create a super simple factory, credential logos, which will be a type of record, which the key is going to be a credential type, which we can import from generated Prisma. And I'm just going to go ahead and do, I'm still using this. Okay, still some leftover workflow thingies here. Let's fix this like the following. Leave that to be a type import, and this will be a normal one. So then you will be able to use the credential type here for the factory. Just make sure this matches, of course, your public folder. And once you have the credential logos here, let's go ahead and do the following. Const logo will be credential logos data.type, which of course we have to modify here because it's no longer going to be a type of workflow, or fall back to logos OpenAI.svg. And let's go ahead and render that. So inside of the image, let's just go ahead and use the image itself. There we go. Image, source logo, auth, data.type with 20, height 20. And let's see, what do we have to fix here? Element implicitly has any type. Okay, something is wrong here. Let's start with giving it a proper type here. So this should be a type of credential. But I think credential it might already be taken. So let's import type credential. Oh, I already have it. Okay, credential. But I'm not sure if credential itself might be taken as a constant somewhere. Looks like it is not. So make sure your credential item uses data with credential as the type. And now let's see what the problem is here. Probably because I need to import image from next image. And we can now remove the workflow icon. And there we go. Now it will basically display exactly what type of credential it is. So if I create a new credential with OpenAI type, and if I go back to credentials, it should render that. Let's go ahead and search for something. There we go. That works too. Perfect. Let's go ahead and try Gemini now. Let's create. Back to credentials. There we go. Gemini. Perfect. So now we have to create this page right here, which will be super simple. Don't worry, because we already implemented every single thing that we need for this. We just have to go back to credential.tsx, so a single one, where the form is, and go all the way down here, export const credential view, const params, use params, const credential ID, params.credential ID as string, use suspense credential, pass in the credential ID, destructure the data, rename it to credential, and return credential form. But this time, give it some initial data. This way, credential form will be rendered as an edit form. Be super careful not to misspell credential ID. So params.credential ID needs to be exactly as you have written it here. Credential ID. Capitalization matters. Triple check that it works. Now that you have the credential view here, let's go ahead and go inside of our credential ID page.tsx. And in here, we should obviously render the credential view like this. So let's go ahead and import it. Credential view. And now that I think of it, why don't I just accept the credential ID prop and use it? I think that's much simpler. And then I can just use the loader to pass in the credential ID. Yeah, that's much simpler. We can just do that, and then we don't need use params. Perfect. Now let's go back inside of the page here. What we're going to have to do now is we have to prefetch it. So prefetch credential, pass in the credential ID. Make sure to import prefetch credential from features credentials server prefetch. So prefetch a single credential. It only accepts the ID. Perfect. And then in here, let's go ahead and just do some styling. So the styling will actually be, I think, the very same like this. We can copy this entire thing, paste it like this, add 2 closing divs, and then let's go ahead and let's add the hydration client. You can import this from tRPC server. Then the error boundary from React error boundary. For the fallback here, I'm just going to reuse my credentials error. So yes, I'm going to reuse the one from the credentials, not the one from, my apologies, from components credentials, even though I'm mostly using the ones from credential, simply because I have no idea how differently I would create the one for a single credential. You can import suspense from React, and you can also pass in the fallback here to be credentials loading. So same import from the credentials component. All right, I think this should now work. Let me go ahead and just try. So let me zoom out just a bit. Oh, something's not good here. Let me see this issue. Okay, that's something else. But inside of my credentials now, if I go ahead and click here, there we go. And if I change this to Anthropic API like this and click update and go back to credentials, there we go. Updated less than a minute ago, but created 9 minutes ago. Anthropic API. Perfect. It is officially working. We have the entire entity structure for credentials. What we can do now is we can go ahead and implement that so that here, instead of our AI nodes, we have a drop-down which will allow us to select any of the credentials that we have. So let's go back to one of the dialogues. I think the easiest one to try out is the Gemini one. So I'm just going to go ahead and add the Gemini block, and I'm going to click Save here. I'm going to go ahead and keep it open just so I can see what I'm developing. Then I'm going to go ahead and close all of this code. I'm going to go inside of Source, Features, Executions, Components, Gemini, Dialog.tsx. In here, I'm going to go inside of the form schema, and I'm going to add the credential ID. So after variable name, I'm going to add credential ID with a message credential is required. Then I'm going to go ahead and make sure that I have it instead of my default values here. So credential ID is going to be default values dot credential ID or an empty string. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to do the same thing in the form reset here. Now that we have that, we're going to have to create the dropdown for our credentials. But this will actually be a little bit easier because we can use our use credentials by type hook. So right here, I'm going to do const use credentials by type. And I'm going to select credential type from generated Prisma.Gemini. So make sure you have imported credential type from generated Prisma and use credentials by type from our features credentials hooks use credentials. From here, we can destructure the data and we can alias it to credentials. And let's also get is loading here. And let's alias that is loading credentials. Now let's go ahead and go down here. And what we're going to do is we're going to develop a new form field. So if we have any existing select ones, that would be great. So we save some time. So I think we have one inside of our credential.tsx. So inside of credentials folder, credential.tsx, we should have select somewhere. Perfect. So find the name type, form label type, copy the entire form field here. And now let's go ahead and add it after variable name. So just add the entire thing here. And now we're going to resolve the errors. So the errors are mostly missing components. So we can just add select content, item, trigger, and value. There we go. Now we can go here and we can start to fix these. So this should control the credential ID because that's the new one we've just added. So this will be Gemini credential like that. And it will be disabled if is loading credentials, or if we have no credentials at all. So if there is no credentials length. And now let's go ahead and give this a placeholder. Select a credential. And now instead of the select content, we're going to do credentials (map). And this will be key.id. This will be, my apologies, key will be option ID, value will be option ID as well. So make sure you're using ID here. And source will actually be hard-coded to logos Gemini SVG. Auth will be Gemini. Option here will be credential or option.name. Let me rename the option thingy to credential. And make sure to import image from next image. There we go. So just like that, you have added a new property to the dialog. I'm going to go ahead and open this, and there we go. I can now select a credential that I want to use with Gemini. Perfect. But we're not done yet. What we have to do is we have to visit the executor. So inside of features, executions, components, Gemini executor.ts. Let's go ahead and first things first, extend this with a credential ID. And then we can go ahead and check if we have it or if we don't have it, and we can throw an error immediately. So just as we check if we don't have the variable name or the user prompt, we can also check if we don't have credential ID. Gemini node credential is required. Immediately throw a non-retriable error and publish an error status. So how do we fetch the credential? Well, we can now remove this to do because we already do that. And now this is where the magic happens. Const credential is going to be await step.run get-credential. Then let's return Prisma, which we have to import from lib database .credential.find unique, where pass in the ID data.credential ID. If there is no credential, throw new non-retriable error Gemini node credential not found. Now we can remove this credential value and we can just use credential dot value from here. Now there is a question, should we just fetch this, without user ID? Well, the thing is, this isn't exactly a public API. This is a background job within Inngest. So even if we fetch this credential, we are not returning its value anywhere. We are just fetching it, right? Imagine this is a webhook call. We also wouldn't exactly know if it was a user who executed this or something else, right? So I think this should be completely fine to do, and we don't need user ID here to fetch for the security row level. And in here we check if we don't have it, and we throw the error. Perfect. So let's try running it exactly like this. I'm going to go ahead and call this my Gemini. Credential will be this one. Make sure you have at least one Gemini credential. Test. Hi there, how are you? Let's click save. Let's click save here. Let's go ahead and execute workflow. And what I expect is for the workflow to fail because of an invalid API key. Exactly. Please pass a valid API key. So now I'm going to go inside of my credentials here, inside of this one. I will change this to be Gemini personal, like this. And let's go ahead and go inside of .environment here. And let me copy this one. And let me paste it here and click update. And then in workflows, let me just check if the name was maybe updated. It's still reflecting this. I think I have to refresh maybe, yes, because I don't like, it's now, yeah, after a refresh it will appear because we don't invalidate this one after updating. Maybe we could do that, but you don't have to update anything here. You can just execute again. You don't even have to save it, but it should work this time. Get credential. There we go. Successfully completed. We successfully implemented bring your own keys. Users can now create their own credentials and pass them along. You can finally remove this from your code. I would suggest you keep it till the end of the tutorial because I forget my credentials so many times and I accidentally delete it while testing. So yeah, you can, but I would suggest still keeping it here. But finally, your users can now add their own credentials. So just one thing I want to check. Instead of source features credentials, I'm just going to do one find in folder and search for workflow. All right. Inside of credentials.tsx, I'm still calling these workflows. So credentials pagination. Let me show you what file it is. Credentials folder, components, credentials.tsx. I'm going to change all 4 instances to credentials. There we go. And I think that now, if I go ahead and right-click find in folder, workflow, workflows, nothing. Successfully migrated. Great. So what we need to do to finish this chapter is do exactly what we just did for Gemini, right? Let me just check if that's all we need. Instead of node.tsx, I should also have credential ID here. There we go. So now I have the proper types everywhere. Now let's go ahead and implement the same exact thing, but for Anthropic. So I'm going to go inside of Anthropic, node.tsx. I'm going to copy credential ID right here, and I'm just going to paste it here. Perfect. I'm going to close Node in both of them. I will open Gemini dialog, and I will open Anthropic dialog. I will go inside of Gemini 1, and I'm going to copy the entire form field here with the select option to load the credentials. And I'm going to add that exactly in the same place. So after variable name. Of course, it will be riddled with errors because we don't have many of the imports we need. But we are going to resolve that now. Now I'm just going to go ahead right here, and I'm going to import image, credential type, and use credentials by type. So all of these imports. And I'm going to add them to the Anthropic block. Now let's go ahead and go back inside of the Gemini one. And let's go ahead and actually load credentials by type. So I'm going to do the same thing here now. There we go. And a few things left to do is to modify the schema. So copy credential ID. Let's go ahead and paste it in Anthropic node. And already you can see no more errors left, but there are a couple of more things, the default values. So let's just go ahead and add that. Default values, perfect. And form reset, perfect. Let's check if we did this correctly. Inside of workflows, right here, I'm going to delete this node and I'm going to add Anthropic node like this. Well, I can just open and see. The problem is it's fetching Gemini once. So let's go inside of Anthropic node and let's just make sure that when we fetch them, we're using credential type.anthropic this time. So now it should only fetch Anthropic API, which also means we have to modify this logo to anthropic.svj and Anthropic as the alt. There we go. Now we can select our Anthropic API. Perfect. We can now close both dialogues and let's instead open both executors. So let's go ahead and go inside of Gemini executor and let's copy the credential ID and let's add it to the Anthropic data after variable name. Then let's go ahead and throw an error if credential ID does not exist. So after variable name, inside of Anthropic, go ahead and throw the error. Just make sure that you're throwing it for the Anthropic channel. There we go. Change this from Gemini node to Anthropic node. And looks like I accidentally left over OpenAI thing is here. So feel free to fix that as well if you want to. We can now remove this to do. Then let's go ahead inside of Gemini executor and let's go ahead and copy these two things, basically an option to fetch the credential. So we can now remove this part, paste it here. We have to import Prisma from lib database, Anthropic node, credential not found. You can remove the credential value and you can use credential.value this time. There we go. And I think that's it. Just make sure you've imported Prisma, make sure you're using the Anthropic channel. Great. So this should now work. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the exact same thing, but for OpenAI. And looks like we forgot the title here. So it still says Gemini credential. So dialog.tsx in the Anthropic folder, it should not say Gemini credential. It should say Anthropic credential. Great. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing for OpenAI by going inside of node.tsx, and I'm simply going to add credential ID string. That's it. Then I'm going to open the dialog for OpenAI, and I'm going to open the dialog for Gemini. This time I'm going to start by adding all the necessary imports. So image, select credential type, and use credentials by type. And I'm just going to go ahead and add all of them inside of the OpenAI dialog.tsx. Then I'm going to go ahead and modify the form schema by adding the credential ID after the variable name. Then I'm going to go ahead and fetch the credentials. I'm going to now add this to the OpenAI dialog. There we go. Now I'm going to go ahead and make sure the default values load the credential ID, and the reset form loads it as well. There we go. And now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy the entire form field, which renders the credentials. So I'm going to copy that entirely. I'm going to find the form field after a variable name, and I'm going to just paste everything here. I'm going to fix the indentation, and since we already added all the imports above, there are not many errors. Let's just change this to OpenAI credential, select a credential, logos OpenAI SVG, OpenAI. Perfect. So let me go ahead and test this out. I'm going to add an OpenAI node. There we go. But it's still fetching Gemini ones. I forgot to change that. Credential type.openai. Make sure you're doing this instead of OpenAI dialog, instead of OpenAI folder. And you can see that now I have only one result right here. So naturally, if you didn't have any OpenAI credentials, you would simply have an error. I mean, not an error, you just wouldn't be able to fetch any. So just make sure you have at least one of each so you can test properly. And now what we have to do, the dialog is finished. Let's open the executor for OpenAI, and let's open the executor for Gemini to wrap this chapter up. So I'm going to close both dialog components now. I'm going to start with the imports here. So import Prisma. Let me add that here. Then I'm going to go ahead and add the credential ID to my OpenAI data. Then I'm going to go ahead and throw an error if data credential ID is unavailable. There we go. I'm going to make sure that I'm using the OpenAI channel to emit that news to the front end. Then I'm going to go ahead and fetch the credential and throw if it is not found. So I can now remove this to do and paste that here. I can remove the to do here because I'm throwing now. Let's go ahead and change this to be OpenAI node, credential not found. Finally, I can remove this and I can use credential.value. There we go. I think that is it. That's all we have to do. So we can now go ahead and close everything here. We successfully implemented the entire thing we outlined here. We added client, we added entity components for pagination, for search, for other things, and we even added credential dropdown, and we even added it to the executor so we have a proper bring your own keys method. Now let's go ahead and push this to GitHub. So 25 credentials. I'm going to go ahead and create a new branch, 25 credentials. I'm going to go ahead and stage all of my changes, 25 credentials. I am going to commit and I am going to publish this branch. And now let's go ahead and let's review our pull request. Since this was a large one, I'm going to go ahead and let CodeRabbit do it for us. And here we have the summary by CodeRabbit. New features. We added credential management system for storing API keys for an OpenAI, Anthropic, and Gemini. Users can create, view, edit, and delete credentials through a new management interface. We added search and pagination for credentials list. AI nodes now support selecting stored credentials instead of using environment variables. So exactly what was the goal of this chapter, to allow users to bring their own API keys. Now, in here, I think the thing we should focus on the most is all of these comments that CodeRabbit left. So 14 actionable comments. Of course, you can pause the screen right here. I always think these are super useful if you are struggling to understand how our code is working. So using these sequence diagrams, you can pause the screen and you will figure out exactly what happens when a credential is not found, when a credential is found, etc. So let's go ahead and maybe we can read through this here. So executor integrations. First, verify that credential fetching, validation, and error handling are consistent across OpenAI, Anthropic, and Gemini. Ensure credential ID is properly threaded from dialog, node, and executor. tRPC router security. Confirm that all endpoints properly enforce context out user ID to prevent users from accessing modifying credentials belonging to others. Database schema integrity. Verify foreign key cascading behavior. Cascade on user deletion. Set null on credential. Yes, this is, if you remember, this is exactly what we discussed when we started developing. That's why I wasn't sure, but even CodeRabbit says that that's what would be the correct choice here. Set null on cascade. Otherwise, you will not be able to delete a credential which is assigned to a node or vice versa. So because of that, set null would be the correct option. So yes, we could definitely add this in the next chapter. And form validation and error handling here. So let's take a look at the comments here. So some things are not true simply because there are newer versions of Zod than for what AIs were trained on. For example, native Enum is, as far as I know, deprecated, and you should use Enum now. So this is correct, and it works correct for us. So we don't have to switch to native Enum here at all. In here, it's telling us that we have different types of different invalidation patterns. Somewhere we're using query filters, somewhere we're using query options. I think this is because that's the demonstration I found on tRPC website. So that's why in invalidation, I'm using query filter, but in fetching, I'm using query options. I'm not really sure that it matters. I think most will work. And yes, we forgot to throw any toast errors here on error. We could add that, sure, like this. Then let's go ahead about this. I think this is the same thing. Z.enum is fully supported and it works. And of course, it is addressing the security vulnerability. Our values are stored in plain text. And in here, it is suggesting using a library like this to encrypt it, which is interesting. I have not looked into this library right here. Perhaps you could look into it and see if that is something that would be a good idea for your project. Now let's go ahead, and I think the same thing is here, native Enum, so completely supported. In our case, same security vulnerability, API key stored in plain text. Now let's go ahead and, okay, again, native Enum. In here, I think, again, yes, it suggests using value instead of default value. I think I'm using the example from ShatCN documentation, so it works, so I'm not going to change it. And this is important. I think I had a whole monologue here about how we don't need to check if the tenant is allowed to access this credential. But what I forgot is ID injection, basically using someone else's credential. I completely forgot about that. So yes, we should definitely also add a way to validate if this user is allowed to fetch that credential. So I was only thinking about one side being secure, but I forgot that the user can be malicious as well. So yes, very, very good catch here. I did not think about ID injection. We should find a way to always verify what user is triggering the workflow and then confirm whether user is allowed to fetch the credential or not. Then in Anthropic Executor, if I'm missing a credential, I throw the non-retriable error, but I forgot to publish the status for the error, it seems. And I think I also forget to do the same in Gemini. So same problem in all three, obviously. User ID, context, and I throw this without doing publish. So yes, I should probably update all of that. And then just repeated comments for this case. Same thing, maybe some, incorrect providers. It looks I'm writing Gemini inside of OpenAI. So yes, small typos here and there. Missing status publishes. Yeah, we should definitely do this to give users a better experience. And in here, yes, it's basically telling us that we should consider encrypting our API keys. So what I did in my previous project was I used AWS encryption, actually. You can also do it yourself using database level encryption, but using AWS Secrets Manager is actually surprisingly easy. The hardest part is configuring the IAM profiles. So yeah, consider researching into AWS Secrets Manager or the open source package it recommended above. Great comments. I will mostly focus on fixing the ID injection in the next chapter and fixing the missing channel updates. So for now, let's go ahead and go back into the main branch. Let's go ahead and click Synchronize Changes and let's click OK. Then let's go ahead and open our graph to make sure we have merged everything. Perfect. That seems to be correct. A lot of new things we've learned today. A lot of things we've learned what we should do once we go into production as well, right? You can see how the sentiment around storing plain text API keys is, right? So it is considered a security risk, of course. Then again, you will meet some people who will say that they can be easily rolled. I wouldn't consider having to encrypt them. But I think users are trusting you with their data. You should find a way to encrypt them. I will try my best at the end of the tutorial to give you some proper recommendations about how to do this. And again, you can literally use my previous tutorial and it shows exactly how to do it. It will depend on how much time we have for this one. Amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to implement Discord and Slack nodes. So far, we've learned how to implement trigger nodes, such as manual execution, Google Form event, and Stripe event. We've also learned how to create an execution transformation node, like OpenAI, Anthropic, and Gemini. But one type of node we haven't implemented yet is messaging node. So in this chapter, I'm going to teach you how to implement two of them, Discord and Slack. And this will give you enough knowledge to add any other messaging nodes that you prefer, like WhatsApp, Telegram, or anything similar, because most of them work in exactly the same way. But before we do that, I do want to resolve some of the issues CodeRabbit mentioned in the previous pull request review. The most important one of those is credential ID injection. So what can currently happen? Let's say the attacker creates a workflow in our app, and they go ahead and select their Gemini credential. While this manual execution will at the moment really send the ID that it's written right here, this is just front-end validation. This can very easily be bypassed because anyone who is handy with the console can somehow inject any ID that they want to be sent to our network request and start a background job, which would then use someone else's credential ID. So the only thing the attacker has to find out is someone's credential ID. For example, maybe they are making a video and they open their credentials right here. They click here, and then you can see I have this ID up here, and there we go. The attacker doesn't even have to know the API key because all we actually need is the credential ID. So if they can somehow inject that right here, obviously this now doesn't make sense because this is my credential ID, but imagine I have another account and I just stole someone's credential ID. I could very easily spend their tokens. So let's go ahead and think of a way to fix that. The problem is basically right here. So I just opened the Gemini executor. And in this step where we fetch the credential, as you can see, the only thing we do is we just pass along the credential ID. So this can be injected. Attacker can add anyone's credential ID here, and then we would simply spend their API key. So let's do a quick fix of that. One that I think is the simplest and the easiest we can do is by revisiting our functions inside of the ingest folder. So ingest folder functions.ts. Let's go ahead and let's do const user ID, await step.run, find user ID, asynchronous. Let's go ahead and fetch workflow like this. We can just repeat that. And the only thing we actually want here, so let's just do select user ID, true. That is the only thing we are interested in. And let's return workflow.userid. We are using find unique or throw, so this cannot be undefined. There we go. Now we have user ID, which has to exist. And then what we're going to do is very simply anywhere, just add user ID. You can add it anywhere because this is an object, right? If we were just using a plain params, then the order would matter. But in this case, the order does not matter. You can just add it wherever you want. So just pass in user ID here in the executor. And now let's go ahead and find out how these executor types can be updated. So I'm going to command click inside of get executor. That will take me to features, executions, lib, executor registry. And in here, I find node executor. And in here, node executor params gives me what I need. So I'm just going to extend it by adding user ID and making it a string. There we go. So now, as you can see, I no longer have any errors here, and I can safely pass along user ID to every single executor. So now let's go back and let's revisit something here. So inside of source, features, executions, let's go inside of components, Gemini, executor.ts. We can now go ahead and double check that this is correct by also passing the user ID from data. And let me just check. How do I now? Oh, yes, very simple. In the Gemini executor, not in data, just user ID. As simple as that. So now, if this user, if the attacker somehow manages to get a hold of someone's credential ID, they will have additional problem they need to resolve. They also somehow need to spoof the user ID. So technically, this isn't 100% correct, protected still. You could still somehow inject the workflow ID, but at least it is no longer given to you on a plate to just enter any credential ID. At least we are making the job a little bit harder right now. So what I would suggest after you do this is just go ahead and try something. Make sure you save this, maybe do a refresh. Of course, make sure you have your app running here. I'm going to refresh, and I'm just going to try and run this just to make sure it's still working, that I didn't accidentally mess something up. So this is working, and let's see, that is working beautiful. So what you would do now is you would also go inside of OpenAI executor right here, and you can see that it's super simple now because every single one of these now has access to user ID. Some of them might not need it, but in these ones where we do need it, it is very useful. User ID and just user ID. There we go. And yes, if you want to, you can also go ahead and publish errors like this whenever they happen. I think I forget to do that in Gemini here. If credential is not found, make sure you publish the error. Just make sure you're using the proper channels. There we go. And instead of OpenAI, let me check if did I left Gemini node here, so OpenAI node. And then the same thing in Anthropic in the executor right here. You just add user ID. And then in the credential, you pass along the user ID. And let's just go ahead and copy this right here. And make sure you are emitting error for this stage. Great. I think that's exactly what I've outlined here. Let's check. So we fixed missing channel events. I fixed one invalid node name in the logs for OpenAI, and we fixed the credential ID injection. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's focus on creating some new nodes. So the first thing I want you to do is go to my Nodebase assets folder, and in here you can find Discord and Slack. So just go ahead and add that to your public folder. I'm going to go ahead and go here. Inside of our public folder, we should have logos. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy Slack and Discord and paste it here. So you should now have Slack and Discord. Great. I'm going to start with the Discord node. So I would suggest that before you do it, you at least create an account on Discord so you can test it out. It doesn't matter if you're not going to use it or not. It will kind of give you the idea of how all of this messaging platform works. It's free, it's simple, it's fast. So just make sure you have an account for Discord so you can test this out properly. So I'm going to go ahead and copy one of the existing executions here. Let me copy Gemini and paste it here. And let me rename this to Discord, like this. And I just remembered, of course, we also have to update our Prisma schema. So let's find our node types here. Let's add Discord and let's add Slack. Once we've added those, as always, npx prisma migrate dev, and let's give it a name, Discord Slack nodes. Discord Slack node, and that should synchronize the database. Great. We can now close that. And as always, I recommend you restart your Next and your Inngest server. All right. Now that we have them ready, you can also refresh localhost 3000 every time you refresh your server. Let's go back inside of this one, Discord. We just copied it. So I'm going to start with node.tsx. Make sure you are working in the Discord folder. This will no longer be Gemini node. This will now be Discord node. So we're just doing this whole rename thing that we keep doing. Discord node, not data, just Discord node. Great. Now let's go ahead and start by changing the base execution node to use Discord SVG and name Discord. There we go. And I want to leave it like this for now, simply so we can see it being added here. So now we have to visit our node components located inside of source config. And then inside of here, let's add node type, Discord node. You should be able to import it from features, executions, components, Discord node. Then we have to go to our node selector located in source components node selector. Let's go ahead and copy this, give this a node type of Discord, label of Discord, and let's go ahead and send a message to Discord. And make sure you're using discord.svg. And now if you go ahead and click on the plus button, you should find Discord. Here it is. Amazing. Obviously, when you double click on it, it will still use the Gemini configuration. So let's go ahead and fix that. I'm going to close everything and I'm going to go back inside of Node right here. So let's start by changing the data right here. Instead of all of these, we're going to have webhook URL. We're going to have content and username. You can probably go with even less of these, but I think these are sufficient enough to make it fun and customizable. Now let's go ahead and this is all good. For the description, let's do the following. It will be nodedata.content. If we have the content, we're going to say send nodedata.content.slice. Otherwise, not configured. And yes, obviously, this is now throwing some errors because, we're not using the proper dialog at all. So let's go inside of the Discord dialog.tsx. And sure, let's start with the form schema. So Variable name will still stay the same. Credential is not required. None of these are actually required. So let's start with a simple one and an optional one, username. So username for the bot. The bot can be named whatever you want. Then let's go ahead and let's add content. So content will be a string with a minimum and maximum length here. So I don't know where I found this online. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Maybe it's an API limitation, maybe it's a bot limitation, but yeah, you can add a limit like this. And now we need a webhook URL. So you can be as lenient as you want with this. For example, you can just make this a string and make it webhook URL is required. And this is not how you do that. My apologies. So why use a string here? Why not at least do .url? Well, remember, we have an option to use templating language. So if you mark this as a required URL, you will not be able to use any templates, right? Maybe you want to load the webhook URL from the previous node, right? So that's why we're using string and not Zod URL here. Great. So we now have that, and let's go ahead and fix these. So this will be username, this will be content, and this will be webhook URL. Let's copy them. Let's add them here. There we go. We can leave the watch variable name. Let's change this to be Discord configuration. And let's go ahead and change the description to be configure the Discord webhook settings for this node. Now let's go ahead and change each field. So variable name should be my Discord. That's good. Let's go ahead instead of the, also we should probably change it here. Yes, my Discord. Now in here, it's no longer going to be credential ID. It will be webhook URL. So webhook URL. And this should be much simpler. So we can remove select entirely. We don't need it. Inside of form item, open form control like this, and just render a normal input. So very simple. And add a placeholder and spread field property. So if you want, you can give a placeholder just to give your user the idea of what they're supposed to add here. Then let's do form description. And in here, you would basically explain to your user how to do this. So get this from Discord, channel settings, integrations, webhooks, right? Whatever you prefer, however you prefer to convey your user this information. Again, I have no idea how to make this. I just copied it from somewhere. Now let's go ahead and do the content one. And this one will be a text area. So let's go ahead and demonstrate to our users how they can, for example, use variables here. Summary, and then maybe AI response, right? Just to remind them that they can do that. My Gemini.text. I don't know, something like that. And in the form description, again, we're just, explaining things. The message to send, use variables for simple values or JSON variable to stringify objects. And then let's go ahead and let's copy the input one here because it's the most similar one, form field, and let's replace the last one here. And instead of webhook URL, this will be username, bot username, optional. There we go. Let's go ahead and add a placeholder here, workflow bot. And then we can make the description be, descriptive. So this will be used to override the webhook's default username. And of course, let's rename this from Gemini dialog to Discord dialog. And now we can remove the use credentials by type hook. We no longer need that, which means that we can remove image, we can remove select, we can remove credential type and use credentials by type. There we go. Much simpler now. Now let's go back to the node, and we can now import Discord dialog from /dialog, and we can remove the Gemini dialog. Looks like I still have this called Gemini. So I'm just going to go here, change this to be Discord form values. And let's go ahead and add them here, and let's use them here. There we go. And this is how it should look like now. Variable name, then webhook URL. Oh, this is still called system prompt. Whoops. That should be called content. So inside of dialog, let's just make sure to rename that. It's not optional. It is content. Or let's be more descriptive, message content. There we go. I think that makes it clear what you're supposed to write here. Basically the message that will be sent, right? Very, very good. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and create the channel so we can create the real-time execution thingy here. So I'm going to go inside of source, ingest channels. I will copy Gemini, paste it here, rename it to Discord. I will rename this to Discord channel name, Discord execution, and this will be called Discord channel. Now that we have that, we can go back. My apologies. We can go inside of ingest functions.ts and we can register the new Discord channel. So just make sure you import that. Great. Now let's go ahead inside of features. Let's go inside of executions, components, Discord, actions.ts. Let's go ahead and rename these to Discord. So Discord token, and fetch Discord real-time token, and all instances to be Discord channel from channels Discord. There we go. Then we can go ahead and go back inside of Node in the Discord folder, and we can fix this to be Discord channel name and fetch Discord real-time token, and remove fetch Gemini real-time token from actions, and then we can remove the channels Gemini import. Perfect. Now that we have that, we can finally go inside of the executor right here. So let's go ahead and let's start with renaming the data here. Instead of Gemini data, this will be Discord data. It will still have variable name, but alongside that, it will have 3 new items: webhook URL, content, and username. Perfect. And let's rename this to Discord executor, like this. This time, I don't think we will need user ID, so we can remove it because it will be unused. Let's go ahead and start by changing the ingest channel to use Discord one, Discord channel. So replacing all instances to use Discord channel. Basically, just replace every single instance to use Discord channel, and maybe some of them are unneeded, unnecessary. We're going to fix them now. So that's what I did. I just basically replaced 8 instances of what was previously Gemini channel to Discord channel. So we start with loading. We throw an error if variable name does not exist, and then we can go ahead and instead of throwing errors if credential ID doesn't exist or if user prompt doesn't exist, with something simpler. We're going to check if webhook URL is missing. So we throw an error like this, and we're going to check if content is missing. So message content is also required. Make sure to emit an error. And now let's go ahead and remove this because we're not going to need that. And let's do const raw content, handlebars, handlebars.compile, data content, and pass in the context. Const content, let's go ahead and yeah, so the problem is the way handlebars will compile this will make it non-compatible with Discord. So I found that you can install a package called HTML entities, and then you can decode it using that package, and that should improve how messages arrive. So just import HTML entities. Let's go back here. So now that we have content, let's do decode raw content. And let's go ahead and set the username. So let's check. Did the user pass this? If it did, let's decode handlebars result. Handlebars.compile data username context. Let me fix this. Otherwise, undefined. And it will just use the default from Discord. So basically, we are allowing user to use variables to set their system prompt. Oh, am I still calling this system prompt? I think I just haven't refreshed. Oh, no, it's actually the Gemini one. Sorry. So let me add the Discord one. Here it is. Yes, so basically you can use variables here, here, and even here. So now let's go ahead and remove credential because we don't need it. We don't need any of these, in fact. Let's just empty the try entirely. Actually, empty it until publish success, like this. And let's just do const result await step.run discord webhook, like this. Let's go ahead and do await KY. Make sure to import KY from KY. So the same thing we used in our HTTP request executor, if you remember, KY. So you should have it installed. And now in the Discord executor, let's do await ky.post data webhook URL. Let's go ahead and pass JSON content.slice 02000 because this is Discord's max message length and the username if we pass it. Great. And then we're just going to go ahead and return context. Whoops. Data variable name, Discord message sent, and set it to true. Or if you want to, you can just say message content and then pass in content.slice 02000 because that's exactly what we are going to send. Whatever you think is more useful to see. And then we can go ahead and publish this as success. And we can just return the result because we are setting this here. Yeah, let's let's do it like that. Okay. And now I think what we have to do here is just change this check and move it from here and just do it here. Basically inside of step.run because this is a new function scope. So TypeScript will not work from the check we did above. Same thing for this webhook URL here. If you don't want to use that, since we check it, let's go ahead and move it right here. There we go. Perfect. So that should now actually be ready. And let's get rid of this Gemini node, Discord node. Variable name is missing. Discord node webhook URL is required. Discord node. Perfect. We can remove generate text and create Google generative AI. We can remove Prisma. Great. So this is now ready to make a call to Discord's webhook URL and to send some message content using KY and to actually update the context with what happened. Now let's not forget to pass this to the executor registry. So instead of executions, lib executor registry, let's add node type.discord and add discord executor here. And we can copy and paste this and just add it for Slack just so we get rid of the error here. But make sure you've imported the Discord executor and feel free to use it twice for now. We're going to change it later. Great, so I think this should work just fine. So like one thing maybe we don't have to do is the return here, like this. I think we can do it here. I don't know. It really does not matter. if you want to do it. But if you want to do it here, you also have to do const result. Basically, you can leave exactly as it was. I was thinking maybe it's simpler to move it outside of the scope. Just make sure that you understand what is the scope of this function, right? So you can see this is where the function starts. Then we check if we don't have this. Then we do the post call. We check if we don't have variable name and we throw the error. And then we return this context data variable name. But this doesn't end the background job. We then publish the success and we return the result variable, which is essentially just this. So this is on line 87 where this ends. So just make sure that you don't accidentally write this outside of the scope because it might return early or you might do something incorrectly here. Great. So once we have this ready, we have added it to our executor. I think that's all we have to do. So let's just call this my Discord. Let's go ahead and do HTTPS codewithantonio.com. Hello world. Nodebase bot. Let's click save. Let's go ahead and remove this. Let's go ahead and add this instead. Let's click save. And let's watch this node fail, obviously, because it should not be able to make a post request to that thing. So let's go ahead and wait for this. This is good. And then this obviously fails. And if we take a look at localhost 8288, we can see that it failed. Fetch failed, yes, because this is an invalid URL. Great, so how do we create the proper URL? So let's try and find the exact way to do it. So get this from Discord, channel settings, integrations, webhooks. So in here I have a brand new Discord account and I have a brand new server. So let me try and find this. Honestly, I'm like learning this as I go, just as you are. So let me find, this is user settings, server settings, right click, maybe edit channel, integrations, webhooks. Here they are, create webhook, new webhook. Oh, so okay, just it already created one. So just choose this one. You can name it whatever you want. For example, Spidey bot, channel is general, copy webhook URL, and then we should just add that here. Let's click save. Let's click save up there. Let me go ahead and open my general channel so I have no messages here. Let me execute the workflow again. And there we go. We successfully sent a message from our Nodebase project to here. Amazing, amazing job. And you can see that it's actually super simple. It just needs a webhook URL. We didn't even have to install any Discord SDK or anything. It was super simple. The hardest part was just repeating all the code that we already had and customizing it to be Discord related. And the integration for Slack is exactly the same. And I'm like 90% sure it's the same for WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, whatever you might want to use. And it also kind of gives you the idea of how you would do it for something more advanced, like how to add it to Google Sheets. Well, very similarly, I suggest, right? You would just ping some webhook that they offer, or maybe if it's a bit more complicated, you would install some SDK. And then the user will have to add like their API keys or something like that. But nothing you haven't done before, right? That's why I try to choose not like every single node in the world, but enough of them for it to be useful for you so that you can add your own nodes. Because honestly, this video can go on forever. I can add 1 billion nodes here. So let's go ahead and now do the same for Slack. And of course, we can also check in here in the completed tab, how does the finalization look like? And there we go. So the variable is called my Discord and message content was this. So just to confirm that that is also working as expected. Great. So let's go ahead and do the exact same thing for Slack. Shouldn't be too hard given that it's almost exactly the same code. So inside of features, executions, components, let's go ahead and copy Discord, paste it in components, rename this to Slack. And then I'm going to go ahead and start with node.tsx, and I will change these instances to Slack. And of course, I will change the display name here. Then in the base execution node, I will use Slack image and Slack title. And this will actually be exactly the same, so that's cool. And now let's go ahead and do node components instead of source config. So source config folder, node components. Let's go ahead and immediately add Slack, Slack node, make sure you import it, and then node selector. Node selector is inside of source components node selector. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. I'm doing this inside of my execution nodes. Change this to Slack, send a message to Slack, label Slack, and Slack right here. And I think that should be enough. We can now click the plus button. If you scroll down, you will find Slack right here. But obviously, it uses a configuration for Discord. So let's go ahead and resolve that. Let's go inside of Discord. And let's go inside of dialog.tsx. And let's start by checking if anything needs to change in the form schema. So this will actually be a little bit simpler because we're not going to have username, and we are not going to have, we're just not going to have username. Okay, so we have content, and in here, I have no idea what is the maximum limit, so you can remove it if you want it to be longer than 2000. Discord form values, let's of course change these three instances to Slack. So Slack form values, Slack dialog. And in here, just remove username. We don't need it in here as well. And then you can also remove the input for the username here. We don't need username. And I think that is it. We only need to obviously change how to do this. So there are a couple of ways that you can implement webhooks within Slack. You can do it by creating a new app, or you can also do it by creating webhooks. My apologies, not webhooks, workflows. I have no idea what is the difference between two, but I did find that if you want to use workflows, it is almost as simple as with Discord, which was just, right-clicking on the channel, edit channel, integrations, add new. So I'm going to go ahead and change this to get this from Slack, channel settings, and let's go ahead and do workflows, webhooks. Maybe this would be workspace settings, actually. I think that's kind of what it would be here. We can change the placeholder here just to tell the user like kind of what we would expect to have. And let's go ahead and change the title to be Slack configuration and configure the Slack webhook settings for this node. Change this to be my Slack, and in here to my Slack. There we go. Now we can go back instead of node.tsx. We can change Discord dialog to be Slack dialog, and we can change Discord form values to be Slack form values. Now let's modify Discord node data to not have username because we don't need it. There we go. And now let's go ahead and close this. Let's double click here. Let's save this actually, so I don't lose this Slack node. Then let me refresh. And then let me double click here. It still says, did I just change the entire thing here? Yes, again, I have modified Discord dialog instead of Slack dialogues. Make sure the same thing is not happening to you here. So yes, looks like I've been doing the entire modification inside of a wrong dialog. My apologies for that. I hope you understood what I was supposed to be doing. So I'm just going to revert my changes. My apologies. This is already a long chapter, so I'm getting confused. So instead of Discord dialog, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to Control Z and just return things here. There we go. Like nothing ever changed, and bring back username here. As simple as that. And then I'm going to go back inside of my node, which is obviously my Discord node. And I'm just going to replace Slack dialog back with Discord dialog and Slack form values with Discord form values. My apologies for that. I think this is twice that it happened. These components are so similar that I'm getting confused. Now I'm going to go back inside of source, features, executions, components, Slack. And let's go inside of dialog of Slack. Let's remove the username here. Let's remove the maximum here. Let's add a comma here. Let's rename Discord form values. Actually, all instances of Discord to be Slack. Make sure you are doing it in the Slack folder. Don't make the same mistake that I did. You can remove username from here. From here, you can change this to be my Slack. Change this to be Slack configuration. Configure the Slack webhook. Change the placeholder to be my Slack. You can go ahead and you can remove form field for the username. There we go. Now that we have that, let's also change how you get this. So get this from Slack, workspace, settings, workflows, webhooks. Then let's go ahead inside of node of the Slack folder. Let's go ahead and replace instance of Discord dialog with Slack dialog and Discord form values, Slack form values. There we go. All right, so sorry about that. And now you can see it says Slack configuration right here, and it doesn't have the username field. So just to clarify, no, you don't have to modify anything in the Discord folder anymore. We finished with it. It's working. If you did, so sorry. Just bring back the username here. Rename this back to Discord. Make sure you're using username here. Make sure you're using it here. This should be called my Discord. These two instances as well. This as well. You also need the form field for the username. Here it is entirely if you've accidentally deleted it. And the instructions here should be for Discord. Again, my apologies if you've changed the dialog in the Discord folder because you were following me. It was supposed to be changing the ones in the Slack folder. Excellent. Now let's go ahead and let's do the channel for Slack. So I'm going to go ahead inside of Inngest channels. I will copy Discord and I will paste it here. I will rename it Slack. I will go inside of that Slack. I will change this to be Slack channel name, Slack channel. Let's call this Slack execution. That's it. Then let's go ahead inside of ingest functions.ts, Slack channel, and make sure you've imported it. Now that we have that, let's go ahead inside of source, features, executions, components, Slack, actions. Replace all instances of Discord with Slack. Replace 3 instances of Discord channel with Slack channel. Change the import to Slack. There we go. Then in the Slack folder, go inside of node.tsx, change this to be Slack channel name, fetch Slack Realtime token, and remove fetch Discord Realtime token and remove Discord channel name import. There we go. Now that we have that, let's go inside of executor for the Slack component. So first things first, let's quickly modify the Discord data and remove the username. We're not going to need it. Then let's replace all 7 instances of Discord channel with Slack channel. So just replace all of them and fix this to use the Slack import. And then you should just be using Slack channel everywhere. Let's rename this from Discord data to Slack data. Let's change this from Discord executor to Slack executor. And now let's go ahead and change all instances of Discord node text with Slack node. And I think That's all of it, yes. Make sure you're not logging Discord node anywhere. Now let's go ahead and let's remove username since we are not going to need it. This will be Slack webhook. And let's go ahead and do this. So ky.post data webhook URL. And in the JSON, let's just do text and send that as content. So yes, this one will accept text, but you will see. So I'm going to add a comment. The key depends on workflow config. So you should probably add this instruction somewhere in the dialog for the user. You're going to see what I'm talking about. For now, make this text, but this can actually be anything. It will depend on how user sets up their webhook. So I think this is okay now. Now let's go inside of executions, lib executor registry, node type. Oh, we already have Slack, perfect, Slack executor. There we go. So now that we have that working, let's go ahead and remove this one. Let's go ahead and connect this, my Slack, HTTPS, let's do code with Antonio again. Hello world Slack, click save up there. And let's just see this fail because that's what it's supposed to do, right? We have added an invalid webhook URL. Looks like this is not working, but it could be because I'm missing a refresh. Let's just try again because this one just failed, which is correct. So let's see. Yeah, it just needed a refresh. Perfect. And it failed for the exact same reason. It cannot post that. So now let's go ahead and let's test Slack. So just as with Discord, I've created a new account here, new channel, new everything, and I've created a brand new channel called General here. So as I said, there are multiple ways you can send a message to Slack using webhooks, but one that I found actually the simplest is by, again, you'll have to excuse me, I am not that familiar with Slack here. In more, you can find tools, create and find workflows and apps. And instead of workflows, you can click on new, build workflow. And for an event here, you should be able to select from a webhook, starts from a third-party event. So if you ever become a big shot with this app, you could probably collab with Slack and then have Nodebase here. Obviously, that's why all of these other companies have it so much easier to add integrations because they have diplomacy between these apps to make it easier. But in our case, we have to click from a webhook. And this is what I was talking about. You have to set up variables here. So for example, you can set this to be content. And then inside of your executor, this would be, let me just find it. This would be content, right? If you set the key to be text, this would be text, right? So that's kind of the tricky part. So let me just see. In Discord executor, what's it called? If it is, it's content. Let's go ahead and make it content here. Content, and leave this key. So the key depends on workflow config. This is what I'm talking about. So make sure the key here is content, like that. And data type should be text. Click done. And there we go. You can see now, example, HTTP body, exactly what we are doing. And let's go ahead and click continue. And let me go ahead and try and do add steps, send a message to channel, search all channels, select your channel, and in here you can insert a variable here. Oh, you can also insert all data, or you can just do content. Okay, I see. Yeah, you can see you can play around with this. So let's just add content. Save. There we go. Finish up, the button up there, Nodebase workflow, like this, and let's click publish. And now somewhere here, we should find, let's click add to channel. Okay, Nodebase workflow, right click. We have copy workflow link. Let me check. Is that what I think it is? Let's see. If I go here and if I add that here, I'm not too sure that's what it is. As I said, I'm not like too familiar with this. I discovered this myself. So let me try and find copy workflow, share workflow. Maybe it is this. I'm not even sure myself anymore. Workflows, here it is. Copy workflow link. Starts with a webhook. Oh, here it is. Oh, you have to go and find starts with a webhook, click on the edit button, and down here find web request URL. Okay. And add it here. And click save up there. And let's see if this will now work. So execute workflow, home, general, and let's see if it will work. There we go. Hello world from Slack. Both nodes successfully ran. Amazing, amazing job. And in here we have my Slack message content, hello world from Slack. So I've just shown you two different messaging platforms that you can use and integrate. And this, you can now use this as a guide on how you would add a billion others. WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, whatever you prefer. 90% of them will work the exact same way, right? Just some kind of webhook. Again, this is kind of a tricky part with Slack one, so I would suggest that you go inside of your dialog for Slack and maybe somehow add like multiple form descriptions. Make sure the key is content. So your users then know how they're supposed to, how they are supposed to configure the workflow, because it's not exactly perfect. Because if inside of this webhook, they don't set up the content variable, it will not work. So make sure you have content variable. I think that would be kind of, I'm not sure. Another way you can do it is by exploring Slack apps. So that's this. And then you would have to create your app, and then you can send a webhook event as well. I personally find this just a little bit easier because apps have this weird interface that I find confusing to use. This isn't perfect either, but it's kind of fast to do. It wasn't too difficult. Amazing. So that's it. Again, so sorry if I misled you with the editing of the Discord folder and caused you some problems there. I meant to edit the Slack folder. They are so similar. I don't even know which one I'm modifying anymore. So let's go ahead and check what we were supposed to do here. We added Discord node, dialog executor channel, and we tested it, and we did the exact same thing for the Slack node. Amazing. Let's go ahead and push this to GitHub. So 26 Discord and Slack nodes. I'm going to go ahead and create a new branch, 26 Discord Slack nodes. Then I'm going to go ahead and commit all of my changes here. So stage all changes, 26 Discord Slack nodes, commit, and let's go ahead and publish this branch. Once this branch has been published, let's go ahead and open a pull request, and let's have a code rabbit review for any security issues so you can see what you could improve, or if we did something critically wrong so that we can fix it in the next chapter. So I've actually realized that 90% of this code was copied from the Gemini node. And Gemini node is something that we have reviewed in the previous chapter. So I'm not sure how much sense it makes to, And let's do the same for error stack, because these two can be quite lengthy. So that's why we are adding this decorator right here. Great. Now that we have this, let's go ahead and let me see. So we have an index here automatically added because of the foreign key. And I think this should be enough. So now let's go ahead and migrate that. So npx prisma migrate dev. Let's give it a name, something like executions schema. So after you've given it a name like this, go ahead and press enter, and that should synchronize your database. You can now close this, and as always, restart Next.js and restart Inngest. If you have it running, go ahead and refresh localhost. So now that we have this, we are ready to create this feature. Let's go inside of the features folder, and we can actually copy credentials. So copy credentials and paste it inside of features. Go ahead and rename it to executions. It looks like executions is already taken. So this should then be, let's see. Well, we can actually keep it inside of executions. That's right. No need to copy it. Let's actually use our executions folder. That makes perfect sense to do. So let's go ahead and start by creating server. And then let's go ahead and copy routers.ts from credentials and paste it inside of executions server. So make sure you open the routers.ts in your executions folder. So close all other ones. Go ahead and rename this to executions router. And then let's go ahead inside of tRPC routers underscore app, and let's add executions router. You can import it from features executions server routers and save the file. Great. So this will be quite simpler now. Executions will not be able to be created via API, nor will be able to be removed. They cannot be updated either, so none of this makes sense. These are like trace logs, right? You can only see them. You can't do anything with them. And you can also remove get by type. So only two of them, get one and get many. Get one will be a protected procedure, which will very simply use prisma.execution, find unique, or throw. The only difference here will be that it will not use user ID like this. It will simply access its child workflow. Well, not its child, its relation to the workflow, like that. So yes, you can now do this with Prisma. Previously, you were not able to do this, and it was a bit more complicated if you wanted to achieve this, but this is great. This is super simple, and you can now very easily do permission check on a nested child like workflow, which is really, really cool. So now that we have that, let's remove credential type. Let's remove premium procedure. We don't need any of that. That's it for the get one. Now let's go ahead and work on to get many. So get many is quite similar, except we don't need to search it. So remove search from here and remove search from here. You can remove the name property entirely here, and you can remove it in the count as well. Now let's go ahead and change this to be prisma.execution.findMany. So the where will have to be modified to look within the workflow for the user ID as well. The same thing we did previously. And order by here, let's use started at instead of created at. And let's go ahead and add include workflow select ID true, name true. So we have some more information to show on the user side. And for this, let's also change this to execution and very simply look within the workflow to make sure we are fetching only that user's executions. Great, everything else can stay exactly the same. That was easy, wasn't it? So now let's go ahead and copy everything else that we have here in credentials server. So that will include params loader and prefetch. And let's paste it here. So make sure you open prefetch and params loader from the new executions folder. And let's also go inside of credentials and let's copy params file and paste it inside of executions. So now let's go ahead and first start from the params file. So just make sure you are inside of executions folder params file. Let's go ahead and change this to be executions params. And we can go ahead and remove search because search will no longer be available. But let's go ahead and add workflow ID. Actually, we don't need that. We can just use page and page size. Then let's go ahead inside of server in the executions folder. And let's go ahead and do params loader here. So this will now be executions. Did I rename it? Executions params. I did. So executions params. And to fix this, let's just retype it. And then this will be executions params loader using the executions params. There we go. Now let's go inside of prefetch.ts and let's fix this as well. So this will be trpc.executions.getMany, prefetch all executions, prefetch executions, trpc executions, single execution, prefetch execution, trpc executions get one. There we go. So we have all of these server parts ready, including the params. So now let's go ahead and do hooks. So I'm going to go ahead and copy use credential params and use credentials. I'm going to go inside of executions in the hooks here, and I'm going to paste those two inside alongside use node status. Let's start with use credentials params, and let's go ahead and rename it to use executions params. If it asks to update imports, you can select yes. And looks like the only place it's going to update it is this one, use credentials from our executions folder. So this is the unsaved file, and this is where it updated it. So we will get to that. For now, you can save that file. Let's focus on our just renamed use executions params. And let's go ahead and just use executions params. And this will be use executions params. There we go. Now, let's go ahead and rename this to use executions.ts. Let's go inside of use executions, and let's change this to be use executions params. Now, this will also be a little bit simpler. So we will have this hook to fetch all executions using suspense. So use suspense executions. Use executions params, tRPC executions get many. We will not have a hook to create new one, so we can get rid of that. Same is true for removing one. But we will have a hook to fetch a single execution using suspense. So use suspense execution again, tRPC executions get one. We will not have a hook to update any executions, so we can remove that. And we will also not have anything to fetch by type, so we can remove that. So we only have two of these. Let's remove all the unused imports here. But I do think we might need, let's see, we have use suspense executions and use suspense execution. I'm thinking whether we are going to need any non-suspense hooks here, but I think this should be fine for now. So now let's go ahead and create the page loader. So I'm going to go ahead inside of source, app, dashboard, rest, credentials, and I'm going to copy page.tsx. I'm going to go inside of executions here. And well, might be easier to copy the content of page.tsx and then open executions page and paste it in here. There we go. So let's go ahead and change things up from credentials to executions. Just make sure you are modifying executions page.tsx. So require auth stays the same, but params should be loaded using executions params loader. So make sure you change that import to use executions here and remove credentials params loader. And then for prefetching, we're going to use prefetch executions with said params. So you can then remove prefetch credentials and make sure you have prefetch executions from features executions server prefetch. We can go ahead and replace the credentials container with just an empty fragment because we don't have an alternative for this just yet. And for the credentials error, we can just go ahead and do the same here. We will add both of these later. And same is true for this to-do list for executions. So let's go ahead and remove all the unused things. There we go. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and check it out. So I'm just going to make sure it's working. So when I click on executions right here, it should load to-do list for executions. Great. Now let's go ahead and work on the client side. So I'm going to go ahead and close the app folder and go inside of features, executions, and open the components folder. And then I'm going to go inside of credentials, components, and I will copy credentials.tsx and I will paste it in here in the components. Let's go ahead and rename it to executions.tsx like that. And then we're going to go ahead and slowly fix all of these errors and names. So double check you are inside of features, executions, components, executions.tsx. Let's start by changing this from hooks use credentials to hooks use executions. And you can go ahead and remove credential because we don't have it. And instead you can use suspense executions. Instead of use credentials params, executions params, and import use executions params. Let's go ahead and see what we need and what we don't need. For example, we don't need this search component at all, so we can just remove it. Instead of credentials list, it's going to be executions list. It's not going to be credentials, it's going to be executions, and it will be use suspense executions. So to the entity list, let's make sure we are passing executions. Let's make sure we are using execution everywhere. And for now, let's just leave this as is. We're going to replace these two later. So when it comes to executions header, it's going to be quite simpler than this. Executions header is not going to have any prop because it doesn't need the prop. And it's simply going to have a title executions like that and a description, view your workflow execution history, and it will not have any of those two props. So it looks like this is now throwing an error because it needs to have one of these. So yes, it's expecting something here. So can I add maybe... Okay, I don't know. I will look into it. But for now, yes, just ignore this error right here. So now let's go ahead and see what's up with pagination here. So let's rename it to executions pagination. This will be use suspense executions, use executions params, and then replace all of these three instances to use the executions constant. Perfect. Let's go ahead and rename this to executions container. Let's go ahead and use executions header, executions search, which actually doesn't exist and we don't need it, and executions pagination here. There we go. Perfect. So now we have this. Let's go ahead and change these three to be executions, loading, executions. So loading executions, error loading executions. In handle empty, we don't need handle create at all. You haven't created any executions. Get started by running your first workflow. You haven't, I'm not sure if created is like the correct term to use. Not sure what else it should be. Yeah, for now, let's use it like that. Instead of credential item, it will be execution item. Data will be execution. And you should be able to import this from generated Prisma. So import type execution. And instead of credential type, let's have execution status here because we're going to need that. You can remove entity search from the import. You can remove use router. You can remove use entity search, but keep execution status, even though we don't use it yet. So let's go back to the execution item here. First of all, remove this, remove credential. We cannot remove anything from here. And so what should be the icon here? Let's remove it for now. Let's just focus on rendering. So href should lead to executions. Title should be data .status. And subtitle, let's go ahead and just make it an empty string for now. For the image here, let's go ahead and just do this. Let's remove on remove and is removing. Okay. Now let's go ahead and create the subtitle and the image. So in order to create the subtitle, we need to add duration. So how long did it take to do this? So let's get the completed at, and if it exists. And if it does, let's call math around new date data completed at dot get time minus new date data started at dot get time, and then divide that by 1,000. Otherwise, just set it to null. And then const subtitle, let's make it a fragment, data, workflow. Okay, so this will be execution and workflow with ID, which is a string, and the name, which is a string. So why am I adding this? I basically extended the type of execution to include two properties from its related workflow. How do I know I can do that? Well, if you go inside of routers in the executions server and look at get many, you will see that that's exactly what we do. We include workflow with ID and name. So that's what I'm doing here, so that type safety knows that I can access data.workflow.name. Let's go ahead and add a bullet point here. Started. Let's add a space. Format distance to now, which we have from date.fns. Data started at, add suffix true. If duration is not null, in that case, let's go ahead and open a fragment here. Let's go ahead and render a bullet point again. Took duration seconds, like that. So now we have the subtitle that we can use, which will give the user some useful information about how long it took to complete this execution, if it completed. But for the image, we're going to need to create a little map here, similar to this one. So instead of this, it's going to be a function. So constant get status icon. Status will be a type of, not string, it should be a type of execution status. Now let's go ahead and switch based on the status. In case we get execution status dot success, let's go ahead and return check circle to icon from Lucid React with size 5, text green 600, like that. And then let's go ahead and just do the same for the other cases. So in case it fails, let's go ahead and use X circle icon from Lucid React. And in case it's still running, let's go ahead and use loader2 icon. Just make sure besides the color and the size, you also give it animate spin. And in case we cannot find the status for whatever reason, let's go ahead and give it a default of clock icon from Lucid React. So just make sure you have added all of these icons. You can now remove image from next image here. So that's it for the execution. Oh yeah, we actually have to render that here. So let's do get status icon, data status. There we go. And now that will render one of these. Now we can scroll all the way up here. Instead of executions list, change this to be execution item, executions empty. There we go. Great. So the only thing left to fix is the entity header, because right now it's expecting either on new or new button href, but not the option to not have any of them. And I think the fix is actually quite easy. So instead of entity header, you just have to add a question mark here and save it, and that's it. Now it works as expected. That was a bug, actually. Great, so we now have all of those components, and we can now go back inside of the app folder, dashboard, REST, executions, page.tsx, and we can now add all of them. So let's add executions container here to encapsulate the whole thing. So from that features, executions, components, executions. Then let's go ahead and add, executions error. Then let's go ahead and add executions loading. And finally, let's add executions list. And once you do that, you should see no items, obviously, because even though we have run some executions, we never kept track of them. So in order to see this happen, we have to go ahead and revisit our functions.ts. So I'm going to go inside of source, ingest folder, functions.ts. So how do we make sure that every time this execute workflow fails, we create a new execution? Well, we do it by first making sure that every single time this is run, we start by creating an execution. So because of that, we are also going to need to always have an ingest event ID, event.id. But there is one problem with this. So event.id, I don't like that it can be undefined. So I discussed this with Inngest team, and they did tell me that this will always be created for every workflow. But if you want to, here is what I did, which kind of gave me a peace of mind. So what I did is I went inside of ingest utils.ts, and since I'm using send workflow execution everywhere where I need to execute this, I can very easily make sure that every single one of my ingest jobs has an ID by simply using cuid2. I'm just not sure if we've used this before. I think we did. Create ID from parallel drive cuid2. And then very simply, you can see it accepts ID property. We can just do this. And now for 100%, we can say that every single one of our ingest executions will have the ingest event ID using event.id. So let's go ahead and also check if there is no ingest event ID. Let's go ahead and say event ID or workflow ID is missing. If you want to be more specific, obviously you could separate those two errors. And then before we sort our nodes, let's just do a super simple create execution step. It's an asynchronous function and just return Prisma execution create data with workflow ID and ingest ID. That's it. We don't have to pass the status because we have a default status of running. So again, this is my kind of architectural choice. I'm not sure if you like this. If you want to, you can make it optional and not have a default. But since I am always going to create the execution when it's literally starting to run, I'm always going to pass running as the default. So in my case, it makes sense. In yours, maybe it won't. So yeah, just kind of think about this and how you would like this to behave. I like it this way. So now every single one of our execution will have this happen. So what do we do if it's successful? Well, that's simple. We just have to go ahead all the way after this for loop and await step.run, update execution, async, return Prisma execution update where ingest event ID is matching data status execution status, which you have to import from generated Prisma dot success. Completed at new date. Output will be the context. Basically, everything that was created after we ran all the nodes, after all the variables have been added to the context, we're going to store that here. And I think we can also make it a bit more specific by also adding workflow ID. We don't have to, I think, but we can do it. So this is for the success case, but what if it fails? How do we handle that? Well, you can choose how granular you want to be with this. You could go into every single individual executor here and then create failures from there. But there is a way that you can catch general failure of this function right here, and you do it here. So on failure like this, and it's an asynchronous function, and you have access to event and step. Let's go ahead and do return Prisma execution update where ingest event ID is event.data. And yes, now you have to be a little bit specific. You have to access event again and then ID. And in here, let's go ahead and let's add the status and make it failed. And we have to add some useful error information. So let's go ahead and populate the error using event data error message and error stack using event data error.stack. There we go. So we now have that ready. Let's go ahead and close all of these. Let's go inside of workflows here. And let's try running some workflows. So they can either fail or they can be successful, whatever you want. So I'm going to execute this one and I'm going to go inside of my executions right here. And I will refresh. And there we go. I have one which is running. And then it is a success. Amazing. So let's go ahead and just fix this. I'm going to go inside of my executions.tsx. And I'm going to go inside of my execution item. So what I don't like is that the title is just a large yelling status. So there is a way to format that very easily. We can create a function. Let's do it here. Const format status. Status is a type of execution status. And let's return status character at first index plus status.slice, everything after the first index to lowercase. So basically, we're just going to capitalize it. Maybe you can do that with CSS. I'm not sure. I'm just used to doing this. So let's just wrap this. And this should give us, there we go. That looks better. That gives us like a readable thing. So now let me go ahead and fail this on purpose. So I'm going to open this and I will make sure I have a completely invalid URL here. Save. I'm going to save up there. And then I'm going to execute that. So now I should have one execution, which is a success. And then I'm going to have one execution, which is a failure. There we go. Both of these are now working. And I'm fairly certain that both of this should now also show that, yes, you can now see a new step, create execution. And let's see, finally, is it okay? It looks like you can't see those steps where it created where it updated the execution to the failed status. That's what I was trying to say. But you can see this step, which is update execution when it succeeds. So you should have that extra step now. Great. So what's not working yet is the ability to look at the deeper view of the execution. So let's go ahead and do that and finish our executions. So let's create execution.tsx inside of features, executions, components right here. So we actually don't have to copy it from credentials. Let's just create a plain new one, execution.tsx, so a single one. Then let's go inside of executions right here, and let's just copy format status and get status icon. In order to do that, we have to add all of these icons from Lucid React. We have to add the status type, and I think that's it. So now, what else are we going to need here? So let's finish the imports while we are here. We're going to need date FNS, format distance to now. We're going to need links to redirect to the actual workflow. We're going to need use params. We're going to need use state from React. We are going to need button from components UI button. We're going to need the entire card, so card content, description, header, and title. Then we're going to need the entire collapsible, which I believe is the first time we're using this component. So it's from chassis and UI. And we are going to need use suspense execution from features executions hook use executions. So just alongside use suspense executions, we are using this one to fetch a single execution. Great. So now that we have all the imports we need, we are ready to export const execution view. And let me just check. In credentials, did I maybe have a better name for this component? I didn't. It's just credential. Okay, then this will be just execution. Let's go ahead and give this a param hook. Let's go ahead and extract execution ID here as string. And in fact, I remember this is the same mistake from before. We can just do execution ID here. That's simpler if you ask me. And then you don't need params nor execution ID. We're just going to pass this from the server component as a prop. So you can go ahead and remove use params. Perfect. Then let's go ahead and fetch this. So use suspense execution using the execution ID and alias data to execution. Then let's go ahead and create a simple state toggle, show stack trace, and set show stack trace. Then let's go ahead and go inside of executions.ts and just copy the duration script. So in order to generate the duration, instead of data, just alias it to execution. So execution.completed at, and then do math round with execution completed at and started at or fallback to null. Now let's go ahead and let's compose this. So we're using card. Let's give it class name shadow none. Then let's go ahead and add card header. Let's add a div here with a class name flex, items center, gap 3. Inside, let's render get status icon execution dot status. Then let's go ahead inside of this and create a new div. And this div will have a card title, which will format status execution.status, and a card description execution for execution.workflow.name. But now we have a type problem here. So let's go ahead and see how can we fix this. Well, this actually isn't just a type problem. This is an actual problem. Let's go inside of use suspense execution, and let's go inside of tRPC executions get one. And besides this where, let's go ahead and also add include here. So I'm going to add include workflow ID true, not include, my apologies, select name. Let me just check what I'm doing wrong here. Okay, I see. It needs to be inside of include. And then this is inside. There we go. So include workflow, but only select ID and name. So the exact same thing. I could have just looked down here. The exact same thing we're doing in get many, I forgot to do in get one. So that should automatically fix any type errors here. We can now access this in card description. Perfect. So that's it for card description. Now let's go ahead outside of the card header. Let's open card content. Card content will have a class name of space y4. And in here, let's go ahead and let's create a div with a class name grid columns 2 gap 4. Let's open a div, a paragraph workflow. Let's go ahead and write a class name text small, font medium, text muted foreground. Then let's add a link. Inside of the link, we're going to refer to execution.workflow.name, and href will go to workflows execution.workflow ID. There we go. Make sure you're using backticks and don't misspell workflows. Let's go ahead and add a few more attributes to the link property. So it will be prefetch, so it's faster, and class name, text small, hover, underline, and text primary. And when I say let's use prefetch so it will be faster, what I mean is that it's going to prefetch it automatically. So even when if users don't click on it, so it is a compromise. It's not just a magical speed up thing. That's why it's optional to add. So for this exact scenario, it's okay because it's just this single link. But you should be careful when adding prefetch to like a generated list of 1 billion results, because that will definitely populate your network request tab. So be careful about using prefetch. All right, so now we have a link, and I think at this point it might be easier if we render this so we can actually see what we are doing. So I'm going to go ahead inside of my app folder, dashboard, REST executions, execution ID page.tsx. And let's go ahead and do the following. In here, I'm going to do div class name padding 4 on medium devices px10 py6 height full. And let's actually just copy what we have inside of credentials for credential ID here, since it is identical. So just copy it here, paste it, there we go. And now in here, let's add hydrate client from the tRPC server. Let's go ahead and add error boundary from React error boundary, suspense from React like this. And let's go ahead and add execution view. And execution ID will be params.execution. Oh, we have to await params. Oh, we have it right here. Whoops. So execution ID. Great. Let's add fallback here. I think we can just reuse execution's error and fallback here, executions loading. So I'm borrowing these created inside of executions for the list, right? Because they're the same. I'm not creative enough to create different loading and error states for single execution view. So yes, execution view is imported from execution file and loading and error from executions file. Great. So some error is happening here because instead of execution view, we forgot to map this as use client. So yes, your execution.tsx should have use client at the top. And there we go. You can now see how this looks. But we are not prefetching this. So let's just make sure we are doing that. So inside of page execution ID here, we can just prefetch, yes. Prefetch execution ID. So make sure you imported prefetch execution from features execution server prefetch. There we go. So now it should leverage the server component and the client component at the same time. Now we can focus exclusively on execution view and actually see what we are developing. So in here we have the status icon, the status, the name of the workflow, the link to go to that workflow. If you click on it, it should redirect you to that workflow. And now we're going to add stack trace down here right after we add the duration or when it started. So let's go ahead, still inside of cart content here. After we end the link and after we end this div, open a new div, add a paragraph here, status, and another paragraph, format status, execution.status. There we go. Let's go ahead and give this paragraph a class name, text small, font medium, text muted foreground. And let's give this one a class name of text small. Now let's go ahead and duplicate this. This one will be started. And this will be format distance to now and use execution.started at and add suffix true. So if you take a look, you will see the status here, when it started, the workflow, right? Just a grid of information for this execution. Let's duplicate this again, but this one will be conditional. So if execution.completed at exists, only then go ahead and render this, otherwise render null. So this will be completed, and this will be execution.completed at. For example, this one will not have that visible. But if I go inside of my successful execution, it should have it visible right here, completed 17 minutes ago. And you can also see how it says that it took 6 seconds to complete. So that's a cool thing to look at, in my opinion. Now let's go ahead and copy this again. So this one will also be conditional. And let's just check. If duration is not equal to null, then let's go ahead and let's just render the duration and add s as in seconds and change this to duration. So this will still be visible simply because you can see simply because we selected the success one, right? So it lasted for 6 seconds. But I think in the failed one, you are not able to see that information. And now let's go ahead and copy this. And let's go ahead and do if execution.ingest event ID like this, and simply render execution.ingest event ID. So this is for some debugging information if you need it. Here it is, event ID. But I think event ID will always exist. So we can just safely render it, yeah. Event ID is not optional. And now let's check if we have execution.error. In that case, let's open up a div here with a class name, margin top of 6, padding of 4, background red 50, dark. Actually, no need for this. Let's just do rounded medium space y3. Then open a new div inside. Then open a paragraph, which will render the text error. Let's give this paragraph a class name of text small, font medium, text red 900, margin bottom of 2. Below that, another paragraph with execution.error rendered inside. And then a class name, text small, text red 800, and font mono. Like that. Great. But now we're going to go ahead and make it a little bit more fun. Let's also give this, okay, it already has a rounded MD. Great. So outside of this div, but still inside of the whole error container, I'm going to check if we have execution.error stack. If I do, I'm going to render a collapsible. And I'm going to use open show stack trace on open change set show stack trace. I'm going to add collapsible trigger here, and I'm going to render a button inside. And if show stack trace is active, I'm going to render hide stack trace. Otherwise, show stack trace. I'm going to give this button a variant of ghost, size of small, class name, text red 900, hover bg red 100. Great. Let's give this collapsible trigger as child property. Outside of the collapsible trigger, add a collapsible content. And inside, let's add a pre-tag. And let's render execution.error stack. Let's go ahead and give it a class name, text extra small, font mono, text red 800, overflow auto, margin top of 2, padding of 2, bg red 100, and rounded. There we go. So let's go ahead and check this out. If I click this, it will show me the error. One thing I don't like is that this is not taking enough space, in my opinion. So let me see. Maybe I put it in an invalid container. So just a second here. Card, we're doing status. So this is the grid thing. Perhaps this should be outside of this. Let me just check if I'm correct. If I maybe end this div here and then go to the end and remove one div. Yes, I think that's what I wanted to do. Basically, let me revert this. Go ahead and find this div, which starts the grid. Right now, this div ends all the way here, right before the card content. So remove that div and instead close it just before you start doing conditional execution.error. There we go. And this is just TypeScript server error. There we go. This looks better now. And you can see more details inside. But now let's go ahead and just do the same thing for output. So if we have execution.output, let's add a div with a class name, margin top of 6, padding 4, background muted, rounded medium, paragraph with the text output. Let's go ahead and give this a class name, text small, font medium, margin bottom of 2, a pre-tag, JSON stringify execution dot output, and then null and 2, which are properties to make this JSON more readable. Text extra small, font mono, overflow auto. There we go. So we can only test this in a successful node. So I'm going to go back here, success, and there we go. Output, my Slack message content, hello world Slack. Amazing. You can now see the history of your executions. I believe that is it. That's all we have to do here. One thing that I like to check, but this time I'm not sure I will be able to check, simply because there's so many things inside of this executions folder. I think I made a mistake with adding these nodes in here. I think I should have a separate feature called nodes, and then just have all of them inside, and also keep their channels with them, because this is kind of neither here or there. And what I'm referring to as executions is very inconsistent, right? Because I also have triggers for some reason, but they are technically just nodes, right? So it might be like, give yourself a challenge, and I would improve this structure now at the end of this whole project by creating a new feature called nodes. And I would keep both triggers and what I call executions in that place. And then I would no longer refer to them as executions. Executions would just be what we just defined in the schema, right? The result, success or failure, right? And everything else would be nodes. And then some nodes will be used as triggers, yes, and other nodes will be used as executors. So yes, the words are kind of confusing. The terminology is not that simple. But yeah, I think most of you feel like something is off here by having these nodes in here. And also inside of the executions folder, I have this lib where there's the executor registry. Yeah, there could definitely be a better place for this. It's not you, it's me. I made an invalid architectural decision here. You can give yourself a task to refactor that. I would highly suggest it to get even more familiar with the code, but do it at the end of the tutorial so you don't run into any bugs. Excellent. So let's go ahead and check if we maybe forgot something from our task here. We added the schema, the router, the hooks, page loaders, client, entity components, pagination, loading, error, empty, and we added execution records in Inngest if they fail, if they succeed, and when they start. So let's push this to GitHub, 27 executions history, and then we're going to see what CodeRabbit has to say. So new branch, 27 executions history. I'm going to go ahead and go inside of my source control. I'm going to stage all of my changes. 27 execution history, commit. Let's go ahead and let's publish branch. Once the branch has been published, we can go ahead, create a new pull request here, and review it using CodeRabbit. And here we have the summary by CodeRabbit. Release notes. New execution dashboard with workflow run history with pagination. Track execution status with visual indicators. Running, successful, or failed. View detailed execution information including timing, duration, and output. Access error messages and stack traces for debugging failed executions. And let's go ahead and take a look at the diagram. So what is up here is essentially just the prefetching and how it works. We've already seen that a couple of times. So this is the interesting one. When we trigger a workflow using the send workflow execution util, we go ahead and immediately create an execution with a default status of running. After we process all the workflow nodes successfully, we update the execution with a status of success, completed at, and we pass along the output, which was transformed through all the nodes. But in case the workflow fails, we update execution to failed with error and error stack. Let's take a look at the comments here. Saying here in schema Prisma, it is recommending adding a composite index of workflow ID and started at with descending sort. That's a good idea to add actually, simply because we are using started at order by instead of get many query. So yes, it could definitely improve performance if this database record grows large. In here, it is actually not correct. We do not need to await prefetch executions. There is nothing that this will return. This is a void. So there is no need to await this. Prefetching is a relatively new concept to LLMs, so a lot of them get this wrong. But no, you do not need to await prefetching. In here, I think we already had this comment once. The first time we implemented it, basically an improvement of our ZOD rules for page size and page. Other than that, we are golden. Let's go ahead and merge this pull request. Very good suggestion to add the index to speed up those queries later on. We can now go back to our main branch, go ahead and click synchronize changes. And once that is complete, as always, I like to double check by clicking on the graph. There we go, 27. Amazing. Let's go ahead and mark this as completed. Amazing, amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In the next few chapters, we're going to go over what's left to do in our project before we can deploy. And the way we can do that is by easily searching for the word to do. And everywhere where we have a to do is probably something we should take a look before deploying. And one that's quite obvious is the credential value, which is currently stored as a plain text, both in the create procedure and in the update procedure right here. I still stand by with what I said when we developed this. The best solution to encrypt this would be by using a third-party service such as AWS Secrets Manager. But there is a thing we can do which isn't a third-party service. It's way simpler than AWS Secrets Manager, and it is marginally better than just storing the value as plain text in your database. That being said, it's also not perfect. So that's what I want to do in this chapter. I want to not store plain text strings when it comes to users' credentials. And then we're going to go ahead and look for other to-dos that we have. And no, I did not forget about Google and GitHub sign-in. That's also in our to-dos. So for this chapter, I want to focus on encrypting our credentials. The way we're going to do that is by using Crypter, an npm package. So let's do npm install Crypter. Let's go ahead and open package.json. And you can see the version 6.4.0. You don't have to use the same version. I just want to make sure you are aware of my versions. Let's go ahead inside of .environment file. Let's create encryption section here. And let's add encryption key. Now in here, you would use something to generate this key. You can use 1Password, LastPass, or a million services on Google when you search for encryption key generator. For development, you can just put my secure key. In production, please do not use that. Please put something secure here, because if someone else can guess this key, they can easily decrypt all of the values in your database. So once you have encryption key ready, let's go ahead and do the following. we're going to go inside of source lib, and in here, we're going to create encryption.ts like this. Inside of encryption.ts file, let's go ahead and add the following code. Import crypter from crypter. Const crypter will be new crypter process.environment, and then go ahead and use the encryption key that you've added here. I always recommend that you copy and paste from your environment variables so you don't accidentally misspell any words. Then let's go ahead and export const encrypt by using a function which accepts a string and simply returns the result of crypter.encrypt and pass in the string. And the exact same process is for decrypt. Let me just go ahead and fix this, decrypt and decrypt. There we go. Now that we have this ready, let's go ahead and find our credentials routers. So inside of our credentials router here, let's find create, which is a premium procedure. And let's go ahead and remove this. And let's use encrypt from lib encryption value. There we go. So just make sure you've added encrypt here. And same thing is true in update here. So you can remove this, encrypt value. There we go. So that's it for storing into our database. What we have to do now is we have to revisit all the places where we use this value. So that is inside of execution components. So let's open Anthropic executor. Let's go ahead and open Gemini executor. And let's go ahead and open OpenAI executor. So right now, all of these will fail because when we store a new credential, it will, let me show you actually how it looks like. Yes, so here is the crypter npm package. If you want to encrypt the word bacon, this is what will be stored in our database. So this huge hash. And then later when we decrypt it, it's going to be back to bacon. So if we tried using our API keys right now, they would all fail because they are encrypted in our database. So we now have to decrypt them. Let's go ahead and once we find the credential, so it doesn't matter what executor you are in, you have to do all three of them. So let me start with Gemini one, Gemini folder executor.ts. And here it is. Once we add credential.value, let's simply go ahead and do decrypt like this and import decrypt from lib encryption. That's it for Gemini. Then let's go inside of OpenAI folder, executor, and let's do the same thing here. Decrypt from lib encryption. Make sure you've imported it. And Anthropic is left. So again, decrypt like that. Perfect. And I think that is all we need really. So if I search for to do now, there we go. And yeah, I have this to do instead of that. So this is completely off topic, but if I search for to do, I have this one, which is inside of my HTTP request dialog.tsx. Inside of source features executions components HTTP request dialog. We actually don't need to do this. I used to think that this would be a good idea, like to validate if user's JSON is correct, but that would defeat the purpose of our templating availability. It's the same problem we had with endpoints being z.url, and then it would break if you want to add a variable. So because of that, I'm going to remove this. We're not going to solve that because we don't need it. So the only one that's actually left here besides GitHub and Google login is retries, which is still very useful for us in development at the moment. So let's leave it like this. All right. So what to do now when this is done? Well, first things first, your credentials will no longer work because these are now completely broken. So what I suggest is you go ahead and delete these. And let's go ahead and create a new credential this time. And let's go ahead and do npx Prisma Studio. So this should fire up the studio. And let's go ahead and find the credential here. So no credentials, great. And now I'm going to do encrypted Gemini like this. And since I still have it in my dot environment here, I'm just going to copy it. This is why I told you to leave it here, because you will still need it in the tutorial. So let me just add it here. Okay. And I will click create. Looks like it was created successfully. And now inside of Prisma Studio, I'm going to refresh here. And let's see if this is working or not. So what I'm expecting here is to see a completely different value. Let me just do a refresh one more time. It's fetching rows in this table. Basically, my Google Generative AI API key starts with AI. I think that's an accident. But you can see that my value is something completely different. So if someone were to break into my database, they would not be able to see users' API keys. They would just be able to see this. Again, this is not the most perfect solution in the world. There's a lot of things missing, like key rotation. And I would recommend solving this by adding a third-party library like AWS Secrets Manager. But this is insanely better than just storing plain text inside of here, right? Just make sure you're using a good secret and that you never leak it, because this is type of encryption that can be obviously decrypted, which makes it very, dangerous to access if someone gets ahead of your encryption key. Great, so you can see the value is completely different than what I've entered here. And now we have to test if that works. So I'm going to go inside of my workflows. I'm going to create a completely new one. And I'm just going to add a manual executor here. And I'm going to connect it with a Gemini like this. Let me open this, my Gemini, select a credential, encrypted Gemini, test, hello world. Let's click save. Let's click save up there. And let's click execute workflow. And let's see if this will work. That succeeds. And let's see, this seems to succeed as well. Let's go inside of executions right here. Less than a minute ago. So that should be the one. There we go. Hello world, how can I help you today? Amazing. So it is successfully working. We have encrypted our values. Amazing job. So since this was super simple change, we don't have to really review this code. Instead, we can go ahead and focus on the next chapter, where we are going to be adding GitHub and Google sign-in, which is also going to be super simple. So just for keeping track of everything, I'm going to create a new branch, 28 encrypting credentials. Then I'm going to go ahead and add all of my changes here. Let me just expand this so I can expand this. I'm staging all of my changes, 28 encrypting credentials. I'm going to commit and I'm going to publish the branch. And as I said, since this one is particularly simple, I'm just going to open a pull request and I am immediately going to merge it. So let's go ahead and confirm merge. After I've done that, I'm going to go ahead and go back inside of my main branch. I'm going to click down here, synchronize changes, and I'm going to click OK. I'm going to open my graph and just confirm that I have a new merge pool, 28 encrypting credentials. Great. I believe that marks the end of this chapter. And we just improved our app by a lot, right? So it went from being barely recommended by anyone security-wise to at least not storing plain text values. But again, please explore AWS Secrets Manager or look at my previous project if you are interested in key rotation and how this would look with a very good security system in place. But this is very, very good. And again, API keys are not exactly passwords. They can always be rotated, but you should provide your users who are trusting you with their API keys with maximum security that you can afford. Excellent. And we pushed to GitHub. Amazing, amazing job, and see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to add GitHub and Google Auth to our project. So let's go ahead and make sure we are logged out. This way, we can visit the login screen. There we go. So we have buttons, continue with GitHub and Google, but right now, they're not doing anything. So let's go ahead and open Better Auth documentation. And under their authentication here, you can find GitHub. So let's go ahead and first grab our GitHub credentials. So I recommend looking at the documentation because it's really good, it's up to date, and it will help you navigate through all of the links you have to visit. So go ahead and click GitHub Developer Portal. So in my case, I have a bunch of OAuth apps here because I create these tokens all the time. But for you, it might be completely empty depending on how often you use this. So to use GitHub sign-in, you need a client ID and a client secret. So let's go ahead, instead of OAuth apps, click New OAuth app. And in here, let's go ahead and call this Nodebase Development and set the homepage URL to be this: localhost 3000 /API/auth callback GitHub. For production, you should set it to the URL of your application. Exactly. That is why I'm calling this one Nodebase Development. And let's go ahead and see what we need to add. My apologies. This is authorization callback URL, and this is just localhost 3000, the homepage URL. And now click Register Application. And in here, you have the client ID. So you can immediately go ahead and add GitHub_client_ID in your dot environment here. So I'm going to add GitHub_client_ID, and then I will prepare GitHub_secret. I'm not sure what it is. Client secret. All right. Client secret. In order to generate the client secret, we need to click on a button, generate a new client secret. And most of the time, you will need to do two-factor authentication here. And once you approve two-factor authentication, you can copy this, your client secret. Make sure to copy it immediately and add it here. There we go. So now we have GitHub client ID and we have GitHub client secret. Great. Now let's go ahead and go inside of our source lib auth.ts. In here, we have email and password, and just below it, let's add social providers. Let's add GitHub, client ID, and we can go ahead and copy this. And we can do the same thing for client secret. And just copy GitHub client secret. I always recommend that you double, triple check, copy from here, paste it here. Copy from here, paste it here, because people often miss typos and the errors are very cryptic, and then you have no idea what's wrong. 99% chance it's a typo. So just make sure you're doing it correctly. Great. And now we have to add the function here to sign in with a GitHub provider. So we have to do that in, let me see. Instead of source, features, auth. Okay, we have login form and register form. Let's go inside of login form first. And besides on submit, I'm going to do const sign in GitHub like this, asynchronous, const data await auth client sign in social provider GitHub. And I think we don't actually need the data. And I'm not sure if I can also do now on success here. I can, great. On success router push / on error, toast error, something went wrong. All right. Let's go ahead and just copy this and already prepare it for Google as well. Sign in Google, provider Google. That's it. That's all we need. Then we're going to go ahead here in continue with GitHub and give it an on-click sign in Google. My apologies, GitHub, obviously. And let's do this one. Sign in Google. So make sure you are on the login screen because that's where we just added this. So I'm going to click continue with GitHub right here. And there we go. I now have to authorize my GitHub profile. And let's see, once I authorize it, if I will be logged in, and I am logged in. Amazing. And I think that if I try to do new workflow, I have a prompt to upgrade to Pro. Amazing. So now I'm going to go ahead and sign out. And if I try login with Google, something went wrong because we haven't set that up. But just before we do it, let's make sure that we copy sign in with Google and sign in with GitHub here. And I'm not sure if you noticed, yes, but we just use a login page to create a new account. So yes, you don't need separate functions. You can just copy exactly as they are. So you can have your usual sign in with GitHub and sign in with Google, and you can just add them to the register form. It really does not matter. So if it has an account, it's going to log in. If it doesn't, it's going to create an account. So that's kind of a cool feature. You don't have to create anything different for register. Great. So Google is notoriously more complicated than this, unfortunately. But let's go ahead and click on Google. And let's start by visiting the Google Cloud Console. So inside of here, let me just zoom in. I think the best way to start actually is by creating a new project. So click on your projects right here and click new project and call this Nodebase and click create. Then wait a second for this to be created and then select that project. This way, you won't add any new services or API keys to your previous projects, and it will all be stored in here. And now let's follow what we have to do. So we need to go to credentials and authorize the redirect URIs. Okay. So I can find credentials here. Maybe they've improved. Maybe it's easy to do now. And basically, this is what happens. You click on credentials and you get ready to do them. And then you see that you also have to do the consent screen. So I guess let's first click on configure consent screen or just go inside of OAuth consent screen. And then that takes you here. Google Auth platform not configured. Get started with configuring your application's identity and manage credentials. So then you click get started. This is what I was telling you about. It feels like they're in the middle of a refactor and they take you from one place to another. So I have no idea how I even got here, to be honest. But looks like I am inside of Google Auth platform, overview, create branding. All right, let's call this Nodebase. Let's go ahead and select an email. Next. For the audience, make sure you select external so everyone will be able to use this, not just your test users. Click on next. Add your email address here. Finish, and I agree to the Google API services. Click continue and click create. The reason I don't like Google Cloud is because it's very hard to create tutorials this way, right? I have no idea how I got to this place. I just clicked on a bunch of different warnings and pop-ups, right? Okay, so I guess we now have branding. That's good. Do not add app logo. If you add app logo, you will need to verify your app, and that can take a long time. Do not add your app logo. Just do it exactly like this. Okay, so now I'm just figuring this out along with you. I think that maybe I can even now go back here, and maybe if I go inside of APIs and services, I can now go inside of credentials. There we go. I can now go inside of credentials. Can I go inside of OAuth consent screen? So OAuth consent screen takes me here. Let me click create OAuth client to see what that is. Okay, I think that might be credential, You see what I'm talking about? It's everywhere. I don't know what I'm doing at this point, but let's go ahead and create the Auth client ID because it sounds like something we need. So web application, let's call it Nodebase. For authorized JavaScript origins, let's add localhost, and for authorized redirect URLs, there we go. So we are in the correct place. This is the credential, it seems. HTTP localhost 3000 API auth callback Google. So make sure you're using the proper protocols here, HTTP, and click create. There we go. Okay. Now we have the client ID, so let's immediately add that to our .environment. Google client ID, Google secret. My apologies, Google client secret. And just below we can find the client secret. Here it is. There we go. And we can click OK. And we're still not done yet. There is one thing we also have to do, which I almost always forgot to do, but this will like create problems in production. I have no idea where to find it. Maybe in audience. Here it is, audience. Go inside of audience and click publish app. Your app will be available to any user with a Google account, and click confirm. I have no idea why they don't tell you how to even do this, right? There is no flow to follow. There are no steps to follow. You just kind of have to figure it out. If you don't do it, people will not be able to use your app. I have no idea why they made it like that. I have no idea why this Google Auth platform thing is now called like that. Everything feels like it's all over the place. But I think we got what we need. Okay. And now what we have to do is we have to go back inside of auth.ts, lib auth.ts, and let's copy this, add Google, and make sure to replace these two with Google. And as always, please double check, copy and paste. So Google client ID, Google client secret. There we go. Let's go ahead and try it now. So maybe this actually won't work as I need it to work for one specific reason. So if I go ahead inside of, I have no idea how do I access Prisma 5555, yes. So it might be a good idea to like reset your entire database whenever you do this, simply because I have 3 users, it seems here. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete my users for now. Yeah, I think the problem is if you have the same email, so I've hidden my email here. Usually you would see the email here. I've hidden it because it's my personal email. If you have the same email for your Google account and GitHub account, I think it won't create a completely new account. It will just link to your existing account. So because of that, try and either use a completely new Google account when testing Google, or just delete all users in your database, and that should cascade everything. But I just remembered when I click continue with Google, I think I have an account that's completely unused here. So let me try. There we go. Tutorial mailing, John Doe. Continue and sign into Nodebase. Looks good so far. No errors being thrown. Let's see. There we go. It works. And if I go inside of my Prisma Studio and just refresh, we should now see a new user called John Doe. There it is. And you can see that when I use Auth, it gives me a name to the user. But since in our normal register form, we don't have name field, we just use the email. And you can see that we also have the icon for the user. Amazing job. So that is now working. We can now officially log in and register with Google and GitHub, so you can play around with this. Both should be working. Let me see okay, that seems to work too. Great. Everything works. Perfect. Amazing. So let's see. We added GitHub Auth, we configured the token and the secret, and we did the same with Google Auth, and we added functions to login screens. Another very simple pull request here. The most complex part was figuring out Google Auth as usual. So let's create a new branch, 29, GitHub Google Auth. I'm going to go ahead, and stage all of these changes, all 3 of them. Okay, 29 GitHub Google Auth. Let's commit and let's publish the branch. Again, super simple. No need to review in depth, really. So I'm just going to open a pull request, create a pull request, and then I am immediately going to merge it. There we go. And once it is merged, I'm going to go back inside of my main right here, and I'm going to click Synchronize Changes. And I'm going to click on OK. And I'm going to open my graph just to confirm that I can see 29 GitHub Google Auth. Great. So that marks the end of this chapter. And the only thing we have left is to deploy the app. Amazing, amazing job. And see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to finally deploy our project to Vercel. Let's start by preparing our code for production. This will be quite easy as we only need to change a few things. What I want to do first is do the following. Let's go ahead and make sure nothing is running. Then let's go ahead inside of functions.ts. This file is located inside of the Inngest folder, source ingest functions. So this is the last to-do that we have, remove in production. What we can do instead is just process.environment, node environment is equal to production. Let's use 3, otherwise let's use 0. As simple as that. Now let's go ahead and do one more thing. Let's go inside of our terminal and let's run npm run build. This is the same command that will be running once we add our project to Vercel. But it is way easier to debug if a build fails in your local environment than on Vercel. That's why I recommend that you don't add anything to Vercel until you can get a successful build locally. Why should a build fail and how can it fail? Most likely because of this step right here, linting and checking validity of types. So basically what this just did is validated my entire code for any type errors. If you have any type errors in your code, this will fail and it's perfectly normal. It happened to me a million times. You just have to take a look at the exact error it is telling you, and then you have to go ahead and fix that. Now, there is a way to skip that part if type errors are not important to you. By going inside of Next.config, and inside of here, TypeScript, ignore build errors and set it to true. And save that file, and once you do that, you should see the same result as me. Basically, I would recommend you don't do that. Just go ahead and fix your type errors. You've come this far, you can certainly fix a few bugs here and there. And once you have this successfully running, you are ready to deploy. So one last thing I have to do here is push these changes. So I'm going to do that this time without any pull request. I'm just going to push it directly to my main branch. So I'm going to stage this file, 30, deployment, commit, and synchronize changes. And once that is pushed to GitHub, we're going to go ahead and head to vercel.com. Go ahead and create an account here. Click Add New Project, and it should automatically connect to your GitHub. So here it is, Nodebase. I'm going to click Import right here. Okay, this is my specific situation. So I am deploying from a private GitHub organization. You are probably not doing that. So very easy fix for me. I just have to switch my account here. Just a second. All right, I am now in a new account. Again, for you, this will not be a problem at all. The problem is I have, as you can see, an organization. So it's not, the private repository is not a problem. The problem is I'm using a private organization. So that's a premium feature on Vercel. But for you, it will be as simple as this. You will see this page. Everything should be working for you. So make sure Next.js is select. You don't have to modify anything here except environment variables. And thankfully, there's a super easy way to add all of them at once. Just go ahead and copy everything. Go ahead and click paste. That's it. So obviously, we're going to have to change some of these things. But for now, let's just go ahead and deploy. And the one thing we don't need actually is ngrok URL. You can get rid of that. As I said, encryption key should be something different. You should call this my production key. Well, not that. You should make it your production key. There's a million services online that you can use to help you with that. So in here, it looks like I have some warnings, but that should not break the app. So I'm just going to pause the screen and we're going to see the result of the build. And here we go. After a successful deployment, you're going to see, congratulations, you just deployed a new project. And then to your organization name or to your profile name. So what you should do now is click continue to dashboard right here. And this is important. This is your domain. So don't confuse it with these domains. These are something else. These are specific preview domains for that deployment. But your main domain is this one, this shorter one. So you can go ahead and visit it. Feel free to do that. It should work just fine. But it does need a few changes. What you should do is you should copy the URL. And then you should go inside of settings. So inside of your project, right? Click on, let me just refresh here. Whoops. Click on Nodebase, go inside of settings, environment variables right here. And then we have to change some things. So database URL is correct. Better auth URL should be changed. So let's go ahead and edit better auth URL to use this and just remove the trailing slash and click save. And then you have to do the same thing for all other places. So let's see, I think we have Polar Success URL is localhost and Next Public App URL is also localhost. So we should change both of them to use our new app here. So let's click save here. And same thing for Next Public App URL. So edit that and save it here. There we go. But we're not done just yet. We also have to update our keys, client ID, client secret for GitHub and for Google. And obviously, we should also do a new database URL because everything that we just had was for development. So what I'm going to do is just show you how to change GitHub and Google client IDs so that they work with your production. So head back to GitHub developer settings, new Auth app, Nodebase. You can just do Nodebase or Nodebase prod, whatever you prefer. This is now your homepage URL. And for your authorization callback URL, I already forgot what it is. Let me just go ahead and go to better auth, authentication, GitHub. Here it is. So / API auth callback GitHub. There we go. This is authorization callback URL for production. Go ahead and click register application, copy the client ID, then go inside of here and find GitHub client ID. Go ahead and change it. Let me just check, did I copy it? Okay, GitHub client ID and click save. Then you're gonna have to generate a new client secret, copy that and find GitHub client secret here and change it and click save. Great. So that is GitHub taken care of. Now we have to do the same for Google Cloud Console. Maybe it would be a better idea to create a new project. Maybe not. I'm not even sure. But yeah, I think personally I would create a new project. So I'm just going to go ahead and call this Nodebase prod. And I will click create right here. Once it's been created, I'm going to go ahead and select it. And then we're just going to go through the entire process again. So let's this time start with OAuth consent screen. That will redirect us to Google Auth platform. Let's click get started right here. Nodebase, this, next, external, next. Let's add email. Next, I agree, continue, create. And once it's created, let's go ahead and go inside of clients, I think. Yes, create client. Let's go ahead and select web application. Name will be Nodebase. Well, it can just be Nodebase. And now for authorized JavaScript origins, well, this will be your real URL now. And for authorized redirects URL, you can visit better Auth. So this will be /API auth callback Google here. There we go. Let's go ahead and click create right here. And now you have a new client ID. So go ahead and find Google Client ID, edit it, paste it here, save it, and you should have the new client secret. So find Google Client secret, edit. Is it exactly the same? Or maybe some slight changes I didn't even notice. Okay, just make sure you add it here and click save. And you should also edit your encryption key, obviously, to something secure. My secure production key. Please don't write this. Just search for encryption key generator and paste it here. And great. Once you have all of that changed, so we changed better auth URL, polar success URL, we can show, okay, database URL should also be changed, but fine, it can be the same for now. Better auth, polar success, next public app URL, GitHub client ID, GitHub client secret, Google client ID, everything was changed for production. And you can use either the redeploy button from here, and you can go inside of deployments here, click here, redeploy. And just, I can't dismiss the button. Okay, just redeploy. Okay. There we go. So I'm going to pause the screen, and after redeployment, you should be able to use GitHub and Google, and it should be in a much better state for production than what it was. And here we have the redeployment successfully working. So we can now again visit this application. Nothing much should change now, but we should have working GitHub and Google now. You will again see the authorized screen now because we just changed the client tokens, right? Both Google and GitHub should work here. And if you want to change your database, I don't know why I didn't show you this because it's super simple to do. Using Neon, you have branches. So you can just go ahead inside of your project, or you can just create a new project if you want to, like Nodebase production. But they have branches here, and you can just go ahead and click create a new branch and maybe call this, I don't know, production, even though they already have production. We've just been using it here. But you can see they even prepared development for me. I didn't even see that. And the cool thing is you can even expire the branch. You can choose what data to include. A lot of very cool things. So I think what might be the best solution is to actually use the development branch, which we already have here, and just use the Prisma connection string here, this one, and add it to your project here. And then you will use the development branch when you develop locally, and you already have the correct database URL for production, since that is the default one here. Amazing. So that's it. That is the entire project developed. Amazing, amazing job. Thank you so much for going through the entire project with me. I think it's almost 24 hours long. Amazing, amazing job. Thank you so much. And see you in the next one.